Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for day number 2 of the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, no April Fool's joke here, but it is the winds are much calmer. It's only gusting at around 30 miles an hour right now after a very long day.
Well, it only took me a couple minutes to get up here, so I had the wind at my back, so it's like an airplane, right? It got me here a little bit quicker.
And just as you guys watch, of course, we're going to be bringing you action here all day from Summit Point Raceway for, well, we'll call it day, maybe day and 1 1/4. We ran a little bit long yesterday due to some unforeseen circumstances, and we're actually going to be first taking care of one of our races from yesterday that was supposed to take place. This is race group number 6. It is the Spec MX5 Challenge, will be our first race today. And they were supposed to have their sprint race, Brian, yesterday, 13 laps or 26 minutes, whichever comes first, but we ended up running very late in the day, and it will be the very first race for this group today. We'll talk a little bit about Spec MX5 Challenge and what makes them special. We'll have some guests, I think, up here a little bit later this morning, but they're going to race twice today. They've got the sprint race this morning, and then we will see them at the very end of the day to wrap things up. After this first race of the day with Spec MX5 Challenge, we are then going to be changing gears a little bit and moving over to our feature races, where we'll have 6 feature races, 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. And so we want to welcome you back to Summit Point Raceway. I think we had almost 1,000 people watch us yesterday, Brian, and want to again thank you all for doing that. And if you like what you see here today, please certainly go ahead and click on that big subscribe button, and go ahead and click the notification bell as well, so you can find out all the times the Washington, D.C. region goes live. We're going to have a lot of events this summer, not only the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series from Summit Point Raceway, but also from Virginia International Raceway in early May, and a number of events at New Jersey Motorsports Park as well. So, Brian, now that I've talked for like 3 minutes straight, good morning, first off.
Good morning there. I was going to say, you're on a roll. I didn't want to stop you there. And, look, at day 2 here, well, actually, as you said, day 1 1/4. I'm going to say day 1 1/6, right? So looks like we're getting ready to get that race started here. We got 1 minute down on the grid, so those guys will be firing up, get some heat. Greg, it's a lot colder here this morning than it was. Now, again, as you talked about, the winds have died down. We've had a couple groups out there already for some warm-ups. Some of these guys in the Spec MX5, Cup that we're seeing right now, they were actually out there doing some warm-ups just to get some heat in those tires and brakes, get them ready for this first race, because they haven't been out there since yesterday, right after lunch, and it was still damp, I think, at that point. I mean, the sun had come out at that point when they were out, but the track was still a little damp, so they didn't really get too much. You talked about some of the guests we're going to have. I think at some point this morning, after he gets done with this race, Michael Borden, who is a T4 champion, is going to be up here talking with us later today about this, about this series. And I tell you what, looking at this series, online, and you can check that out as well. They've got some actually really good, exciting things happening this year.
They do.
Especially with Toyo tires and everything else.
A lot of money on the line for these drivers.
Yes, there's a lot of money. And there's a payout after every event, right? So some of these guys are going to make some money. I tell you what, one of the things that, I'm just sitting here and I've got the chat up, and this is a great chat name, Squid Flipper. That is a great name. So if you're listening, picking Aiden Coleman for the win. I can tell you right now in this first race, that driver's going to start 8th. So,
all right. Well, tell you what, Brian, is we've got the splitter up at the top of the pit lane. The safety car, pace car, is ready to bring our Spec MX5 Challenge racers around beautiful 2-mile, 10-turn Summit Point Raceway, newly cleared. They spent a couple hours last night actually getting branches and what have you off the track surface. Let's run down the starting grid, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the Spec MX5 Challenge.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and do that. Starting 11th from Keene, New Hampshire, the number 79 of Thomas Bogar. Starting 10th from Washington, D.C. in the number 47, that's Mac Harrison. Starting 9th from Springfield, Missouri, the number 20 of Corbin Collins. Starting 8th from Glenwood, Maryland in the 60, that's Aiden Coleman. Starting 7th from Topeka, Kansas, from the 50 in the number 52 is Wild Kreis. I'm going to say that. I probably got that wrong. Starting 6th from Fort Mill, South Carolina in the 22, it's Will Robusto. Starting 5th from Lakewood, Illinois, the number 4 of Alex Bertagnoli. Got that one right.
You got it.
Got the sign up there. So, starting on the 4th position from Appleton, Wisconsin, and the number 55, that's Cam Eden. Starting in the 3rd position from Lipson, Wisconsin, the number 42, and he's going to be a guest up here in a little while, is Michael Borden. Starting in the 2nd position and starting on the front row from Unionville, Indiana, the number 95 of Nathan Nicholson. And starting on the pole from Wakefield, Rhode Island, the number 16 of Nathan Saxton. So that's your 11 car. I thought we had 12 or 13.
So
I think one of them is not able to compete due to a technical difficulty that they had.
Yeah.
Plus, I know there's been some challenges with some tires and things hearing that. So I think they are actually running in the STL group this week so that they could get that car up on track.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll talk about that, I think, a little bit later as well this weekend. Actually, it's Austin Hill, who we saw yesterday drive his Formula Atlantic Ligier to a win here. He also has his Spec MX-5 Challenge car, but again, there might be some challenges. We'll see. He might actually be on track. I am not seeing him on track currently, but we'll see what happens here as we've got the pace car bringing the field down through turn 5 right now. And Brian, what separates this class out from your garden variety SCCA road racing, club racing, Spec Miata is, first off, these are the NC Miatas, later 2010 area and mid 2000s, and they have a decent amount of work done. They've got a Roush head on the motors. They've got iBox springs and single adjustable Penske shocks. But the big thing about these cars is they are all prepared identically. They are. It's really a class to highlight the drivers themselves and try to take away a little bit from the car itself here, as we've got the pace car now on the pit lane, Brian, and we've got, I believe, Beth Burkhardt on the starter stand looking over the field as they come out of turn 10, and we have a green flag, and we are racing here from Summit Point Raceway. As our front row, we've got Nathan Nicholson in the number 95 machine being really, really pushed over a little bit to driver's left by Nathan Saxon in the number 16 as they come now down under braking and going into turn number 1.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Nathan Nicholson. He is going to lead this charge, but I tell you what, Greg, the Alex Bertagnoli, he went 3 wide, had 2 tires on the right-hand side in the grass right at the start. He's going to drop back to a little bit 4, still side by side. But now you've got Nicholson, and now throw in the Saxton machine in there. That's going to be 1-2 as they head over the hill to turn 4, headed down into turn 5. You'll be able to see on your camera, they're still going to be 2 wide. 3 rows back.
That's right. Is again, all these identically prepared cars, and it looks like now we do have Nathan Nicholson in that red number 95 machine. He is your leader coming through turn number 5. I've got a lot of experience with Nathan. There are a number of iRacing leagues, one the Rick Motec World Series that I call that he races and has shown himself to be very well versed there in the virtual world. And so far, as he leads the field and the pack out of turn number 8, we've got a driver that's just dropped a wheel coming out of turn 8 and manages to recover the car. I think that might have been the number 4 of Alex Bertagnoli, but our leader is now coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And your leader, it is the number 95 of Nathan Nicholson. But coming down the inside, Cam Eben in the number 55 car. He is now side by side. He is driver's right, center of track, going down into turn 1 under braking. He's got Michael Borden in the 42 machine. Again, a 2020 SCCA National Champion in T4. He is currently running in 3rd. Alex Bertagnoli and Nathan Saxon, who started off on the front row, he is now fallen back into 5th position in the flat-out motorsports machine, right behind him, we've got Will Robusto in the number 22, the silver and blue machine, as they round turn 3, Brian.
I tell you what, Eden started to go down there. Michael Borden wanted to go with him, thought better of it, got back in line as they went down through turns 1 and 2. You can see them now into turn 5, but he thought better of it, got in behind Nathan Nicholson. That put Nicholson back in the lead, Greg.
That's right. And we see now is Nathan Saxon trying to go around the outside of Bertignoli coming through turn 5. That is definitely the long way around, but if he can make it stick, he should be able to have the inside position going into turn number 6. And we've got, she'll be joining us here in just a moment. We have Bethany Porter from the Spec MX5 Challenge. All right, and our leaders now coming out of turn 10 and across the stripe, and to complete lap number 2, it is Nathan Nicholson with Michael Borden now locked right on his rear bumper.
As they come out of turn 2 right now, again, it is still Nicholson leading Borden 1-2 as they start to pull away a little bit from the 55 of Cam Eden as they start to head up to turn 3 right now. Now Cam Eden back into 4th position. Throw the number 4, Alex Bertagnoli. He is in the 3rd position, but again, they're starting to drop back a little bit more as those front 2 start to pull away.
All right, so Brian, we have up in the booth right now Bethany Porter. She is with the Spec MX5 Challenge, and she is the series administrator here. And Bethany, welcome to Summit Point Raceway.
Thanks, Greg. I'm glad to be here. It's been a great weekend so far.
All right, and so far, nice clean race. I'm sure it created some issues for the folks in the series yesterday, not getting that first race in yesterday, having to come out this morning. But what was the feeling in the paddock? Were they pretty much prepared to go, knowing that they had just a damp qualifying sessions yesterday?
Yes, they ended up getting quali 2 was in the dry, so that was good. But we got so much great information from the region that it wasn't an issue, and they were all prepared for it and ready to go.
All right, so coming down into turn number 1, Brian, once again, the field side by side, and I think we might have a new leader here in Spec MX5 Challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to hold that line as Nicholson's going to sit there and pin Michael Borden down to the driver's right-hand side coming out of turn 2. They're side by side. Nicholson may get a little bit of an advantage there. Borden's going to let him go up into turn 3 as they head down into the chute, but throw in that 4 of Alex Bertagnoli. He's right there. Greg, we got a 6-car train going down in turn 5.
Yeah, we've got the majority of the pack all separated by within about half a car length now as they're 2 wide coming through the chute down into turn number 5 and retaking the lead there. It is Nathan Nicholson in that red number 95 machine. Michael Borden right back behind him. You see there's a second pack there with Mac Harrison, Tom Bogar, Aiden Coleman, as well as Wal Kreis. As they are currently about 5 seconds in arrears of that lead pack of 6. So, Bethany, we were talking a little bit yesterday when we were preparing for the race that we thought was going to be yesterday afternoon about some of the things that makes the Spec MX5 Challenge very special here. Of course, it's not at the moment an SCCA club racing class, but you work with a number of different race organizations to put on a series, and it is a nationwide series.
Yes, it definitely is. Last year we ran with everybody from SCCA to NASA to our championship was with GT Celebration down in Coda. So that was always really interesting.
Yeah, and so just last week was the first round of the Spec MX5 Challenge, which is out at Buttonwillow Raceway Park out in California. Safe to say, and I think we know, none of those racers that were at that event are racing here at Summit Point this weekend. But we do have a number of events here on the East Coast. Matter of fact, for those of you that are listening to us here this weekend, we're going to see the Spec MX5 Challenge first weekend in May, Mother's Day weekend at Virginia International Raceway. They're going to be part of the Sark Mars Challenge as well. But this is a great the quality of the racing that we're seeing so far, Bethany. Very tight, very close. These cars are more or less identically prepared, I guess, at this point. They obviously are built to the same spec. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, a couple of years ago when the series started up, a lot of the cars were coming out of the same shop and being prepared and then purchased by the drivers. Now I understand that you've got the owners basically building the cars to the rule set, but it is a very strict rule set. It's not like Spec Miata where they're trying to, squeeze 3 different types of cars into one class.
And Greg, we have one car that went off in turn 10. It looks like he's going to have some rear damage. That is going to be the 47 of Mac Harrison. That bumper more than likely is going to come off by the time he gets down into turn 1. He's able to continue there, but I have a feeling he's going to get some type of a meatball flag or something, unless that bumper comes off and goes off of outside of the racing line, because that thing is barely being held on as he comes out of 2. Still got pretty good pace, so evidently it's just the rear bumper that he may have clipped on the tire barrier.
All right, and so, Brian, we've got some big changes while that happened towards the rear end of the field. Some big changes up in the front of the pack is the number 4 machine of Alex Bertignoli. He is your new leader. Michael Borden still holds station in 5th, in 2nd. Nathan Saxon, who started off on the front row, had fallen all the way back in the 5th position. He is now sitting up in 3rd in that Flat Out Motorsports blue and orange machine. And then Nate Nicholson, who just a moment ago was our leader, he is now back in 5th position behind that lead pack as Bertignoli and Borden have a small little breakaway at the moment, I'd say about 5 car lengths now, separating themselves from Nathan Saxon. Cam Eben in the number 55 machine. He's running 4th just ahead of Nathan Nicholson, with Will Robusto in that at the tail end of that second group.
I'll tell you what, Borden and Bertagnoli, they're trying to hook up and go and pull away from that next 3 back there, actually give it the next 4, trying to pull away as they're starting to go. But I tell you what, Greg, it's going to be hard to do when you're going side by side, coming out of 2 and heading up into 3. As they get through turn 3, they're back single file. Again, those two got to work together. You've got to have that partner, especially here in these Miatas, in order to pull away. The rest of the field coming. Again, I have not seen Mac Harrison go by, so he may have pulled in with that bumper challenge that he may have had. I think he is pulling in or has pulled in to
matter of fact, he's on the pit lane right now. Brian was over at our Black Flag station. We'll see if he's going to be heading back out, likely without a rear bumper cap, and we'll see here. He is
he is making the right-hand turn in there. So
back to the paddock, actually, with the bumper cap still attached. I think they tried to yank it off the back of the car, and as robust as Mazda typically builds the MX-5s and Miatas, couldn't get the darn thing off, as our leaders now are out of turn 10, and that breakaway that we had on the last lap with Bertignoli and Borden, it is a breakaway no more. As Nathan Saxon, Cam Eben, Will Robusto have been using the draft and have pulled right back up to our 2 leaders. Nathan Nicholson, though, in the number 95 machine, has now dropped a little bit off of that pack of the top 4. He's about 4 car lengths back now, currently running in 6th position, as he had Will Robusto in that silver and blue number 22 make his way around him the last lap.
Greg, I've been watching a little bit with Nicholson on the cameras here, especially coming out of turn 4 down turn 5. Just doesn't really have the drive off. That's where the group of 4 starts to pull away. Also, with Michael Borden coming out of turn 10, he gets a great run out of turn 10, heading back to Bertagnoli, and that's where he's able to gain that what he loses back up to the start-finish line, and then they try to get hooked up going on into turn 1. So it's going to be interesting, it looks like, because it is a lot colder out here. They still may not have that forward drive that they need. I guarantee you they're probably all looking, talking to themselves under the helmet, asking, I need more forward drive
and part of the issue there, Brian, is I watch a good portion of the field here, and most of these drivers are not Summit Point regulars, we'll say. And I see them coming out of the chute, the fastest corner on the track, and taking what I would call, I'd call the iRacing line down through the chute, where iRacing will tell you to go over driver's right and treat turn 5 at the bottom of the hill like a traditional left-hand turn. You start from driver's right, you apex, you finish driver's right. And the locals here will tell you that's probably not the way to do it. The corner leading up to it, the chute, that downhill right-hander, fastest corner corner on the track. And in one of these MX-5s, you probably want to have the car mid-track, maybe a little bit to the left of mid-track, and even use the curbing at the apex of 5 to help rotate the car. But it is better to carry speed down to the corner. And what we saw on that last lap was Nathan Saxon, who I know has driven here before in Spec Miata, used that to his advantage. He came right underneath Michael Borden under braking into turn number 5 and was able to retake second position from the number 42 car.
Well, as they went through turn 3 and down to turn 4, if you saw on your camera, Bertagnoli, he's loving this because they're 2 by 2, then another single car going through turn 5. He's starting to pull away. We look at the camera here coming up out of turn 8. Look at the gap that Bertagnoli now has over that field. They went through the whole carousel 2 by 2 before they do it. So he has really kind of opened up and stretched that lead. Here he comes out of turn 10 right now. And Greg, last time by, it was about 4 or 5 car lengths. It's about 10 to 15 car lengths now back to second place, Michael Borden and the 55 of Cam Eben.
Yeah, and I would put it there as Michael Borden has gotten around Cam Eben, and Eben and Borden definitely working together, using the old bump draft down the front straight, but going down into turn 1 right behind them, Nate Saxon and Nathan Nicholson. Nicholson, who got around Will Robusto the last time by, trying to come down the inside of Nathan Saxon. Those two drivers who had started off on the front row today, they find themselves in 4th and 5th position, and Will Robusto tries to make it 3 wide for a moment coming out of turn 2. He ends up sliding behind, and Brian, as they came out, it looks as though Nicholson once again dropped back and fell back almost 8 car lengths just between turns 2 and that very short run to turn 3.
Yeah, again, probably not getting the drive off of, out of 2 that he really wants, and now it looks like we may have one of them, it may have been the Nathan Saxon machine, get his right rear off in turn 5 right there in the dirt. Here comes our other group down in turn 5. We'll look at turn 8. I tell you what, Bethany, you were talking about, Michael Borden trying to really coach some of these people and using them as the coach. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get back with Cam Eben after this is over and say, hey, listen, Bertagnoli really got ahead of us. We got to really start working together because it looks like Cam's trying to really press the issue here. They're coming to 3 to go. I would say, hey, look, you know what? Maybe we should work together. And Nathan Nicholson goes off in turn 10, Greg. Great recovery there to keep it. So, again, that'll drop him back a little bit more.
Further, yeah.
He's got a little bit more forward bite now because he's got some gravel on the tires. But as I was talking about, I think, more of, hey, let's work together because that could be something that a younger driver really doesn't understand, that these cars, you really got to have that partner in order to draft up.
Oh, for sure, Brian. I would definitely say that. To me, it's so many times, if you could just work together until 2 laps to go, everybody could be so much further. It's really amazing to see Alex that far ahead. Yeah. And I think that's going to be a lesson and a reminder.
Yeah.
Well, and we'll see, because the next time they cross the stripe, it will be 2 laps to go. But they should have probably waited 3 or so laps before they got to that point, before they started fighting. It does now look like Eben and Borden are trying to work together. They're trying to push up. But here's the interesting thing, Brian. That last time by, Bertagnoli, who doesn't have the benefit of the draft, he doesn't have anybody bump drafting him down this 3/4 of a mile front straight here at Summit Point Raceway, 0.2 of a second faster than Borden and Eben working together. So obviously, the number 4 machine putting something together down at the bottom half of the course, what we call the talent section here at Summit Point, because it really depends on you being able to ease into the throttle and carry speed all the way back up to turn 10. And now Michael Borden has seemed to leave. He's left Cam Eben a little bit behind. He's got about 4 car lengths. Nathan Saxon now the fastest driver on track, with a time that is about 0.2 of a second faster than either of the 2 cars ahead of him. Problem is that Bertagnoli also about 0.2 of a second faster than the 2 cars behind him.
Yeah, they're coming out of turn 2. You can see they're really starting to stretch out. Nathan Nicholson dropping way back there a little bit further again, trying to make it. And then we got a little bit of the Tristan Herbert line. I tell you what, they got a little bit of a contact there between the 55 of Eben and the 16 of Nathan Saxon coming up through turn 3, Greg. You'll be able to see coming out of turn 4 down into turn 5. They're really going to be all stretched out as they're trying to do it. So Nathan Saxon and Cam Eben, a little bit of contact nose to tail there going through 3.
Yeah, it looked like going through 3. And then we've got a car off, Brian. Driver's right coming out of the chute, and looks like we've got it it will be covered in a moment here by a yellow flag, local yellow at turn number 5. He's actually just driven out of our line of sight here. We'll track and try and get that car number.
That may be the 16. That may be Saxon. That because again, that was because here comes Bertagnoli now, and then here comes.
Saxon's here. Saxon is now running in second place, Brian.
Yep. So
as he crosses the line, it is then Robusto, Cam Eben, and I think it's Michael Borden.
Actually, it is Michael.
Who is
so that's where the contact was between the 55 and Michael Borden in that 42 machine. So Michael sitting down there just out of our camera view, right off over here in turn 5. Is our leader now. Bertagnoli again should be getting the one. He should have got the one to go there at the line. He's opened up by about 25, give it 30 car lengths now over the 16 of Saxon, and then the 22 Will Robusto in there.
That's right. We are on the very last lap here at Summit Point for our Spec MX5 Challenge. Again, we are going to see them one more time today for their feature race to wrap up the afternoon.
And, Greg, I think we do have a little bit of debris there in the middle of turn 3, and the wind's going to blow it right actually back into the line. It could be part of the bumper from the 42 machine, but it looks like it's a little black piece of plastic underneath there.
All right, Brian, so we should have our leaders now coming through turn number 8, starting to head up the hill towards the bridge on the very last time, and Bertagnoli now opening up almost a 20-car length advantage over the trio of Nathan Saxon, Will Robusto, who's moved up to 3rd, and Cam Eben in the gray number 55 machine, sitting in 4th as they come out of turn 10 for the very last time in this race. Checkered flag is out, and your winner in race number 1 for Spec MX5 Challenge here at Summit Point Raceway is Alex Bertagnoli from Lakewood, Illinois. Nathan Saxon from Wakefield, Rhode Island will come home in 2nd. Cam Eben will take the 3rd step on the podium in the number 55 machine. Will Robusto finishes in 4th. Nathan Nicholson finishes in 5th in the number 95 machine. And then the trio that have been racing pretty heavy here all race long, Thomas Bogar in the number 79 machine. We'll talk about him a little bit later, as well as Aiden Coleman and Corbin Collins. They finished 6th, 7th, and 8th. And again, we had early retirements. Michael Borden finishes 2 laps down. Mac Harrison finishes 7 laps down. And Weil Kreis, unfortunately, only completes 1 lap.
And we may want to look at the 20 of Corbin Collins as he comes past the start-finish line. A lot of smoke out of the back end of the rear end of that car. And I do believe yesterday, Greg, he did have some problems yesterday during qualifying as well with that differential. So it could be the same thing. So I'm sure they will go out and check to make sure that nothing was put down. I doubt it. I'm looking here down the front stretch, and I'm not seeing anything here. But, again, something that could have happened right at the very end of this race with Corbin Collins.
All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, it's 6 feature races to round out the day. Next up is going to be, we go from the Spec MX5 Challenge to Spec Miata. They will be joined by B-Spec, and again, these are 25 laps or 50 minutes, and so stay with us here on YouTube, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Hey, let's turn on the audio. There we go. All right. So for those of you who couldn't hear us there on the stream, well, we'll bring it on back. All right. Let's, because we don't have time to start the grid over again. So starting 16th today, driving the number 18 machine from Morgantown, West Virginia, James Lindenthal. Nick Leveroni, he's going to start 15th today, driving the number 194. Starting 14th, driving the 03 machine, it is John Cavill with Jared Odrick starting 13th in the number 127 car. Starting 12th in the number 46 machine from Binghamton, New York, Domenico Luigi. Then we've got starting 11th, driving the number 178 car, it's Ted Cahall. Douglas Ahn will start 10th in the 00 machine with Brian Price starting 9th, driving the number 51 car. Starting 8th, driving the 134 machine from Colts Neck, New Jersey, it's Thomas Paulino. Cam Gruber will start 7th in the number 24 machine. He's from right outside our front gates, practically, Winchester, Virginia. Matthew Sisson will start 6th today in the number 43 car, with Kristen Sarnecki starting 5th in the number 44. Jeremy Butts will start 4th. He's driving the 69 machine with Dan Conway in the number 198 car starting 3rd. And your front row, driving the number 63 Mazda Miata from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, it is John Hotz with Robbie Hines, your pole sitter, with a 127.296 is his qualifying time, and he takes the green flag and leads the field, Brian, down towards turn 1.
Robbie Hines got a great jump with a great push from Dan Conway as they head down into turn 1. John Hotz on the outside leading that was about a car length and a half. We got a little bit of lockup there in our front couple of rows that may have been from the 69 there of Jeremy Butts. They head down through turns 1 and 2. Now John Hotz fights back with Robbie Hines on the outside of turn 2 as they come up into turn 3. Now give the lead to John Hotz over Robbie Hines. Look for those two to work together. Jeremy Butts side by side with Dan Conway. Dan Conway gets a great drive off of turn 3. He's going to pull ahead of Jeremy Butts. And then you've got Zarnecki sitting back there waiting to determine where they go as they head down the chute in through turn 4, coming down into our camera view into turn 5. It is still John Hotz with Robbie Hines right behind.
All right, and in our B-Spec field, Brian, it is Steve Introne and Rich Roman, the two minis, who got the jump. We then have J.B. Swan and Chris Taylor running 3rd and 4th with Caden Air, and it looks like we may be down one of B-Spec car here today. It looks like we've only got 4 drivers who took the green flag.
We'll keep an eye on that. Here comes our leaders in our SM Class Spec Miata. They're coming up underneath the bridge now, heading down into turn 10. It is still going to be leading. John Hotz leading over Robbie Hines, then Dan Conway about a car length and a half back as they get ready to cross the start-finish line. Then throw in the 44 of Christian Zarnecki and then Jeremy Butts sitting in 5th. Open up a little bit of further back there in the 6th position is Matthew Sissons, followed by Camden Gruber, and then the 00 of Douglas Ahn. They go down into turn 1. Lots of lockup there, and I'm not sure if that was Robbie Hines or to John Hotz, but now we've got, guys, Greg, a lot of lockup going down into turn 1. These guys are still starting to get on these brakes and get some heat in them. They just are not slowing down. I've seen at least 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 cars, 8 cars now with a lot of lockup going through, and we got one car smoking really bad in the back half of the field.
Yeah, we do, and I think that may be possibly Luke Russell, or probably not Luke Russell. That may be Spencer Bogar there, or Bill Dodd. We'll have to check. We do have a car that is off over by the outside of turn 5 that is stalled out. They're still trying to get that car started, and I believe they finally have, as turn 5 has dropped that yellow flag condition. A little bit further back in B-Spec, it is Steve Introne, your leader today. He's got the move early on with Rich Roman, yesterday's winner, running 2nd. Chris Taylor in his Mazda 2, he is running 3rd. And then we've got, well, I guess we do have the 5 cars. We got Luke Russell and we got J.B. Swan, all 5 of them. And most of them now locked up pretty much nose to tail here to start this race, as J.B. Swan maybe has fallen a little bit off the pace, Brian.
We'll have to take a look here, but looking down into turn number 2, Greg, that may be the 144 of Kip Gaynor. Here comes our leaders right now. Coming down, still leading, John Hotz over Robbie Hines. Now Dan Conway, Christian Zarnecki in Jeremy Butts, close in tail. Those two are going to try to go side by side going in turn 1. John Hotz still leading Robbie Hines. Dan Conway now is closing up on Robbie Hines. Remember, you've got that yellow flag sitting there until they get past the vehicle sitting on driver's right of turn 2. Again, I do believe that could be Kip Gaynor. We'll take a look at the scoring pylon here in a second, but I do believe that that's who that is, Greg.
All right here, and actually, I think, well, we'll take a look. I think it might actually be Zach Moore in the 38 machine.
Yeah, maybe.
So
Okay.
Robbie Hines took the win yesterday with Christian Sarnecki out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, finishing in second. And Brian, we do have some emergency services vehicles responding to a car. If that may be the stalled car over at turn 5, we'll try and get a hold of that. But if you look at the front of the field right now for this feature race, and again, it is 25 laps or 50 minutes. I'll get that right before the end of the week. A lot of local talent up at the front of the field. John Hotz, regular Mars Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series winner here at Summit Point. Of course, Robbie Hines, who is out of the D.C. region, races both in Spec Miata and also in his T3. Nissan, former national champion Dan Conway as well, race winner here in Spec Miata, as well as Jeremy Butts. And really that outlier is Sarnecki, who is still up in the in that top 5 in the red number 44 machine, currently running in 4th as John Hotz continues to lead Robbie Hines, Conway, Sarnecki, and Jeremy Butts as well. Down in the one in the local caution, there is a car off, Brian, at turn number 2. And looking to see if we can actually pick it up on the cameras. And I think it's just beyond our camera's view. We do have the emergency services vehicle driver's right. And there is a car now that is under tow. And you're right, that is Kip Gaynor over by turn number 2, Brian, that they've got under tow, and they're pulling him out.
Yeah, they're pulling him up now. They're going to get this crossover. We got a little bit of 2x2 action as they come up on that, and they had to make some pretty good evasive action. That is actually, I believe, the 38, Greg. That is not Kip Gaynor that they are pulling. So that is the 38. Right there. So, again, a lot of smoke coming out of that.
Zach Moore. Yeah.
So that is Zach Moore. So, again, that obviously is something very terminal. Let's jump back to the B-Spec here real quick, Greg. Steve Intron opened up by about 35 car lengths over the next car there.
I think it's Chris Taylor in the 92.
Yeah. Yep.
The white Mazda 2, and the big surprise here, Rich Roman, yesterday's race winner in the red 103. Who was Intron's partner at the runoffs all last year. He is running a very distant 4th right now. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, Intron has opened up a huge advantage on the rest of the field, and I think a lot of that was helped by that emergency services pickup there over by turn 2, which really mixed things up.
Yeah, that and the lap before, I think there was a little bit of a mix-up there, and, Rich got moved back. But, again, remember, Greg, we're going a little bit longer race than some of our normal guys that race here, the John Hotz, Robbie Hines, Dan Conway, even Jeremy Butts. We normally only go 20 laps, as now we got 3 wide coming down the front stretch here between Roman, Taylor, and the next machine there is going to be Luke Russell. They go and now give second place to Rich Roman. So a great drive off of turn 10. They went 3 wide down the start-finish line. So now look for Rich Roman to get caught back up and try to catch Steve Intron.
Yeah, here we go. Is Chris Taylor side by side now going down into turn 3 with Rich Roman. They've got the number 34 machine right behind him, that 34 driven by Luke Russell. And then we've got the JB Swan Chevy Sonic about 5 car lengths back from there. He's still trying to catch up to that lead pack, but a great battle right now in B-Spec, albeit for second position, as Steve Intron started to open up his advantage. As we jump back over to Spec Miata with our leaders now. Again, still, John Hotz, the white number 63 machine. Robbie Hines, who's just run the fastest lap of the race, right in the draft of John Hotz. They had about a little bit of a breakaway from Dan Conway and Sarnecki. Jeremy Butts has fallen a little bit off that lead pack, but not by much. But then it is Matt Sisson running in 6th. He's got Cam Gruber along with them in that second pack.
Yeah, Cam Gruber able to make that pass for 6, Greg. Those two have been battling pretty much the last 2 or 3 laps here. Cam Gruber out in front. We'll see whether or not those two can go faster with Gruber leading. Here comes our B-Spec now. Steve Intron, again, 35 car lengths. Rich Roman, and then Chris Taylor, and then Luke Russell there. They're not going away either, so a little bit difference here between the minis now and the two of the Luke Russell and Chris Taylor. A lot of speed, a lot of run out of here. here in this group right now.
Yeah, and so, we've seen that the Minis have a little bit more straight line speed, I think, than the Mazda 2s. The Mazda 2s have been known probably as the better handling of the B-Spec machines, but it's not going to help when you have Luke Russell poke his nose to the inside going into turn one, right behind, by the way, the person who's doing all the prep on his car, Chris Taylor, directly in front of him. And that allowed Rich Roman to actually open things up by about 2 car lengths now going into one. And, every car length in B-Spec is critical. It is very difficult to make ground up because, the Minis might be a little bit faster in a straight line. The Mazda 2 is a little bit better off the corners, but we're talking, a mile an hour here, a mile an hour there. It's very difficult to make up ground.
Yeah, it is very, very tough. I'll tell you what, Greg, coming back here to this Spec Miata group here, our leaders now, as they come out of turn 3 and head up into turn 4 and go down into the chute, it's a 5-car breakaway now. They've really started to open up over Camden Gruber and Matthew Sissons, and then drop back a little bit further to Nick Leveroni and Thomas Polino in that 134 machine. Again, those guys, still trying to take it easy right now. Again, still too early.
All right, so that last time by Dan Conway, the fastest of the Spec Miata drivers, as we've got our B-Spec field heading down into turn 1 right now, or at least a good portion of the B-Spec field is Chris Taylor goes deep on Rich Roman under braking, and as they come out of turn 2, Chris Taylor comes right across the nose of the red Mini of Roman. He's got second place, but Roman tries to come down the inside going into turn 3, not able to make it work. For a moment there, we had the 34 machine of Luke Russell. He took a look to try and pin Roman to the inside of turn 3. Could not make that work, but we got some big changes, I think, coming up here in Spec Miata, Brian.
Yeah, Robbie Hines able to get ahead of John Hodge just past the start-finish line. I think John saw better of it, thought better of it. Going into turn 1, let Robbie go. Now he drops back to second place. Again, those two have been working together since the start. Dan Conway still sitting in third with Christian Zarnecki and then Jeremy Butts. That's your top 5. I think with 18 laps to go, these guys will start riding around now.
Yeah, and so we've got that lead pack. We've got still Cam Gruber and Matt Sisson working together. It's then about another 15 car lengths back to Nick Leveroni. Leveroni in the 194 machine. He's got Doug On. He's got Tom Paulino. He's got Ted Cahall as well in tow, as these groups are. And, as we were talking to Bethany during the Spec MX5 Challenge race, where you thought that, these racers would use the opportunity to maybe draft up to the pack ahead. It looks like these Spec Miata drivers, they're doing just that, where the Spec MX5 Challenge racers did not.
Yeah, and again, that's a 13-lap sprint race again, and we were talking, like you just said, we were talking to her, and, they're thinking they can get everything they get. When they come back, I think you'll see a different race here in the 25. Back to the B-Spec real quick, as Steve Intro now goes up through turn 3. I think the 3 other cars of the 92, Chris Taylor, Rich Roman, and Luke Russell, I think they've decided to just settle in a little bit. That's the only way they're going to catch Intron, even though he's by himself, and 3 sometimes are faster than 1. When you get into that B-Spec class, you've got to have nose to tail.
Exactly. All right, and nose to tail, our leaders in Spec Miata coming through turns 1 and going into turn 2 right now, and it is now Robbie Hines for the second lap in a row. He is your leader going into turn 1. John Hotz running second. Conway, Sarnecki, Butts, your top 5. That is that first breakaway group, and then about another at this point, about another 15 car lengths back to Cam Gruber and Matt Sisson, who still, they're not locked nose to tail. There's about a car length and a half separating them, but they are still making up a little bit of ground very slowly on our lead pack. That third group now, Domenico Luigi in the orange, or probably the yellow and red number 46 car. He's starting to separate out just a little bit from the pack ahead. He's gotten around Leveroni on and Ted Cahall.
Yeah, I tell you what, last time by, I was watching the 0-3 there, Jonathan Cavall. He's a lap car at this point. Yeah. Camden Gruber kind of somewhat used him as a pick to go ahead and gather the position back over Matthew Sissons. He had lost that coming out of the front stretch, and then able to get 2 for 1 going into 1. Here comes our leaders now. Robbie Hines opening up by about 2 car lengths. Now Dan Conway, Christian Zarnecki, they're going to get a run on Hotz going down into 1. We'll see whether Conway is going to do. Hotz pulls out just a little bit to the right to get onto the right rear of Robbie Hines as they head down into turn one. Conway's got to get back in line with Christian Zarnecki right there, hot on his tail.
And that was a real heads-up move by John Hotz. All he did was he shifted the car over, Brian, about a half a car width from driver's left from the traditional braking zone going into turn number one. And that was enough to really halt the charge from Dan Conway and Christian Zarnecki. Zarnecki, by the way, just having set the fast lap of the race, with Jeremy Butts kind of sitting there waiting to see how things played out. But as soon as Hotz just shifted over that tiny little bit, we saw Conway Zarnecki kind of let out of the throttle a little bit because they thought the full block was on.
Yeah, and I think he was just trying to do it just to, like you said, just to break a little bit of the draft. Here comes our B-Spec leader, Steve Introne, and the rest of the group coming out of turn 10 right now, headed down the start-finish line. Now Chris Taylor, Luke Russell, they've gotten back ahead of Rich Roman. So where the speed Roman had yesterday doesn't really have it today.
Yeah, and it could be down to the colder temperatures here that the tires just aren't working for them. All of these B-Spec cars, they are on a spec. By the way, Luke Russell now getting around Chris Taylor going down into turn number one. They are all on a spec hand-cooked tire here in the series, spec size. They all, for the most part, use the same shock packages, most of them using a Bilstein shock package. As going through turn three, now Chris Taylor dropping 2 positions. He now falls back behind Rich Roman. He's going to be back in fourth position.
Change up front in our spec Miata and give it now. Robbie Hines is your leader. Now Dan Conway in second, Christian Zarnecki in third, and now Jeremy Butts in fourth. John Hotz is going to fall all the way back to fifth there. Thought better of it going through turns 1 and 2. Didn't really want to put up the fight here. Was still 15 laps to go in this race. John going to comfortable to sit back there in fifth now and just ride around.
Yeah, I would say kind of just bide his time as we are only about 15 minutes into this race. We are 10 laps in. We have 15 laps remaining. And Brian, I think what happened, we saw as John Hotz turned in, it might have been a little bit late on the turn, and he got trapped to the outside going the long way around turns 1 and 2. And just had probably around 50 to 75 feet more ground that he had to cover, and those other drivers are able to come right underneath them coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, no, exactly. Conway and Zarnecki got a great run right out of, just past the start-finish line. Here come our leaders again, but they had a great run. As soon as they crossed the start-finish line, John tried to pull out what he did the last lap before, not able to hold it off, and with that run, Dan Conway now in second place, Zarnecki in third, Jeremy Butts in fourth again, John Hodson fifth. John's starting to fall back just a little bit here and there, so that car may be starting to go away really after 10 laps into this race.
All right, and now, although they had been separated by about 2 car lengths before, Cam Gruber and Matt Sisson now are lock nose to tail, running almost identical lap times, but they are about 0.4 of a second working together, Brian, off of what our lead 5 are driving. They are actually falling back a little bit towards our third pack, which is for the moment made up with Nick Leveroni, who's really separated himself out that orange and blue flat out motorsports car, kind of sitting on an island onto his own. He's got about 10 car lengths separating him and Douglas on, with Ted Cahall another 15 car lengths back from there. So things really starting to stretch out here in a good portion of the field, except for that top 5.
Yeah, that top 5 staying nose to tail in there. It looks like we have the 19. That's one of the heirs. They have their John Air. It looks like his day is done as he has just made that right-hand turn.
All right, and Brian, if we jump over and take a look at B-Spec, now it is a 2-car fight, no longer a 3-car fight for second in B-Spec, as we've got Luke Russell in the orange and blue number 34 Mazda 2. He is running second right now with yesterday's winner, Rich Roman, running in third. Chris Taylor, who had been part of that pack, he is now fallen back almost 20 car lengths there, and JB Swan, he's getting consumed. Actually, Swan just now coming down into turn 1, he's getting all caught up in a lot of the Spec Miata traffic as they're working their way through.
Yeah, you could see a little bit of a gap there between Robbie Hines now and Dan Conway as they come out of 2, headed up into 3. I think that JB Swan machine got involved in that coming out of turn 10 a little bit. So Conway and Zarnecki and Butts had to check up a little bit there. We're actually getting away from that. Remember, Greg, they're going to get ready to come up on our Rich Roman and that Luke Russell machine probably on the backside of this racetrack, if not by turn 10. So that's going to come into play as well. As intro now goes up into turn 8, here comes Russell, here comes Roman, and we should be seeing our Spec Miata leaders here just momentarily coming up through turn 8. So I would say probably around turn 2 or turn 3 with that speed difference, you may end up seeing them get into that within the next lap or two. Here comes Russell. Here comes Roman right now. Here comes our leader of Robbie Hines, and Robbie Hines is opened up by about 4 car lengths. Give it 5 car lengths, actually, back to Dan Conway, and then Christian Zarnecki, and now you have Jeremy Butts and John Hotz. They're going to start to work together, but Robbie Hines opened up by about 5 or 6 car lengths all by himself as they head down into turn 1. They're going to start to come up on the Chris Taylor machine here out of turn 2, Greg.
All right, so here we'll take a look now as they come up towards turn number 3, where about a car length separating those machines now, and going all the way into the dirt side by side is Jeremy Butts, and that was Zarnecki along with them, with Butts driver's right heading down towards turn number 3, and was able to gather it back up, Brian, as he was coming right to that transition where we've got the 2 crossover roads. It was definitely looking a little bit hairy there. I don't know if Zarnecki knew that he'd moved the 69 machine that far over.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy Butts got a great run coming out of 2 and just held that line going through there. And you're right, I don't think Christian knew that he was there, that was going to be able to make that move pretty tight there. Jeremy had to actually get on the brakes just a little bit harder, a little bit sooner to let Christian in that number 44 go ahead and continue on. If not, that could have been a little bit of a hairy action right there.
Yeah, absolutely here. As our leaders now coming out of turn 10, leaders in Spec Miata coming in turn 10, they're going to be coming up onto that B-Spec fight. And Brian, I think Rich Roman, speaking of B-Spec, might have some problems with the car. He's just pulled over driver's right and let Luke Wilson go here as we now probably Luke Russell, not Luke Wilson. Great, an okay actor, Luke Russell. But going down into turn 1, it's Hines who has opened up now about a 3 car length advantage over Dan Conway in that green number 198 machine. Conway still with Zarnecki, Butts, and John Hotz in close pursuit. There as they're going to be coming up on that number 34 Mazda 2, who now has sole possession of second place in B-Spec without the pressure from Rich Roman, who did indeed pull that car. He hasn't pulled the car over, but
Rich Roman is coming through the back
paddock now,
through paddock. So he made the right hand turn just past the start finish line in that crossover. Now he's driving it back. It looks like it may have just stalled on him or cut off because it was an abrupt right hand turn to get off the racetrack there, and then sat there for a second until he could get it refunded.
Well, I think he saw the Spec Miata leaders coming up behind him and wanted to get that thing off the pavement as quickly as possible.
He's not used to having that. He's used to being where he's the one doing the passing, not getting passed.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
He understands that. Here comes our leaders now, Greg, out of turn 10. And now you've got the Luke Russell there. That is going to be in between our leader there. Dan Conway's going to get a good run off of the turn 10 and use Russell as a little bit of a draft. So Zarnecki, they're trying to catch Robbie Hines. I'll tell you what, Greg, it's good to see Robbie Hines out there by himself running a little bit faster than the next 4. But I tell you what, that could be as we get to the end here. Again, 10 laps to go. That could mean Robbie's a sitting duck if they start to work together.
It's quite possible. So Zarnecki was under attack by Jeremy Butts going down into turn 1 as they had both cleared Luke in the 34 Mazda 2. And there was really nowhere for Jeremy Butts to go to move over. He had the 34 car right beside him there and was able to pull up alongside of Zarnecki pretty much because it was the only place for him to go. And Zarnecki, though, was able to maintain the position from the outside and took that long way around, keeping the number 69 machine back and forth. John Hotz, at the very last second, he was in the braking zone right behind the Mini, or probably right behind the Mazda 2, and he was trying to figure out should he move to the inside on the 34 machine or hold station. He moved to the inside. I think he realized that he probably wouldn't have been able to get a good drive off the corner if he was behind the Mazda 2.
Yeah, and our front four right there, they have kind of opened up a gap between each of them. Here comes Robbie Hines out of turn 10. Again, he's probably 6-7 car lengths now to Conway and Zarnecki, and then another car length back to Jeremy Butts. As they were going through turn 3 when they were trying to get around that Luke Russell machine, they kind of broke apart a little bit. Now our second and third place, they're nose to tail. And then, like I said about another car, now Zarnecki's going to go side by side with Conway down into turn 1. We'll see whether or not he's able to make that pass, and it does look like he's going to make it stick. We'll see as they come out of turn 2 whether or not he can hold it, and it does look like he's going to, Greg. So gives Christian Zarnecki that second place position as now our leader goes in front of Steve Introne, our B-Spec leader, and they head up through turn 3. But now that brings Jeremy Butts and John Hotz back in there. So the second, third, fourth, and fifth place cars, they're nose to tail.
All right, so Brian, let's take a look now as our drivers are coming down, our leaders are coming down through turn 5. We may see here as we see Introne getting hung out to dry on the outside of the chute as Zarnecki, as Conway, Butts, and Hotz try to get around that Mini. They do it, and Introne pins the car all the way to driver's left so that they can come underneath them.
Kind of the ideal line.
Or outside them, I mean.
Kind of the ideal line you want to run, but in that situation, he's just trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he had the ideal line through 5 itself, going through the chute, through the fastest part of the track, though. He was all the way out there, barely kept the left-hand tires on the pavement, on the blacktop, was able to gather the car back up.
Yeah, here comes our leaders now, and you can see they're really spread out. Jeremy Butts sticking his hand out the window to Dan Conway saying, hey, let's just stick in line. We still got plenty of time here. You got 8 laps. Jeremy Butts not really wanting to make a move right now. He's comfortable to sit back there. I guarantee you they all know what lap it is.
Yeah.
So, again, Jeremy is one who does that a lot. He will stick his hand out the window and say, hey, let's just stay in line. Let's not force anything right now. That way the three of us can catch back up to Robbie Hines. I'm sure John Hotz, sitting back there in 5th place, was able to go ahead and pick that up as well.
Yeah, and you know, it should be noted that Conway, Butts, and Hotz have raced on track together quite a bit and in very close proximity. I think they know how to work this out. Zarnecki being the outsider right now. Of course, again, Zarnecki finished second yesterday and did incredibly well, and he's sitting in the catbird seat right now behind yesterday's winner, Robbie Hines. But you know, again, the 3 drivers right behind him, they've got the one advantage, and that's, you know, prior knowledge of how each one can race.
And most drivers will not stick their hand out the window if they don't have to. But you know, when Jeremy Butts' arms are just as long as his legs, he's the only one that really can do that. So here comes our leaders now. They're going to be coming up on the 57 machine. That is going to be the Andre Ivanescu. As they go down into turn 1. But a pretty big gap right now back between first and second. Now Jeremy Butts, when we saw it last time by, though, John, he's going to go dive down into the right of turn 1, try to set up Dan Conway. I don't think Jeremy's going to make that stick. Jeremy's going to end up going back into 5th place because John Hotz is going to go to the outside there. Now they're going to go side by side. John Hotz tucks in behind Dan Conway. Give John Hotz 4th place. Jeremy Butts back to 5th.
Yeah, and you know, Brian, you could kind of see that one coming a mile away as John Hotz went down into, or probably not John Hotz, but Jeremy Butts went down into turn number 1. He moved that car a long ways over driver's right, probably 3/4 of the way to the right edge of the track, and one left a huge gap, between the cars to his left, but it really compromised his entry into that corner, was really going to compromise his ability to drive out of the corner. And John Hotz, who took the traditional entry from driver's left, was able to turn in, wasn't able to get down to the apex, but he didn't have to really put much of a load on those front tires and was able to get the power down. Yeah,
able to get that drive off, just like you said. Yeah, no, absolutely staying out there, doing the right thing there. As here comes our leaders now out of turn 10, Robbie Hines. And, you know, they've got that Andre Ivanescu machine in between them. But I do not see Dan Conway in this group right now. So I am not sure what happened to Dan Conway. But now it is Robbie Hines Christian Zarnecki, now John Hotz, and then Jeremy Butts. That's third and fourth. So we'll have to figure out where Dan Conway is.
He is
Dan
on
Conway's
the pit lane.
on pit lane, so something must have happened. Again, we're getting down into this 6 laps to go here. So
what was 5 is now 4, Brian.
that is correct.
And
Greg.
Yeah,
and Robbie Hines really has opened up that lead over that. So now you've got John Hotz. He's got to work with Christian Zarnecki to try to catch Robbie Hines with 6 laps to go.
Yeah, and that did open up a huge gap with Conway dropping out. What we then saw, and it looks like Hotz and Butts have been able to close back up to Zarnecki, but there was a rather large gap there back from Zarnecki to John Hotz as they came out of turn 10 going down the front straight. And I think the 69 and the 63 made that up onto braking in the turn 1.
Yep. Nope. Absolutely. So those 3 are going to now be nose to tail, but it's going to be really hard pressed unless he gets into some pretty heavy traffic to catch Robbie Hines.
All right, and they're coming out of turn 8 now, making their way up the hill. We see once again Robbie Hines in that light blue number 4 machine with a rather large advantage for Spec Miata. And when we say large, we're talking now, about 10, 12 car lengths here coming down the front straight. Zarnecki takes a little move to the inside to driver's right to hold off the number 63 machine, but then moves over. John Hotz, who just ran the fastest lap of anyone, locks up the brakes going deep into turn 1, Brian, and I think Zarnecki's going to be able to pull off the over-under as they come through turn 2 and make their way to turn 3. We saw how deep the 63 car went in the turn 1, and we just kind of knew it wasn't going to work for him.
Yeah, with 5 laps to go, I think John Hotz thinks he is a little bit faster than Christian Zarnecki and was able to try to drive down in there deep. The classic over-under. You and I have seen this many times here at this racetrack and even done it a couple of times at this racetrack. And so sometimes when that happens, you just can't make that stick.
That's right. And so that last time by Robbie Hines, he's seen his advantage slowly get smaller. But, we're talking only the difference of maybe 1/10 of a second per lap. It's not much. He may have let out just a little bit. He's not going 11/10 right now, maybe only 10/10, but certainly with John Hotz making that move down into turn 1 or attempting that move in turn 1, that's given a little more clearance to Robbie Hines.
And last time by, John Hotz set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:26.2. So John Hotz feels like he is a little bit faster here. Here comes the next 3, Robbie Hines. Greg, we talked about it. It was 12, 13 car lengths. I'm going to say it's down by about 10. So these 3, Zarnecki and now Jeremy Butts and John Hotz, they're going to work together. They've been here a long time doing this. They're going to try to work together to get around Christian Zarnecki and try to pull up and try to catch Rob Conway.
There you go. And as they go down into turn 1, we saw Jeremy Butts maybe give a little bit of a tap to John Hotz in the braking zone, and John Hotz in that white number 63 machine. He is now moved up in the second position. Zarnecki drops back in the third. Jeremy Butts in the dark blue and yellow number 69 machine still sits in fourth. That last time by Jeremy Butts, who was at the tail end of that train, was our fastest driver on track. He resets the fast lap, a 1:26.18.
I got to tell you, there is some of these tires are starting to go away a little bit, Greg, right? Fuel's starting to burn off, even here in these Miatas, and we're going to talk about this a lot when our larger group comes out here. But now that we're getting into a position here where most of these guys are not used to running this long of laps, especially here, some of the regulars that are here that are competing in the majors. They've never really run 25 laps unless they've run the majors here, or an endurance race.
Yeah.
It's starting to go away.
Yeah, and typically here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and we've said a number of the drivers here racing this weekend do race in the Mars Series. The typical feature length race is 20 laps. So, we've got the 5 extra laps right now, and now as our leaders cross the front stripe, only 3 laps remaining. So we've gone beyond that length that they normally run. Robbie Hines now, our leader, he's got about a 10 car length advantage over John Hotz. Zarnecki takes a look to the inside, going under braking into turn 1, realized he was not going to be able to get deep enough without that dive bomb. He gets back in line behind the 63 of John Hotz, and then we've got Jeremy Butts still running in 4th position, locked to the bumper of the red number 44.
I'll tell you what, it is very impressive to watch Robbie Hines go out and run and open that up. I know that there was some lap traffic there in between, to spread that out a little bit when we had the Dan Conway pulling off. But I tell you what, he is really running away from those next three of Hot, Zarnecki, and Butts. So, we've been talking about John Hotz and Jeremy Butts the last several laps. Now throw a Zarnecki in the middle of it.
So, a neat little battle that I've been watching here, Brian, and this is the battle for ninth right now. We've got Ted Cahall in the red number 178 machine, and he's got Douglas on up ahead. He's dropped off a little bit, and he's got Tom Paulino behind. On in the 0-0 machine, actually running in 8th, Cahall 9th, Tom Paulino running in 10th position. And they just stretched out a little bit coming through turn 1, as it looked like Cahall did not get a good drive out of there. But great fights all the way through. A little bit further back in the pack, we've got looks like Kip Gaynor, who of course had that issue early on. He's with Ed Kudarakis in the number 13 machine, and Robert Cahall in the red number 08 machine. That is the battle for 17th position. So a good fight going on there as well.
Yeah, here comes our leaders now. They're going to come up on the
JB
on
Swan,
the three of the JB Swan. So they're going to go around him. That's going to give Robbie Hines just a little bit more of a breathing gap there. But I tell you what, Hotz and Zarnecki are starting to get back nose to tail. And Greg, that lead is now down to about 4 car lengths as they went through turn 3. We'll look on the camera here and we'll see how close it is. And right now, when I'm looking at it, you've got John Hotz of about 2.5, 3 car lengths now going through turn 5 to Robbie Hines.
Yeah, with just a lap and a half to go, Brian, because the next time when our leaders come by, they will be getting that 1 to go signal. So Robbie Hines, who has definitely been in, I'd say, maintenance mode now for the last 7 or 8 laps or so, starting to fall back a little bit as he's had to work his way through traffic. And they are now making their way up towards turn 10 here, and Robbie Hines with about an 8 car length advantage over John Hotz in that white number 63 machine. Zarnecki about car length and a half back, and we see Hotz moving to center of track. He is already thinking defense on the 44 machine as we are working the last lap here in Spec Miata. Looks like we just had a driver go for the long ride through the gravel trap at turn number 1. And I don't think that's going to affect that battle for the lead as they come out of turn 2 and come towards turn 3, Brian.
And Greg, it's gotten a lot closer than that coming out of turn 2, headed down into turn 3. John Hotz now about a car length and a half behind Robbie Hines. When they came down across the start-finish line, as you said, John Hotz moved to the driver's right. Zarnecki went with him. That broke the draft there for Robbie Hines, and they ended up going. Robbie Hines now only a 127 flat last time by. Again, trying to get through that lap traffic. Zarnecki and Hotz going just a little bit faster, about 0.8 of a second there.
All right, and so as our leaders now make their way down the bottom of the track through the carousel section here on the very last lap in Spec Miata, want to point out that everybody should listen to our hype man, Brad Gould, and if you like what you're seeing, go ahead and give us a thumbs up here and subscribe to the DC Region YouTube channel as our leaders coming out of turn number 10. And our leader, Robbie Hines, he's got all of a half a car length advantage on John Hotz. Zarnecki is about 3 car lengths back from there, but Robbie Hines, he's going to hold on. He is going to take the win in Spec Miata. John Hotz, margin of victory for Hines over Hotz, 0.02 of a second. Christian Zarnecki will finish in 3rd. Jeremy Butts finishes in 4th, just ran the fastest lap of anyone. And Matt Sisson, Cam Gruber, who were together for the majority of this race, they finish, Brian, 49 thousandths of a second apart at the line. That was the battle for 5th. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get up to that lead pack. Camden Gruber will finish in 6th position behind Sisson, as we said. Nick Leveroni, 7th. Douglas on in the 0-0 machine. He comes home in 8th, margin of over Ted Cahall. 0.1 of a second. Thomas Paulino, another 1/10 of a second back from there, will finish in 10th. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Our next group up is going to be our first of 1.5 open wheel groups. We're going to have our large Formula cars, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2. We may even have a couple prototype cars thrown in for good measure. So we'll be back here in just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway, where you are watching the 2023 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. We'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and still a somewhat windy day out here, Brian. I think we mentioned our cameraman down at Turn 1.
He had too much coffee this morning,
Yeah,
plus he's standing in the wind. No, we really don't have we don't have a camera guy down there. People are probably going, wow, they got camera guy? No, we don't have a camera guy down there, and the wind blows a little bit. I tell you what, it is blowing nothing like it did last night. I got to tell you. Sleeping there in that motorhome, I woke up twice going, I'm going to end up like Dorothy and Toto. I'm going to end up in the Wizard of Oz somewhere.
But, it is still windy, and that might affect the drivers that are heading out right now, Brian, for their feature race, for their 25-lap race, and that is our Big Wings group, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, the prototypes, Prototype 1, Prototype 2, and also don't want to forget FE2 as well. So why don't we take a look at the starters for this race.
Starting 14th in his Formula Continental from Laurel, Maryland, number 43 of Leslie Walker. Starting 13th in his Formula Enterprises 2 from Herndon, Virginia, the number 11 of Justin Huffman. Starting in the 12th position from Catlett, Virginia, and I do believe he had an issue yesterday in that Formula Continental, number 35 of Chaz Schaefer. Starting in the 11th position from Fairmont, West Virginia, in his P2 machine, the number 49 of Pat Wildfire. Starting in 10th position in that Formula Atlantic 2 from Herndon, Virginia, that's the number 89 of Jamison Huffman. Starting in the 9th position from Beaver, Pennsylvania, the 03 in a Formula Continental, that is Greg Peluso. Starting in the 8th position from Wyndon, Massachusetts, in the number 21 P1 machine of Todd Parks. Starting in the 7th position from Ranson, West Virginia, in another Formula Enterprise 2, the number 10 of Keith McDonald. Starting in the 6th position from Finksburg, Maryland, the number 33 in a Formula Enterprise 2 machine, that is Sam Harrington. Starting in the 5th position from Durwood, Maryland, in a Formula Continental, number 26 of Rick Silver. Starting in the 4th position from Oakton, Virginia, the number 49 in a Formula Continental, 45, that is Chuck Moran. Starting in the 3rd position from Effort, Pennsylvania, in another Formula Continental, that's the 41 of Glenn Cordova. And starting on the front row in number 8 from Frankfort, Ohio, in a Formula Atlantic, that is Austin Hill. And starting on the pole with a time of 1:14.790 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the number 81 in a Formula Continental, that is the Tim Miner machine.
That's right. Tim's representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. Brian, lights are out on the pace car, and it should be coming into the pits here momentarily, where he will turn the field over to Tim Miner with Austin Hill. And we'll take a look to see whether or not we have Chaz Schaefer out here today. I don't believe we do. Chaz Schaefer was the driver whose engine had expired at the end of yesterday's race. Green flag is in the air. Austin Hill, in his Formula Atlantic Ligier, that's a Formula 3 chassis, jumps out to an early lead. Now, a lot of brake lockup from Tim Miner as they come down into turn number 1 in that battle for the lead in Formula Continental. Now, Austin Hill yesterday took the overall win, with Miner finishing second, first in Continental, Chuck Moran finishing second in class, Glenn Cordova third in class. That was your Formula Continental field, with Sam Harrington taking the win in FE2.
I'll tell you what, Cordova was right on the back gearbox. And when I say on the back gearbox, he was up in the gearbox of the 81 Tim Miner coming out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3. They separated just a little bit as Austin Hill has broken away by about 3 or 4 car lengths. But now as we look down into turn 5, it does look like Tim Miner and Glenn Cordova, they're going to get by the Austin Hill. We're going to take a look at this coming out of turn 8, Greg, but it looks like they were able to go get right side next to him, being too wide coming through there, so we'll have to see.
All right, and as they come up the hill, let's take a look. Indeed, it is Tim Miner as your leader, and looks like Austin Hill now has slotted into 3rd position overall between Cordova and Chuck Moran as they come out of turn number 10 and onto the front straight. And it just may be a question of cold tires there early on, and Austin Hill, our sole Formula Atlantic car in the field today, as he comes down the inside, he's going to try to shove that car deep through and past Glenn Cordova as they go into turn 1. We'll see if he can make that stick.
Yeah, he was able to tuck back in behind Cordova, not able to get deep enough in there. Now he looks like he's going to make a move to driver's left there but had to think better of it. Cordova shuts the door and heads up to turn 3. So, again, I think that Austin Hill's trying to get heat in those brakes and those tires, Greg, because I think he was the one who had the major lockup on the left side rear headed down into turn 1. When we look down into turn 5, Tim Minor starting to open up this lead.
All right, so a nice little battle starting to shape up also, Brian, for the lead in FE2 with Sam Harrington in the number 33 machine, Keith McDonald in the blue number 10. They did have Todd Parks' prototype car go and get around them coming out of turn 2, going towards turn 3. I figured as soon as Parks had some heat in the tires, he'd probably be in a position to do that. But both Harrington and McDonald have left the two Huffmans, son Jameson, father Justin, a little bit further behind. It was interesting. Yesterday was Jameson Huffman's first time in the Formula Enterprises 2 machine in the dry. And in talking to him last night, they were having both Jameson's and Justin's cars have just been converted over from the original FE layout, so new engines, new transmissions in them. And Jameson was having some issues with downshifts to third gear, also flat shift upshifts, which is typically, and these are, I believe, the same transmissions that are actually used in the Spec Racer Fords, Brian, the SADEV sequential 6-speeds. And I believe in many cases that is actually comes down to an ECU tuning thing. It is not a mechanical issue.
Right.
But they were going to look at it last night. They may have been looking at it this morning as well.
Yeah, he just went through, talk about Jameson, just went to turn 3 with Pat Wildfire right on his back. Greg, I'm looking at this Austin Hill, and after about 2 laps already, he may have some type of either a mechanical issue on that machine, or it's just not really running just yet where it needs to be. He's really struggling to get past Cordova. I think he was able to make that pass the last time. Here he is coming out of turn 10. I think Cordova was able to give it to him going out of turn 3 as Tim Minor now goes down into turn 1. Pretty big gap between him in that Formula Antic of Austin Hill. So I think Austin's still trying to get that machine up underneath him.
Yeah, as Tim Minor, who is your overall leader in Formula Continental, that last time by still almost 0.7 of a second faster than Austin Hill's Atlanta, because we've got a car, Brian, that's at turn 1.
It looks like that may be the 26 machine of Rick Silver. Complete 360 into the gravel trap, but able to continue out of there. So we'll see. I'll get you a complete number here in a minute. As it looks like it's back on track coming through here. It's not the first one there. It's going to be the second.
That was the 26 machine, Brian.
That was the 26 machine. So,
all right, and so that has brought that battle in FE2 with Sam Harrington, Keith McDonald, and now Justin Huffman up right behind that Continental car. They did have Greg Peluso 03 Continental trailing right back behind them as well. But a good recovery there from the 26 machine, and I thought it was probably going to be a goner there in the gravel trap.
Yeah, I thought he may have been stuck and buried, but is able to stay there and get it out of there. 2 cars that didn't make it. We talked about that. The 35 of Chaz Schaefer not making the event, and the 43 of Leslie Walker has not completed a lap either, Greg, so did not make the starting field for today's race as Tim Minor comes out of turn 2 now, again opening up just a little bit more. Austin Hill starting to reel him in here now as Tim Minor goes up the hill into turn 3 and turn 4, and now Austin Hill is completely through turn 3 now.
All right, coming down into turn 1, Brian, in Formula Enterprises 2, side by side, Justin Huffman and Keith McDonald as Huffman moved to the inside to try and get around the number 10 car. Those are the 2 teammates, both in I was going to say identically prepared, but they're both blue and white. One is the number 10, one is the 11. And I believe we now have a new second-place runner in Formula Enterprises 2, and that is Justin Huffman.
Yeah, it is. Justin Huffman's going to get around Keith McDonald as they head up to turn 3. And if I'm not mistaken, Justin Huffman's car is actually Keith McDonald's backup car. And I think that they may have purchased that and kind of gone through that. Greg, I'm going to take a look just a little bit further back here at the 41 of Glenn Cordova and the 45 of Chuck Moran. I think Chuck Moran is now going to get around, which he has, coming out of turn number 10 down the start-finish line. He's going to get ahead of Cordova. That is for second and third in Formula Continental. Got leader starting to head out of turn 2. Again, Austin Hill is starting to reel in that Formula Atlantic over that Formula Continental car of the 81 of Tim Minor as they head up through turn 3 and down into turn 4. We'll see whether or not that gap is, but last time it was about 15 car lengths. It may be still either close to that going through turn 5, or it may be even under the 10 car length.
All right, and so Brian, adding insult to injury, just as Rick Silver had gone off in the gravel trap at 1 a lap ago, word came in that he had on that very same lap exceeded the 103 decibel sound limit here as well, and he's done that now twice, and he's been notified by the folks on the starter bridge. So he'll likely be getting out of the throttle a little bit, about 3/4 of the way down the front straight this time by.
Well, maybe that's just the gravel still in the baffles there trying to get out, so it's causing it to have a higher decibel. So once they all get out, then it could be. Now, I think you're right. I think he's going to. He'll probably back out of it there unless he pulls in, knowing that he's got a problem, with that sound. I doubt it. I think he'll stay out until basically he's notified, hey, you need to do it. Here he comes now, I believe. Yeah, here comes across the start-finish line, so I would imagine he will be uplifting the throttle ever so slightly.
Yeah, we have our sound control about 50 feet away from the track surface, at I'd say about 1,000 feet before you get to the turn-in point for turn number 1 here on the front straight. Also, quick little update, Brian. What might have been ailing Austin Hill may have been resolved. Hill just turned his fastest lap of the race, and I think more along the lines of what I would expect, about 1.1, 1.2 seconds faster.
And Greg, real quick, sorry about that. We do have a car in the trap of turn 10. That looks like the 10 of Keith McDonald down there in turn 10. Not in an ideal situation there, so we could see, they may do a quick hot pull out of there, but that is not an ideal situation to be sitting on that exit of turn 10.
Yeah, and looking to see if we've got him picked up, and he's actually, Brian, you can see he's that far up. He is out of the view of our turn 10 camera. He is, I'd say, probably about 8 to 10 feet off of the edge of the curbing at the front end of the gravel trap. I mean, it is literally the area where these cars track out to.
Yeah.
As I think what happened is most likely we saw as McDonald went in, might have turned in a little bit early, and the trajectory obviously brought him out there. So we'll see. He's still not moving, and I think that car may be beached, maybe buried in the gravel trap. Now, I know, and we've got emergency services vehicles responding right now, coming around the backside of the trap.
They'll look to get him out of there. It's going to be a tough little thing there. The other thing I'm not seeing is I have not seen Jamison Huffman go by 2 laps, so he may have stopped somewhere on the racetrack as well. He's only completed 5 laps, and our leader in FE2, Sam Harrington, has completed 7. So both him and McDonald have gone off. We know where McDonald is. McDonald is right there out of turn 10. And then not sure where Huffman is in the 89. Here comes Austin Hill now. He is coming up. So he has actually overtaken the 81 for the overall lead in this Group 2 race here in that Formula Atlantic. So,
all right, so drivers that did not come and take the green today, Chaz Schaefer, who we kind of suspected wouldn't be out here today, out of Catlett, Virginia, as well as Leslie Walker from Laurel, Maryland, both Formula Continental drivers. But otherwise, the full group here.
Greg, let's take a look at this Formula Enterprise 2, this FE2 group, because now Justin Huffman has now gone around the 33 of Sam Harrington. They're side by side coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. Harrington shuts the door on Justin Huffman as they come up the hill, turn 3, headed down the chute for turn 5. They were side by side for a brief moment. Huffman gets tucked right back in. You should see them coming into your camera shot now. Harrington open up by about a car length and a half now.
That's it. That is the gap as they come down through turn number 5 of the first of those 3 cars there. The third car is Todd Parks and his prototype 1 car, the 21 machine. But Sam Harrington in that black carbon fiber number 33 machine, Huffman in the blue and white number 11. As we've got the number 10 machine, he's on the hook. They have now pulled him out of the gravel trap, and Keith McDonald now back underway onto the front straight, and he is going to join now a number of laps down, Brian, as he crosses the stripe. I believe he is now 3 laps down from leaders in class.
Yeah, here comes our leaders in class actually right now, getting ready to go. We're about 4 or 5 car lengths behind him. They're at speed. Keith is not, so they're going to go ahead and get by him. I think coming out of turn 2, they're going to show him the you're being overtaken there. But Justin Huffman is about a car length behind the 33 of Sam Harrington. That's the battle on the racetrack right now, Greg, that we should continue to look at. Huffman getting a little bit faster, although Sam Harrington just went his fastest lap of the race here at a 1:15.2. Pick them up coming out of turn 4 down the bottom of the hill there. Harrington leading by about a half a car length now, heading up into the carousel, and they'll be coming up out of turn 8. We'll take a look and see whether or not he's able to extend that or stretch that out here. But Justin Huffman was reeling him in as Harrington went through a little bit of traffic there early on.
Yeah, and there they come out of turn 8 and start to head up the hill. Wow, they look a lot faster than the Spec Miatas coming up through there. All right, Brian.
Just by a little bit.
Just by
a mile an hour, I think, is only the difference.
All right, as they come onto the front straight here now, 2 car lengths separating Harrington from Justin Huffman that last time by. Brian, a difference of about 0.04 of a second in lap times as Huffman comes right up to the gearbox of Harrington under braking going into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like Huffman's able to get through turns 1 and turn 2 a little bit better than Harrington, is able to pull right up on that back gearbox, but just not able to make that pass. And it could be that Huffman right now is just thinking about, you know what, let me just ride. I know where I'm faster than he is. Maybe he will make a mistake a little bit that I can get past that. But if not, he knows where I think his points are going to be is to get by that Sam Harrington machine down in turns 1 and 2 later on in this race.
Yeah, exactly. And as you know, we still have 14 laps to go, Brian. So a lot of time, no sense in running off the tires, running off the equipment with so long to go and throw away that chance for that, to go and take the lead with maybe 2, maybe 3 laps to go. Let sit back and watch and collect more data on what Harrington does and maybe other places around the track where he may not be as strong.
Yeah, Justin hasn't been in that car for a little bit. I know they've really worked really hard in the offseason here and within the last couple of times, but as they come through the start-finish line now, Harrington's opened up by about 6-7 car lengths now back to Huffman. But as they go down in the braking zone, it could be that Harrington's not getting in that zone pretty quick because then Huffman drafts right back up or is able to get a later braking point and get right back up on the back gearbox. Is about a car length and a half now. So where we thought was, 4 or 5 car lengths going down, it is now only a car length and a half as they head up to turn 3 down into turn 4.
All right, Brian, and we've got another car coming down the pit lane. We'll get and I believe that is our leader, Austin Hill.
It is.
In the Formula 3 or Formula Atlantic Ligier, and Austin Hill now, after having just run the fastest lap of the race, pulls his car in. I'm also getting word from race control that Pat Wildfire, again, one of the best racing names I think I've seen in a while here, Pat Wildfire, driver of the number 49 Prototype 2 AMAC, the front bodywork is dropping, I think, probably under aerodynamic load, and they're worried that it might actually dislodge from the vehicle. We'll continue to take a look at that. And a matter of fact, Brian, they are the race control is going to be issuing a black flag to the number 49 machine, bringing him into the pits.
Yep, there it is. He just received that flag here at start, so he may receive that again over there in turn 4 as well, which is usually where we have, the two. It's either at the start-finish line or it is either in turn 4. So we'll see as I'm looking out my right side window here as Mr. Wildfire is now starting to come up through turn 3. We'll see whether or not turn 4 shows it as well to him. I know that he did see that at start. As he goes past that tub. And yes, turn 4 did give him the same flag, what we call a meatball flag.
Right.
I don't want to talk about food right now because it'll make me a little hungry, but he is showing that meatball flag, which means you have some type of, challenge or issue with your car at that point on the outside, and that you need to bring it in so they can take a look at it.
So, Brian, I was just going back through the chat, and I just stumbled upon Melissa Indron, that's Steve Indron's wife, as she just wants us to hear hots and butts all day long today. So, if she's still listening along, we'll be happy to oblige here.
The law firm of Hots and Butts.
Yes. in that order.
Yep. In that order.
All right,
Exactly.
lots of brake lockup, Brian, going into turn number one there with Justin Huffman, just as we finished saying that maybe Huffman will lay back a little bit, and he did lay back some. He's allowed Sam Harrington to open up now about a 6-car length advantage, and he tried to make it up going down into turn one, locked up the rear wheels, and big puff of white smoke, and he is now falling a little bit further back as those drivers now heading down into the into turn number 5 right now.
Yeah, it's starting to go down there again. He's starting to drop back a little bit from Harrington. Harrington's starting to open up. I think it was about 6 car lengths now. Here's another race I want to take a look at, and we talked about this earlier on. Chuck Moran and Glenn Cordova. Cordova not really going away. He's about the same of about 6 car lengths away from Chuck Moran as they head down into turn one. So not able to really gain an advantage. Last time by, Chuck Moran set his best lap at a 112.6. Cordova just 0.3 of a second slower on that lap. But you know, the gap is still remaining the same. Here comes our Formula Enterprise 2 race that we were talking about with Sam Harrington and Justin Huffman here. That again is the same, but now Huffman gets right on that back gearbox. Great entry into turn one, able to pick up the throttle a little bit sooner, Greg. He's right back up on the gearbox, about a half a car length now to Sam Harrington as they go through turn 3. So I'm not sure if Harrington just missed the corner. And again, that could be the mistake that Huffman was looking for. And now he's able to hopefully make that stick. We'll see when they come down in the camera in turn 5.
Exactly. And that last time by, Huffman made up around 4/10, almost 0.5 of a second on Harrington and closed down everything that he had lost the lap before. And that Formula Continental battle that we were watching with Cordova, with Cordova and Moran as they're coming down into turn one right now with Moran. This is the battle for second in Continental, by the way, here as Moran's got about a 3-car length advantage. It does look like Cordova gets a better launch out of turn one than Chuck Moran. Moran in the that Dayglow orange, white, and green Crossley, and Cordova in the 41 machine right behind, starting to make up a little bit ground. That last time by, Cordova ran his fastest lap of the race, which was almost 0.4 of a second faster than Chuck Moran.
And I tell you what, Greg, just as I turned down and looked down and back into turn one, we talked about Sam Harrington and Justin Huffman. Huffman goes deep into turn one, actually misses the entire entry into there and got really loose going through turn one and turn two. So he's going to drop a little bit of time there to Sam Harrington as they're coming down the hill out of the chute from turn 4, headed down into turn 5. You can see now it's about 2.5, 3 car lengths difference.
All right. And Brian, I don't know if we mentioned it, Pat Wildfire did bring his car down the pit lane, and it looks like he is taking that car back to the paddock, and I think his day is now done.
Yeah, jump back up to this Formula Continental for the second and third position, the last 2 spots on the podium with Chuck Moran and Glenn Cordova. Cordova getting a good run out of turn 10 and is able to get there, but then it seems Chuck Moran, again, I'm not used to seeing Chuck Moran in that paint scheme. It's usually, last year it was, I think, black or red, and with the 45. Now he's easy to spot, and I still can miss him. So again, you start looking at paint schemes. That's how you know the numbers for so many years that was the color, and now it's not there. So starting to pull away a little bit from Cordova on that one. Again, maybe you've missed the entry in there. Justin Huffman able to get through a little bit better in turn 1 here, Greg, with 8 laps to go in this race. He's going to start to reel in Sam Harrington as they head up to turn 3 and down over into turn 4.
All right, and I believe we can. We're showing you pretty much the entire field here on the stream, but very quickly here we'll break things down by class, where it is Tim Miner, your Formula Continental, as well as overall leader, with Chuck Moran, Glenn Cordova, Rick Silver running second, third, and fourth. Greg Peluso running in 5th. In Formula Enterprises 2, it's Harrington and Huffman with Keith McDonald running in 3rd. Again, he is a number of laps down, I think almost 4 laps down, and then Jamison Huffman only completed 5 laps, showing in 4th in class. Todd Parks, our sole Prototype 1 driver. Pat Wildfire, whose day is done, our sole P2 driver, and then our sole Formula Atlantic driver, Austin Hill, has retired as well.
That's Chuck Moran and Glenn Cordova. They head up into turn 4. Again, that gap's still the same. We talk about the Justin Huffman, Sam Harrington in that Formula Enterprise 2. That is for the lead there. Again, still Justin Huffman really able to get in deep into turn 1 and turn 2 now, about a car length and a half again to Sam Harrington. So whether or not Sam Harrington may be just playing games going,
Maybe.
I'll let you get up to a certain point and then I'm going to take off again. But,
It's like the little rubber band effect there is.
And he takes his hand over his screen on his or his shield of his helmet and says, "Peekaboo, I see you, but you're not getting by me though." Here comes Cordova and here comes Chuck Moran. And Cordova a little bit closer now, Greg.
Yes.
This time by as they come out of turn 10 and go through the start-finish line. I think that's the closest I've seen Cordova to Chuck Moran in a little bit. Waiting for that Formula Enterprise 2 to come out of turn 10. Here they come now. Again, Huffman a little bit closer, Greg. I tell you what, I want to look at this going down into turn 1. Let's see if he gets really, really close this time by. Again, Huffman able to get down into turn 1, and now Harrington goes driver's right just past start-finish line to break that draft. Huffman stays driver's left, and look at the closing rate there, Greg. They are right on the back. He is right on the back gearbox this time.
Yeah, he is right there, Brian. All right, real quick, another Formula Continental driver, though, has run afoul of the microphone, not our microphone. Greg Peluso, driver of the 03 machine, is going to be black flagged. He has broken that 103 decibel sound barrier multiple times, and it looks like his race is now complete or will be complete as Peluso crosses the start-finish line. He's shown that black flag by our starter stand. He'll get it again at turn 4.
Here comes Moran, and here comes Cordova. Right now, as they start to head down in turn 1, a little bit of that gap opening up again, so it's not as close as it was the last time by, Greg. 6 laps to go here, so, things starting to wind down. Again, here comes our Formula Enterprise 2 out of turn 10. Harrington get a great run out of there. Great center of the corner off there, able to open that up by about a car length and a half more than what it was last time, Greg. I think he's right. I think he's just playing a little bit of peekaboo and a little bit of challenge there with Justin.
Yeah, and I think what he's doing, Brian, because he does get a much better run out of turn 10 than Huffman does. It looks as though Harrington, he gets into the brakes a little bit earlier going down into turn 1, and whereas almost every single lap, Huffman pulls to within about three quarters of a car length of the back of the 33 machine. When they come out of turn 10, there's almost a 4, maybe 5 car length separation between those two drivers. And just got word that Greg Peluso has brought his car onto the pit lane, so it looks like his race is now done. So we've lost two of the Continental drivers up to this point. It is still Tim Miner, Chuck Moran, Glenn Cordova, and Rick Silver running on course.
Yeah, Silver a lap down to those guys right now. Again, he's had a couple spins there going. Not a full lap, but it's going to be close to a lap at some point. It's our second and third place in Formula Continental, just headed up to turn 3. Silver now just coming out of turn 2. Tim Miner, we should be seeing coming.
All right, Brian, coming through turn 1 and 2. We now have Huffman and Harrington side by side. Harrington, even though he had about a four car length gap coming out of 10, was very defensive, moved over center of track and then moved away. And I think we may have a new leader. Let's take a look as they come down through the chute into turn number 5. They were side by side coming through turn 3 and now under braking going into turn 5. I believe, Brian, we might have a new leader in Formula Enterprises 2, and that's Justin Huffman.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at a better camera angle coming out of turn 8 when they get through the carousel back there, but I do believe you're right. I think that is the number 11 of Justin Huffman is going to be leading this Formula Enterprise 2 race. We'll get a little bit better as it looks like he may now have opened that gap up coming through there. We'll take a look as they come up underneath the bridge and out of turn 10, and I do believe, yes, he is opened up by about 5 car lengths. So not sure if Sam Harrington just completely missed the turn into turn 1. But I tell you what, Justin Huffman, that car has gotten a little bit faster here. We'll have to see. I know he's not setting his fast time right there, but again, almost 0.7 of a second difference between Huffman and Harrington that lap.
All right, and so Brian, interesting when we watch these faster cars go. Again, this was a race that was scheduled for 25 laps or 50 minutes. If you go by the clock, we still have over 23 minutes. But the next time our leader Tim Miner comes around, it will be 2 laps to go here at Summit Point Raceway, and so. Things are moving pretty quickly, and if you like what you're watching here, certainly hold tight. We've got our big bore race. We've got our GT cars, touring cars, and a very large STU field as well coming up next.
Here comes the race we've been talking about with Chuck Moran and Glenn Cordova. Again, still that car length and a half, depending on which lap you're on. Moran still holding that second place in Formula Continental over Glenn Cordova. They come out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. It's about 3 car lengths now.
All right, as they head down the hill. So big rumblings here, both in Continental and in Formula Enterprises 2. And as we watch the Formula Enterprises 2 battle, it looks like Justin Huffman starting to open things up just a little bit on Sam Harrington. Should note that they both ran their fastest laps of the race that last time by, but Huffman almost 0.6 of a second faster than Harrington.
Yeah, all 3 of them. The 3 that are still left, Huffman, Harrington, and McDonald, all ran, even though we know Keith is several laps down, stuck in the gravel. I think he finally got that last piece of gravel out of the car because he actually set his fastest lap time. And we have one car coming in the pits, rather sweet. That is actually Chuck Moran coming in. So now give Glenn Cordova second in Formula Continental, as Tim Miner now is probably on the backside of this racetrack. We'll pick him up. But yeah, Chuck Moran with 2 to go, pulling in. So not sure what happened there.
All right, as we take a look now in Formula Enterprises 2, now Justin Huffman has opened up almost a 20-car length advantage, Brian, as our overall leader. That is Tim Miner, crosses the stripe. He is going to get that 1 to go board, that 1 to go indication here at Summit Point Raceway. And Glenn Cordova, now, as we mentioned, he has been elevated to second in Continental with Chuck Moran pulling off. Rick Silver now, who's had his challenges today, he is running in third in Formula Continental, and then just behind, again, it's that battle in FE2 with Huffman and Harrington. Once again, both drivers running their fastest laps of the race, and once again, Huffman opening up an advantage that the last time by almost 0.7 gained over Harrington.
Well, wasn't it Rick Mears years ago in the IndyCar did the 360 and win? Well, I think Rick Silver now is going to do the 2 360s and finish third. So
it's not the same when you're not on the top of the podium.
I understand, but still, you're still in the podium and after doing 2 360s. Here comes, I think, our Formula Enterprise 2 here. Keith McDonald's going to leave over Justin Huffman to doing it. Tim Miner's now going to come out of turn 10. He's actually going to get the checker flag there. So our Formula Enterprise 2 is going to have 1 more lap, but Huffman is going to run up on the back of his teammate there in Keith McDonald to put him another lap down. We'll see whether or not McDonald holds him up. I don't believe he's going to. I think he realizes that Huffman is a lot faster. He's going to tuck in behind Justin Huffman, see if he can't run with him for a minute, because Sam Harrington, as they go through turn 3, is about 25, 30 car lengths now back to that Justin Huffman.
That's right. So the only driver at this point, Brian, to take the checkered flag is Tim Miner, our overall winner in Formula Continental. And, we're still waiting for to see Glenn Cordova now actually coming out of turn number 10. So there is the light blue number 41 machine. Glenn Cordova will claim second place, both overall and in Formula Continental. Congratulations to him. And next pair by Brian, I think, is going to be our Formula Enterprises leaders. And they're actually coming out of turn 10 right now and taking the win in Formula Enterprises 2, finishing third overall, is going to be Justin Huffman. And taking the win over Sam Harrington, margin 3 full seconds. It was about 25 car lengths at the end. Finishing third in Formula Enterprises 2 is going to be Keith McDonald, who crosses the line a couple laps down. So it looks like we've got most of the field now has just circulated through. So let's go, Brian, and we'll run down the order here by class, as we mentioned in Continental. Tim Miner, Glenn Cordova, Then Rick Silver finishing in third. Chuck Moran, who pulled in early, he finishes 3 laps down in fourth. Greg Peluso, another 4 laps from there. In Formula Enterprises 2, it's Justin Huffman, Sam Harrington, Keith McDonald finishing 4 laps down. Jamison Huffman only completing 5 laps today. Todd Parks, our sole driver in P1. Pat Wildfire, our sole driver in Prototype 2. And then Austin Hill, our sole Formula Atlantic driver, only completes 11 laps. So let's do this, Brian. Let me, first off, save a little graphic here that we need. You'll have to give me a couple seconds while we do that.
Yeah, trying to do producer, clicker, whatever it is you're doing over there. I can see your fingers going back and forth. But,
hey, at least they can hear us this time.
Yeah, they can hear us now that you've pushed that button. And thank you, Ryan Moran and Michael Collins. They were both saying, I think we have a user error, and we actually did.
And I'm the error. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have our big bore race. It's GT1, GT2, GT3. It's STU. It's Touring 1, Touring 2, and Touring 3 as well. Again, another 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. They're still making their way to the grid, and I think we've got a little bit of cleanup to do as well. I heard of some debris over by turn 10 as some of our drivers start their victory lap. So we'll be right back with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway and the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour, SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And our next race up, Brian, it's the ground pounders, although I think some of the pounders may not be out here for this race.
It doesn't look like they're lining up there, and I think those are the two that we've been sitting up here talking about.
Yeah.
The Trans Am car and the I'm going to call it the LMP3. Actually, You know what, Greg? I take that back. I see that LMP3, that GTX car, sitting down there. It's just that it sits so darn low. Yeah. I can't see it over the ambulance, but I can see the wing. So David Glassman is on the grid.
There we go in his Ligier JSP30. All right, so 1 minute warning has been given on the grid, Brian. Let's run down the starting order, let you know where things play out here. Started 21st in this group, driving the number 75 GT2 Porsche 951. He had some mechanical issues with this car. We'll see if he brings it back out. Alex McBain from Ashburn, Virginia, starting 20th, driving the number 97 American Sedan Mustang is Jason Smith. Starting 19th, driving the number 38 T3 Mazda Miata, Zach Moore. Andrew Mistak is driving the GT2 Chevy TA Camaro. It's a TA2 car, TA2 Camaro. He starts 18th. Starting 17th, driving the number 53 T3 Volkswagen GTI, it's Alan Briere. Then starting 16th, driving the number 94 GT2 Ginetta, Philip DePippo. Starting 15th, driving the 181 T3 Hyundai Veloster, Von Gloss with Scott Luttrell. Starting 14th, he's driving the 121 STU Mini Cooper. Starting 13th, driving the number 46 T2 Ford Mustang, Alan Phillips with Anthony Pacelli, driving the 188 STU Subaru WRX STI, starting 12th. Starting 11th, driving the number 44 T3 BMW Spec E46, it's Jeremy Hoover with Robbie Hines, our T3 winner from yesterday, starting 10th today, driving the number 4 Nissan 350Z. Danny Richardson is scheduled to start 9th today in the number 22 American Sedan Chevy Camaro. He had some mechanical issues yesterday, and I'm getting the high sign from Brian. He is not on the grid today. Starting 8th, driving the number 70 STU BMW 325, it's Darren Treacle with Mark Liller in the number 19 Dodge Neon SRT 4, starting in 7th. That's an STU car. Then we've got Chip Herr, our STU winner from yesterday, starting 6th today in the number 18 Audi A4 with Robert Corzin, your pole sitter in T1, starting in 5th today. He's driving a Ford Boss 302. Then we've got Jared Odrick. He starts 4th today, driving the number 01 GT2 Porsche 911 with Kevin Allen, starting right next to him in 3rd, driving the number 64 Nissan 300ZX. And that, Brian, was the race to watch yesterday, without a doubt. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. Starting on the outside of the front row, David Glassman in his GTX Ligier, the Lump 3 LMP3 car, with a qualifying time of 1:14.181. That actually isn't a qualifying time. That was his race time from yesterday, where he reset the GTX class record, knocked 3.2 seconds off the previous record. And then Jim McAleese was our GT1 pole sitter and overall pole sitter, driving the 03 Chevy Camaro. and don't believe he has made the grid today. So that's going to put Glassman on the pole.
As our pace car now comes on the top of the pit lane here, we're getting ready to run 2 races to watch here. STU with Chip Herr, Mark Liller, and as Greg mentioned, GT2 with Kevin Allen, Jared Ulrich.
All right, so Allen starting on the outside of the front row, and we have a green flag in the air as Josh Cockey gives the signal, and they start to make their way down towards turn 1. Now, we saw yesterday where Glassman, he took a couple of laps to get some heat in the tires, but he is going to lead the field going into turn 1. And picking up right where they left off yesterday, Jared Odrick and Kevin Allen side by side right behind the prototype car, but now right beside the prototype car going into turn number 3 and taking over the lead is Kevin Allen. I think, Brian, after sitting back behind that Porsche and having to deal with the, we'll just call them unorthodox lines around the course yesterday, Kevin Allen was not willing to go through another race like that today.
And I don't think David Glassman knew that Kevin Allen and Nissan was going to jump to the driver's left there. And I don't think he saw him until the very last minute, looking up through there and deciding, you know what, I'll let you go because I think I'm going to be able to get by you here momentarily. Let me get some more heat in the tires and some more heat in the brakes here and see if we can't deal with this at the end. But Kevin Allen jumping out to that early lead coming out of turn 10 now, and he's opened up by about, I'd say, 8 car lengths over that David Glassman. Now put Robert Corzin in that T1 Ford Mustang machine. Put him up into 3rd overall. And, Greg, here's what I was talking about in that STU battle. Mark Liller, Chip Herr. Again, a longer race today. We'll have to see, but those two pretty much cars are evenly matched. It's going to come down to driver ability between Chip and Mark.
That's right. Forced induction in both motors with Liller, it's a front-wheel drive Dodge Neon. With Chip Herr, it's an all-wheel drive Audi. Now, that is the Audi A4 that Chip Herr used to race almost 20 years ago in Pirelli World Challenge, and he got it repaired. He brought it out. Actually, I think he owns both of the machines now that Champion, actually, it wasn't Champion, it was Stasis that campaigned those cars in the early 2020s, or early 2000s, pardon me. But Liller, who was leading the STU race at the National Championship Runoffs until the track got oiled down
in the wet,
in which case he spun off all of about 3 seconds before a full course caution had come out. And Chip Herr, who worked his way from the very back of the pack, a 20-plus car field in one of Anthony Pacelli's Subarus, finished 2nd in that race. A great fight there as we've got now Kevin Allen driving that red, white, and blue number 64 Nissan 350Z, or probably 300ZX, coming down on the braking into turn 1. He's still got an advantage over Glassman, and Allen just set the fast lap of the race. Jared Odrick now all by himself, but here today, Brian, behind Odrick and, of course, T1 leader Corzin, already Mark Liller, that last time by, opening up about 8 car lengths over Chip Herr, was almost 2 seconds faster.
Well, that's because the last time by when Chip Herr went through turns 3 and up over the hill, put 2 right side tires in the gravel and really had to catch it and actually get on the brakes just a little bit as he got back onto the asphalt because that car was all over the place putting those 2 tires in the gravel trap right there. Looks like we got a problem again with the 75 Alex McBain coming out of turn 10. It's like the car is shutting off and then he continuing back on. He had that same problem all day yesterday. Through this entire race in the turns and then able to get it going back again on the straightaway. But he is falling well off the pace here.
Yeah, and now, Brian, I think his day is done. See here, he was on the brakes awfully early going down in turn 1, and I thought he might pull off to the pump house road. He does not, and he continues circulating. Now, we thought yesterday for the longest time that he would bring that car in, and he finished, I believe, yesterday, finished all of about, I think, around 6 laps down from the lead, but he ran the full distance.
Yeah, just now going up through turn 3. Here comes our overall leader and our GT2 leader, Kevin Allen, up to turn 3. So he's going to end up encountering the Alex McBain machine. We look back here the last time by for the Chip Herr and the Mark Liller and STU Mark Liller goes 118.2, so opening up a little bit bigger gap there. I think that gap may be a little bit insurmountable for Chip. But again, a very long race. We're still rarely early here, 22 laps in, so we'll have to see whether or not he can reel Mark back in as the tires and the fuel start to burn off later on in this race.
All right, so one driver, and he doesn't have any competition right now, Brian, but David Glassman in that Ligier. Word from Sound Control that he's just cracked 107 decibels with it, which is loud.
Well, he had that problem during qualifying yesterday,
yes,
too, and I know we had some wet. And
with the humidity, I would have expected it, but now it's much drier out here. And
we'll have to see right now as he goes across the start-finish line and heads down there, how much of the throttle he's going to let up. I do believe he was given the soundboard there, so we'll have to see maybe even the next time by. But Mark Liller, Robert Corzine, that's kind of the closest battle on the racetrack in terms of cars racing against each other than, the Jared Ulrich and the actually Ulrich and Glassman have kind of really separated now. But, on the track, it's really Corzine and Liller. Again, two different cars in class. One's a T1, one's a STU, but
car.
Again, pretty much the closest battle on the racetrack.
Yeah, in T3, Robbie Hines, who coming off his double wins in Spec Miata this weekend, and looking to repeat in T3 today. He's got almost a 13-second advantage right now over Jeremy Hoover's Spec E46, the number 44 machine. Von Glossen, the Hyundai Velociter. A couple seconds back from there, and it's actually it looks like it might be shaping up to be a nice little fight in T3, Brian, for that last step on the podium between Von Gloss and his Hyundai Velociter and Alan Briere in the Volkswagen GTI, and I believe that that GTI might be a former Pirelli World Challenge TC car as well from around 2012, 2013, that time frame, but for now running in T3. With Zach Moore running in a Mazda Miata, considerable distance back from there.
Right. And I think that, we talked about this and we joked at the line between Jared Ulrich and Kevin Allen yesterday. I think it's because they got stuck in a little bit behind some traffic yesterday, starting deep in the field. Because remember, when these guys went out for qualifying, it was really damp there the first session.
Yes.
The second session, it was even, worse. It was almost in between that and the rain that they had. So those two really started deep in the field now that they're able to get through yesterday's race, because when they ran, the sun was out, the track was completely dry. Kevin Allen has said, it's time to stop playing around. My car is a little bit faster. Let's go out here and get going.
And I guess I could fanboy a little bit now, Brian. So Jared Odrick, we saw him earlier in Spec Miata. He's in the Porsche right now. He showed up 2 years ago at the competition licensing school held by the Washington, D.C. region, and some of us were a little surprised to see him. For those of you who don't know, Jared Odrick, first-round draft pick of the Miami Dolphins, about, I think it was, I'll have to check the year, but I think it was like 2011, 2012, thereabouts. Then had spent time playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But, he has really taken to this auto racing thing, ran very, very well at the National Championship Runoffs in that Porsche. It was a very challenging race for him, I think, in Spec Miata. It was a challenging race for everybody in Spec Miata here, except for Nick Bruni, who took home the championship. Washington, D.C. region driver, calls this his home track. Well, actually, a little surprised not to see Nick out here this weekend. He's probably getting that car ready for Virginia International Raceway next weekend. And we'll speak about that. But Odrick had, like I said, very unorthodox lines, but he did what he had to do to hold off Kevin Allen's Nissan. Took advantage of the power band in that Porsche to a great advantage there. Speaking of Kevin Allen, he's now crossing the stripe. Kevin Allen, again, your overall leader right now, just set the fastest lap of the race, almost a second and a half faster than that prototype car of Glassman, a 1:13.5.
Yeah, and you talk about Jared Odrick, not just a first-round draft pick, defensive lineman.
Yes.
So this is not a smaller, like a cornerback or a running back or somebody getting in a car. This is 6'3", 6'4", 270, 280-pound gentleman getting into this car. He did buy a Porsche at the very beginning of when he got into the
Yeah.
driver school, went through the whole season, raced that car, ended up purchasing this 991 2 Cup. I think at the end of last year, the beginning or the middle of last year, ran that car in the runoffs. Down at VIR and did really well, has done really superb job this year. So again, I think he's got some driving experience before he came to driver school, driving a little bit. But yeah, not a small person getting into a Porsche.
Into a smaller car, exactly.
Yeah, again, sometimes, people, they, how sometimes when the helmet goes on and you're not really run a normal line, you want to go and, talk to that person. I think that individuals, when they go talk to Jared, it's like, maybe I think I'm going to hold back and just, we'll discuss it at a later time.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he's not at his playing weight anymore. He has retired. And by the way, I did verify it was the 2010 draft where the Dolphins picked him up in the first round. He's actually had a bit of an acting career that he's working on also.
Yep.
I think he just I think it was around 6 months ago was starring in a movie across from Rocky from Sylvester Stallone.
I think he was out of Penn State. I think he came.
Yep.
I think he played for the Nittany Lions back then. So again, another back then it was a Paterno guy. I think Paterno was still there in 2010, I believe. Again, I'm a big Penn State Nittany fan, and when I first saw him and looked him up as well, I was kind of like, wow, okay, very interesting. So showed up to our driver school. Again, we were still under the COVID era at that time. Showed up with a Martian helmet, spacesuit type of helmet, walked in there, and kind of at that point, everybody kind of looked at him, and he says, I'm not taking any chances. Who's going to argue with that, right? So
no, I don't think you can. All right, so it sounds like, and it looked like, Brian, the last time by, Alex McBain and his Porsche was falling further and further off the pace. He has now brought his car to the pit lane, so two very challenging days for Alex McBain. He completes 4 laps. When he pits in, he was already 5 laps down from Kevin Allen and Jared Odrick, the third of 3 drivers in GT2 this weekend.
Pick up our overall leader here, Kevin Allen, completing working lap 10 for him. Coming through the field, he's starting to get up to the back half of this field. Just lapped the 9th place Anthony Pacelli in that number 188 in that STU, so he's going to be coming up on Rob Hines here pretty quickly. So Kevin Allen putting him up and putting him down in this 25 lap race here.
All right, so if we go and reset the field here, I think we've already talked about GT2 with Allen, Odrick, and McBain, and Kevin Allen now has opened up almost a 17-second advantage over Jared Odrick. In Touring 3, Robbie Hines in his Nissan 350Z, and we're still actually waiting for Jeremy Hoover to complete lap number 9. He's just now coming across the line here. Now the margin right now, Robbie Hines almost 20 seconds back to Jeremy Hoover. Von Gloss running third with Alan Briere running in fourth. And in STU, Mark Liller still maintaining that advantage over Chip Herr. Herr has not been able to close things down that last time by, almost a half second off of Mark Liller's pace. Margin now about 4 seconds as Liller crosses the start-finish line. Herr was just coming out of turn 10. So about a quarter to maybe a third of the front straight separating those two drivers. Darren Treacle in his BMW 325 running a fairly distant third in that class, and we did not have Anthony Pacelli nor Scott Luttrell answer. Well, actually, I take that back.
Yeah,
they are
yep.
both out here. Pacelli running in fourth, Scott Luttrell running in fifth, and I think Luttrell, Brian, he ended up last year having some motor issues about halfway through the year, and I think he's still trying to get that Mini back to where it was.
Yeah, kind of off and on all year long. Scott and I talked a lot last year, and there was some debate about what to do, what to go through, what to look at. Obviously, Scott knows more about it than I do, but really tough year. Would come out, get a qualifying, and then something would break on the car. Kind of in the turbo section basically is what he was telling me. So then he would, end up not being able to race. And so I know he worked really, really hard in the off season to get that thing ready to go for this year. Able to complete all of the laps yesterday and even yesterday morning and then out here today. So we'll see whether or not it is. So good things to come here for Scott Luttrell. Mark Liller now puts it. Chip Herr now is going to go by Alan Briere and actually Scott Luttrell going down into turn one. And Chip Herr gets stuck in behind Scott Luttrell going in. So he kind of got in between Briere in that T3 machine and Scott Luttrell. So, with Mark Liller able to get by them on the front stretch, that's going to open it up just a little bit more. Mark Liller about 10 car lengths back behind Robert Corzine in that T1 Ford Mustang.
All right, and so taking a look at the YouTube chat, and I'm sorry, Deborah, if we upset you talking about Jared Odrick as opposed to Kevin Allen. Of course, Kevin finishing second in GT2 at the National Championship Runoffs at Virginia International Raceway, not this past year, but back in 2019. And as I think we've mentioned, he's from Anderson, South Carolina. In that Nissan and Nissan that I've watched run for probably a good 10 years or so, and representing the Buccaneer region of the SCCA.
Now lapped our 7th place overall of Darren Trinkle, which really right now that is unheard of. Darren is pretty good out here. So Kevin Allen, as I said, setting him up, putting him down here. With these lap times, he's been consistent the whole entire race. So.
Yeah, and go back to that race that he had yesterday with Odrick. I think a lot of it was, Odrick, whether he meant to or not, was putting the Nissan into positions that were not positions of strength for Kevin Allen's Nissan. And today, with Allen jumping out to that very early lead and getting ahead of the GTX prototype car of Glassman, it has basically allowed him to just kind of run smooth, consistent races and hit his marks, which he was never able to do yesterday.
Yeah, the cooler weather also helps that Nissan. So, I'm sure that car is really screaming at the optimum temperature right now, because again, it's about it's just under 50 degrees. The wind's still blowing a little bit, so it feels like it's in the 40s right now. So again, that's actually pretty good, and the sun is fully out now. So we've got sun all over the racetrack, so the track is getting some grip back into it, and these cars are just getting faster and faster as they go.
All right, Brian, we've got another driver coming down the pit lane, and I'll have to double check. I believe it is Anthony Pacelli in his WRX now, and so won't make a huge change in the STU running order here, as he was pitting in, I believe, from 4th position in class, and he had been definitely running off his pace from yesterday. Fast lap time for him early on was a 1:22 yesterday. Well, actually, he started off about 2 seconds faster than he ran yesterday. He only managed a 1:24 yesterday, but was running in the 1:24s, 1:25s when he pulled in.
Greg, I'm going to jump back up to this STU battle that we talked about early on, and then Mark Liller was able to gain, that big advantage over Chip Herr. Chip Herr has now gotten down to the 2-second mark up to Mark Liller. So we'll have to keep an eye on that battle here in the next couple of laps. I think Chip Herr is just kind of was settling in there for a while, letting it run. Now that we're getting ready to come up on 10 to go, I think now Chip says it's time to go. Mark has been running pretty much consistent times when I look all the way down all the lap times, kind of in that 18.3, 18.4 is kind of averaging about a 1:18. I'd say probably in that 1 minute, 18 second 3 per lap. Chip Herr's running a little bit faster. Here they go now down, coming across the start-finish line, and now it is just 2.1 as opposed to 2.3 the last time by. Chip Herr's going to run into a little bit of traffic there. I think that is the Briere machine that they are now. Actually, I take that back. That is
the Von Gloss and his Hyundai Velociter.
Yep.
Yeah, as they came through, so that affected both of those drivers just a little bit, and Chip Herr had to go into turn one side by side with the Velociter. I think a lot of this, Brian, and on that last lap, Chip Herr about 0.03 of a second faster than Mark Liller over the course of 2 miles. The previous lap was about 0.4 faster. I think with both of these drivers and both of these cars, certainly with the front-wheel drive Neon, with all that weight over the front, one of the challenges is obviously to keep the tires underneath you for the entire race. But also that all-wheel drive Audi, which does tend to, much like a front-wheel drive car, understeer by nature. I think you find probably both drivers trying to manage the equipment to get to the end of the race, and her just might have realized a lap or two ahead of Liller that it was go time with 10 laps remaining here as both drivers cross the stripe. And let's take a look that last time by. Actually, Mark Liller turns up the wick just a little bit and about 1/10 faster than Chip Herr's red and silver Audi.
Yeah, Kevin Allen now going across the start-finish line. 9 laps to go here, so he's going to come up on that battle, I would assume, probably in about 2 to 3 laps with Chip Herr and Mark Liller. See how he gets through that. Mark Liller getting ready to come up on the 44 machine there. Or the 144, I believe that may be. No, that is 44.
44.
Jeremy Hoover in that T3 BMW E46 getting ready to come up through turn 3, down the hill into turn 4. So we'll see whether or not he's able to get by him. He was. We'll see whether or not Chip Herr can get through there, to do that. But Chip Herr definitely putting that car to the very limits. Watching here at the exit of turn 3, really getting all 4 tires pretty much right on that rumble strip. And so he's very close to going to the out of bounds marker. And when we talk about the out of bounds there on turn 3, the out of bounds, well, that's the gravel trap.
Yeah, exactly. In that gravel trap there at turn 3, I mean, we get a lot of drivers that end up out there as they turn in a little bit early for 3 and push out. There is the advantage. There's a little bit of a bend on the exit of turn number 3. It bends inward towards you. That's why a lot of the drivers end up in the gravel trap, but then it goes back the other way. And as long as you can straighten up the wheel and you don't freak out just because you touch the gravel trap, the track will come back to you as you start to make the run down the hill. As we continue to watch this battle in STU, our 2 leaders in class coming out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3, and Chip Herr knocking about another 2.5 tenths off of Mark Liller now as they head down the hill.
Yeah, a lot better through turn 3 there with Chip Herr able to get right to the exit that he needed to get to. So we'll see how whether or not he's going to reel him in even more. It was 2.2 seconds. Now it's 1.9, just right at that 2 second mark. As you said, that 2.5 tenths. We'll see. Now they shouldn't have any traffic between them and the next time by here.
All right, and it sounds like after a number of laps of letting out of the throttle down the front straight, David Glassman in his GTX Leger once again running afoul of the microphones. 107 decibels once again. They're going to show him, give him the little warning here on the front straight as we continue to watch this battle in STU, and getting a great pull down the front straight from Kevin Allen is Chip Herr. Herr tried to hang on as long as he could, and we'll see how things start to play out, Brian, because our leader in class, Mark Liller, he's coming up on a lot of traffic right now.
And now he's got the overall leader of Kevin Allen getting ready to go by him right there. So we'll have to see how much that's going to hold them up. I know when Kevin Allen went by Chip Herr there coming out of turn 10, Chip had to really just allow him to go, and then, as you said, tried to hold on as long as possible to get there. We look down through turn 5. Here comes Kevin Allen. Here comes Mark Liller. Chip Herr having a hard time getting around the 97 in that American sedan Ford Mustang of Jason Smith. So that could hold up Chip Herr again. So where he was gaining, now we're seeing the traffic start to come into play a little bit as we're starting to wind this thing down. Next time by, Kevin Allen will have 6 laps to go. Chip Herr's going to have to get on the throttle there, get on that, get up on the driver's wheel and get going, because it's going to be hard to chase Mark Liller down with only that short of laps. Now that Kevin Allen has lapped them, and now he is getting ready to lap Robert Corzin, who is actually your 4th place car, in this overall field here.
Yeah, and for the longest time, of course, we saw Mark Liller getting a nice draft off the back of that Mustang of Corzin. Corzin now has opened up as they were dealing with the traffic, has now opened up about a 25 car length gap back to our STU leader, Mark Liller. And once again here, Chip Hurd knocks a couple tenths off of Liller's advantage. The separation now just about 2 seconds, I'd say about 15 car lengths, and starting to close down. Next time our leaders come by, there will be 5 laps to go.
Tell you what, normally you see in old school where somebody will give you a point by, which way they want you to go as you come out of a turn. David Glassman was getting ready to go by the 46 in that T2 machine of Alan Phillips. Alan Phillips just said, you know what, let me just turn the blinker on and I'll tell you which way to go. So not the old traditional hand out the window pointing. He just turned the turn signal on, and Glassman, as he went by, you could kind of see that he said, thank you for letting him know.
Thankfully, he's not from Florida, so that turn signal might not be on until the end of the race, Jim Drago style.
Yeah.
But here he coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Liller and Herr, and now Chip Herr knocks 0.3 off of Mark Liller's advantage, and things are definitely starting to close down as both of those drivers come through turn number 1. I'd put it at probably around 12 car lengths separating the two. That is definitely the closest fight on track in class.
Yeah, knocking another 0.3. You think if you knock 0.3 with 5 laps left to go, and again, they've been lapped by Kevin Allen, so Kevin Allen is going to actually really shorten their race a little bit. So, if you added up 0.3, we know math's not really your strong point. That would mean Chip Herr would probably get to him with about 1 lap to go. But now that Kevin Allen has gone by them, it's going to be super difficult for Chip Herr to catch him at that pace. He's going to have to take a little bit more off than that. So we'll wait for them to come up. They should be coming up out of, I believe here comes Robert Corzin out of turn 8. So you should see Chip Herr and Mark Liller coming up out of turn 10 here momentarily. Yeah, here they come right now. We'll see whether or not Chip Herr, David Glassman's going to be coming by Chip Herr there. So he could get a little bit of a pull there from that. That gap now has opened back up to the 2 seconds. So he lost 0.3 of a second right there getting through. So those cars starting to go away a little bit. So kind of looking for Kevin Allen has now gone up through turn 3 right now. So again, he is all the way up past our 4th place car, Robert Corzin. So really only 3 cars on the lead lap at this point, which does shorten the race for everybody. So 4 laps left to go here. And again, you talked about it, Greg. You get a clean lap just like there are our open wheel cars from the last group before. We're not even at the 23. We still got about 22 and a half, almost 23 minutes left.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're obviously not going to have to worry about that, Brian, as Kevin Allen running laps in the 113 and a half range. And we all know I can't do simple math, but that comes out to, about 4 minutes, give or take?
Yeah.
So a little bit less than 4 minutes that it may take for us to get to the checkered flag as Kevin Allen now heads down into turn 1, and he's got a lot of clear track ahead of him at this point. Nobody between turns 2 and 3 as we jump back to this battle for the lead in STU, and it is once again Chip Herr closing things down on Mark Liller that last time by another half a second. Knocked out of Mark Liller's advantage as they come down towards turn 3, and they've got Robbie Hines, our T3 leader, just ahead of them, and that may complicate things, I think, quite a bit for Mark Liller as they come down the hill into turn 5.
Robbie actually gave Mark Liller quite a bit of room coming out of there and then tucked him back behind him. We'll see as they come down through turn 5 now. Robbie Hines goes really wide through turn 5 to give that room to Chip Herr. So pretty good run right there. Again, that was your Spec Miata winner earlier on now in that T3, understanding that he's going to give that room, but really gave Mark Liller all the room to the right coming out of 3 into 4, and then really gave all the room to the left to Chip Herr as they start to come up.
And that's a great
and Greg,
sign.
I think real quick, I think we have Mark Liller that may have pulled off coming out of turn 9. really slow. We'll take a look. Yep,
Yeah.
he has, and now Chip Herr is going to take over that STU lead. I wouldn't be surprised Mark Liller pulls into the pits, but coming up out of the
And there
out of the
he is.
carousel, here he is on pit road, coming out of the carousel and coming up through turn 8. I did notice that Mark Liller slowed way down, almost to the point where they ran right up on the back of him. So another problem there for Mark Liller. He's been battling that too.
Exactly. And so with now 2 laps to go, Chip Herr assumes the lead in STU. Now, Mark Liller has been having some issues over the years with transmissions in that Dodge Neon. It is a car that, and we've got going off at turn 1. That is Scott Luttrell.
Yeah.
So big changes here all around in STU as Scott Luttrell, who had just been elevated now up into third place, just goes off at turn 10, and it looks like he's having some trouble getting that car back underway, Brian. But luckily for him, Anthony Pasquale has already taken his car to the pits.
Good point. So now Scott Luttrell is back on track right now. So listen, all you got to do now is finish this last lap here. Yeah. And, at this point, Kevin Allen now going into turn 1, depending on how quickly Scott can get through this back half of the section of this racetrack, he may have to complete another lap. But if he doesn't get it up enough, Kevin Allen may be able to lap him.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're still going to finish on the podium there in STU.
Well, no. So right now, Luttrell is technically a lap down from Mark Liller. And running the 20th lap. And I have a feeling that Liller, even though he's sitting on the pit lane, may be your third place finisher today.
We'll see whether or not Scott Luttrell. Now, Scott Luttrell has to stay in front of Kevin Allen.
Kevin Allen, absolutely.
He's got to stay in front of our overall leader. We'll take a look at him as he comes up through, I believe, coming up through turn 8 right now. Our leader has not even gotten through there coming up. I believe that maybe Kevin Allen there.
Right
so
now.
Hopefully Scott Luttrell, and he's coming out of turn 10, so he's going to be able to get that lap.
And get one more lap.
And may get one more lap, which is going to put him hopefully in third position in STU as they go through. Right now, Mark Liller is still on they're on the same lap now.
Right.
Because Liller did pass him. So.
Exactly. So if assuming Luttrell can complete this lap, he will finish a lap up from Mark Liller.
Correct.
But it was absolutely critical that Luttrell get to the start-finish line before Kevin Allen. Kevin Allen completes the race. We should not forget, Kevin Allen is your race winner, taking the win both overall and in GT2. He's our first driver to take the checker flag. If he had gotten to the finish line before Luttrell's race would have been over.
Correct.
And he would have finished technically still on the same lap, but
and I believe Scott Luttrell is going to be the last car that will take the checkered flag because Kevin Allen was directly behind him and really slowed up once he took the checkered flag. So again, as we look through out of turn 8, we'll wait for Scott Luttrell. Hopefully Luttrell realizes he's got to finish this lap. Here he comes up underneath the bridge right now. So he'll be coming out of turn 10. And it does look like he is going to continue to finish. So, again, you're going to give that last podium spot to STU.
Yes, to you.
We were talking about Chip Herr and Mark Liller. Well, it came down to Chip Herr getting it, and then it came to Darren Trinkle, and now Scott Luttrell.
Crossing the line and going to take the podium. So let's go, and we'll give a rundown here by class, and then we're going to try and get some information from race control because we are due to take a lunch break before our last 3 races of the day. So taking the win in GT2, and our overall winner is Kevin Allen in the number 64 machine. Is your winner, Jared Odrick. Comes home in second, Alex McBain. Only completes 4 laps, but technically finishes in third. Taking the win in T3, margin of victory 28 seconds. Robbie Hines, Jeremy Hoover finishing second. Vaughn Gloss, another 12 seconds back from there, finishing in third. Alan Briere finishing in fourth, and Zach Moore finishing 2 laps down. In STU, Chip Herr taking the win. Darren Treacle, 43 seconds back, finishes in second. Scott Luttrell will come home in third, with Mark Liller coming home in fourth. Then in American Sedan, Jason Smith takes the win. He's our sole driver in class. David Glassman taking the win in GTX. Robert Corzin taking the win in T1. Alan Phillips, our sole driver in T2. All right, so we're getting word now, Brian, that we are going to have cars on course here at 12:40 p.m. That is about an hour and 10 minutes from now. So let me go, and I'm going to just update another screen here, as I've been doing all day long. But we are going to be back here with 3 more feature races. First up after lunch is going to be Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with our small open wheel drivers in Formula F, Formula 600, and Formula V joining them. Then our production car classes and Touring 4, and then we're going to wrap up the day with the feature race for Spec MX5 Challenge. So be sure to join us. We will be back at 12:40 for the remainder of the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour from Summit Point Raceway. We'll see you soon.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule.
All right, and we are back here from lunch at Summit Point Raceway, the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And next up, Brian, here, our first race after lunch. And actually, before we run down the grid for this race, we have 3 races remaining, 3 feature races, all of them scheduled for 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever come first. And first up is going to be Spec Racer Ford, as well as our smaller open wheel cars, Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600. They're heading out now for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting grid.
All right, I will do that. It looks like we got 3 Formula Vs here today, Greg. So, and up, I only see 2 on there, but I think we had 3 earlier yesterday. I'm not sure. I got 3 listed on here, so we'll start here. Starting from 19, from Reisterstown, Maryland. The number 86 of Ray Qualls, starting 18th from Raleigh, North Carolina. The 20 of Jeff Filipowinski, starting in the 17th position and on the pole in Formula V from Baltimore, Maryland. The number 61 of Jonathan Whiteside, starting in 16th from Delmont, Pennsylvania. The number 87 of John Ryan. These are all Spec Racer Ford 3s. Starting in the 15th position from Annapolis, Maryland. The number 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting 14th from New Canaan, Connecticut, the number 47 of Ken Riley. Starting 13th from Littlestown, Pennsylvania, the number 3 of J. Mark Wendling. Starting in the 12th position from Dryden, New York, the 147 of Steven Spano. Starting in the 11th position from Chesapeake, Virginia, the number 74 of Joe Blanks. Starting in the 10th position from Darien, Connecticut, the number 42 of Craig Chase. Starting in the 9th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 01 of Chris. Starting in the 8th position from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, the number 67 of Michael McGahern. Starting in 7th from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison. Starting in 6th position from Gainesville, Virginia, the number 21 of Brian Cates. Starting in 5th position from Staunton, Virginia, the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. Starting 4th from Farmington, Connecticut, the number 5 of Lincoln Young. Starting 3rd from Gloversville, New York, the number 77 of Jeffrey Lagner. Starting in the 2nd position and on the front row from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 55 of Sam Schechter. And starting on the pole from Charlestown, West Virginia, the 02, your winner from yesterday, Morgan Burkhart.
All right, Brian, and the lights are out on the pace car. As a matter of fact, the pace car is on the pit lane. Morgan Burkhart leading that field through.
Actually, he is not leading.
No, he is not, and I'm looking to see where Morgan Burkhart may be because we've got the 77 machine of Jeffrey Lehner on the inside of the front row, and I don't believe Morgan Burkhart made the grid.
I don't believe so. He was lined up
he
there.
did, and Morgan Burkhart is out of the car.
He is standing right here on the side, Greg.
In the crossover road, and hands on hips, and our pole sitter going to miss race number 2 today as our leaders come out of turn number 2, heading down to turn number 3, and it is the 77 of Lehner, and then we also have Sam Schechter in that light blue number 55. They are side by side coming into turn 3 with Lincoln Young, Jisoo Kim, and Mac Harrison right behind.
I tell you what, I'm not sure what happened there, but it does look like that car may have broken down right when it came off the grid, Greg. Because I did not see him because he never even came down to take the green flag from Mom.
Yeah, so we've got guest Michael Borden up here in the booth with us, and I thought he was talking about the Formula Vs being about a half a track back behind the Spec Racer Fords, and he was trying to point out our pole sitter sitting on the crossover road there. Michael, why don't we welcome you to the booth, and here representing the Spec MX-5 Challenge. Had a little adversity in race 1, but tell us. Well, tell you what. Let's pick it up here. Let's get through a lap or 2, and we'll start talking to you here. As we've got our leaders coming through turn 1 for the very first time, through past the start-finish line for the very first time, and it is Lehner and Schechter locked nose to tail. They've got about a 5-car length advantage, Brian, over Mac Harrison, who's worked his way around both Brian Cates and Lincoln Young. A little bit of brake lock up here, first time down with Jisoo Kim sitting in 6th. Which is where Jisoo Kim finished up the race yesterday. And I think probably that the big surprise here so far this weekend, Lincoln Young, who finished 5th yesterday, now finds himself in 5th today.
Yeah, it's a little bit further back, probably not there. But again, we're going 25 laps here, Greg. So as we're waiting for timing and scoring, it looks like those two guys leading up front now says waiting for data. So those guys are leading. But we know who they are. That is Sam Schechter and Jeffrey Lagner. They are heading up out of turn 4, heading down into turn 5 right now. If you look at your cameras, again, followed by Mac Harrison. Then Brian Cates following in there. So again, it's going to be one of those longer races as we get going. I think they're going to end up being single file and get straightened out here. And once that happens, then that's where we're going to see the battle.
Go. All right, so Michael is we're starting to settle in here in Spec Racer Ford and Formula V. And by the way, Jeff Filipkowski for the second day in a row not making the grid. So just a 2-car field in Spec Racer Ford. So we talked to Bethany a little bit earlier this morning during your race about some of the particulars around the Spec MX-5 Challenge. I know you wear 2 hats essentially here. You are both a driver, as we saw during our first race, but you're also here as a driver coach for these drivers. And I know we were discussing some things after the first race about some of the lines some of the drivers were taking, and how perhaps you know a little bit more than the students in some cases around here.
Yeah, well, today I wasn't actually doing any coaching. The Spec MX-5 shootout winners aren't here this weekend,
That's right.
So I got the weekend off from that. So I'm focusing just on my driving this weekend, which is going pretty good so far.
Yeah, and so again, had some engine issues. It sounds like the car shut off partway through that first race.
Yeah, it was just all electrical. The car was running great. It was a fast car. It was up in the front the whole time with that really fast field. But unfortunately, we just lost power in turn 3, and that was it for me.
So I know as we were talking to Bethany, I think one of the big changes in the MX-5 Challenge Series this year versus previous years, and we've seen this a little bit in Spec Miata racing in the SCCA at the majors and Super Tour level in the last year. Last year there was more or less an agreement between the drivers to try and limit tires over the course of a race weekend, but now it's actually written into the rule set. And So we're seeing the drivers limit to one set of tires. Is that from normally like the first qualifying session through the end of a race weekend, or is that just for the 2 races? Or
so yeah, generally it's for all qualifying and race sessions for the event. We generally put on stickers for that first qualifying. Bethany will mark them for us, so we know that they're all marked, and then you just keep those on for the weekend.
And of course, you guys had the damp qualifying to start off, so I guess it really didn't make much of a difference there. But as you were out driving with these drivers, certainly this morning you had that rather short 13-lap race. Today quite a bit longer, 25 laps or 15 or 25 laps or 50 minutes, and I'll get that in my head eventually. But is there, with these Toyo tires that you run, is there a bit of a fall off, or are they something that really hold up and give you good lap times from the beginning to the end, or are they tires that you really have to manage over the course of a long race?
For a long race like we're going to have this afternoon, I think some tire management will definitely come into play. Fortunately, with these tires, they don't really heat cycle out too much. You can get plenty of heat cycles, which is partly why we have that tire rule.
Certainly.
So it just helps us all save some money and be able to get some more seat time spending the money elsewhere.
Talk about that a little bit further. I know in the Spec Miatas, I guess when they go to the Super Tour series and stuff like that, they're really trying to do that, right? I think that they're really trying to gather where you do 1 set per the weekend, or maybe even 2 sets. What was the opinion? What was the feedback that you got? I know when we were talking to Bethany earlier, it was more of, yeah, we're going to do this, and then this year it became a rule. Talk about the feedback that you probably got from that. Was it very acceptance? Was it not? Was there a lot of back and forth?
I would say for the most part, all the drivers pretty much were very accepting of it. There was a couple outliers there, but I think in racing you'll always have a couple of those kind of things. But like I said, the tires hold up so well that there's really, in my opinion, even if we didn't have the rule, I'd probably only use 1 set a weekend anyways because they just don't fall off. So I think that's the big reason. I think that's kind of the consensus in the paddock, and that's why we ended up sticking with it.
A lot of money this year, looking at the the outline and talk about how that goes through from a race event during the weekend with some of those payouts. Is it paid out during that weekend, or is it paid out at the end of the year just by calculating everything that goes up?
Yeah, so everything's paid out. You got to submit it, within 90 days or whatever it is, I believe. It's kind of similar to pretty much all the other contingencies that Mazda does for the other classes. So you submit the paperwork right away, and you get the payment in the same amount of time as anything right off the bat. And so, yeah, you're getting money throughout the season.
So net 30, 45 days.
More or less, yeah.
All right, sounds all right. So, Brian, let's take a look quickly here at our Spec Racer Ford race. As we are now 5 laps into this 25-minute race, Jeffrey Lehner and Sam Schechter have opened up now almost a 30-car length advantage over Brian Cates, our third-place finisher from yesterday, running third today, then Lincoln Young and Mac Harrison, as they are all in line. Michael McGahern, who finished yesterday back in 8th position. He finds himself in 6th right now. He is about 2 car lengths back from Cates, Young, and Harrison. And then Jisoo Kim, really only about 2 car lengths back from there. So really close racing as long as you exclude those first 2 drivers from the field here. In our Formula V race, it is, again, Jonathan Weisheit, who yesterday had a commanding win over Ray Qualls, and he has, once again, already 5 laps in now, opened up almost a third of our long 3/4 mile front straight here at Summit Point Raceway.
So, Mark, let's talk real quick about the schedule. So Greg has kind of given me a little bit of the schedule. I know you guys raced out at Button Willow last weekend that they had out there, and I think there's, another 7 more to go for this, or that there may be more than that. I know Greg's got 7 there, so go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say, if it's we know I have problems with simple math, but I don't have enough fingers here to get there. Going to be back out on the West Coast, actually in 2 weeks at Thunder Hill, and then the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, I guess, Michael, is for your next race. Of course, you're coming down from Wisconsin, but the next eastern half of the series, and then, of course, we'll see you again in early May at Virginia International Raceway for the SARC Mars. But a pretty big scheduled here, and as we've mentioned, some East Coast races, West Coast races. I think in the past you had pretty much like almost two separate series with a championship that brought the 2 groups together, and you pretty much had to run against people maybe you've never raced against all year for a national championship. But the other thing, of course, I'm sure you're looking forward to is in mid to end of July over at Road America, your home track, your neck of the woods, where you might have a bit of an advantage over the rest of the field, you think?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that this year. Honestly, I had a couple rough years there. The last year's engine problems the first year. Last year I had brake problems in the second race, so they haven't gone my way. So I'm looking forward to trying to go back there and make something happen.
All right, Brian, looks like you got some news and some updates here in Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, Sam Schechter going side by side trying to get that lead, but Jeffrey Langner, he go ahead and shuts the door on him coming up through 3. And again, they've opened up that that gap now even by almost 3, almost 4 seconds over Brian Cates, and then Lincoln Young is another 3.5 seconds back to Mac Harrison as well. So again, Sam Schechter trying to get a good run going down into 1 and coming through 2, but Lagner in that 77 shutting the door going up through turn 3.
All right, so Michael, as we talk about, obviously running at Road America and what this means, so, of course, I think we've mentioned up here yesterday, you took home the T4 National Championship at Road America back in 2020 in an NC Miata in a Mazda MX-5. How does a car like that differ from the Spec MX-5 Challenge cars? Is it from a power standpoint? I know obviously you've got a spec suspension, you've got there's a spec Roush head on the motor. I assume that the MX-5 Challenge cars make a little bit more power than your T4 car did. Yeah,
so the T4 car and the Spec MX-5 car are actually extremely similar. Really, the only thing you'd have to do to change back between the two is the engine and the shocks.
Okay.
So it has a Penske shock. Actually, you can use those too. The only difference is actually they're adjustable in the Spec MX-5, where they're not in T4.
T4.
And then the engine has some upgrades. It's forged pistons, the Roush head, like you said, and a couple other bits. A lot of that is actually just to make techability easier, so that it's easy to do and less cheating, hopefully.
Yeah.
And it does make slightly more power, but it actually the most improvement is the lower end torque in the engine's a lot better.
Gotcha. So a little more dig out of some of the slower corners, and I was wondering. So as we were talking, I know you. Yes,
Greg,
Brian.
really quick, let me just jump in here. It looks like we had some action there with, again, the 3 of Mark J. Welding in turn 3 and the 147 there. I believe that is going to be Steve Spano. Again, going side by side into turn 3. Spano getting hard on the brakes. Mark J. Weldon just get turned around again. So pretty much the same area that they had yesterday. And real quick, as our leaders now cross the start-finish line, we have a new leader in Sam Schechter.
That's right. So our new leader, Sam Schechter, takes the point from Jeffrey Lehner in the number 77 machine. It is then about 25 car lengths back to Brian Cates, who just ran his fastest lap of the race in third. And yeah, I mean, this is how the race ended more or less yesterday in Spec Racer Ford 3 with Wendling. J. Mark Wendling in that number 3 machine in the gravel trap at 3 as they tried to get him removed for the last 4 laps of the race. And Steve Spano was technically our last driver running on course when the checkered flag came out, but he finished the race 3 laps down.
Yeah, just a product of 2 drivers trying to go from the same spot there. Really nothing you could do. I don't even know if Mark J. Wendling knew that Spano was there up inside there. And when he came across the nose there, again, Spano getting hard on the brakes, locked basically all 4 of them up just to try to, make the contact a little minimal, and around went the 3 car.
All right, so tell you what, I think as things are starting to heat up a little bit at the front, and I know you've got another race coming up here. Any last thoughts, Michael, before we let you and Bethany head back down to the paddock and get ready for your feature race today?
I just want to thank you guys for having the opportunity to talk about Spec MX-5. The series has come a long way since it's in the 3 years that I've been around. And then if you don't mind, I'd like to thank some sponsors,
Please, yeah,
especially,
absolutely.
Advanced Auto Sports, the prep shop I run with. They're great. I don't think I would have won the runoffs with them or had the success in this series. Net Splice was my main sponsor this year. And I always got to give a shout out for Lemons of Love and the work they do to help chemo patients.
Absolutely. All right. So thank you very much to both Michael Borden and, of course, to Bethany Porter, both from the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series. They've got their last race of the day. They're going to have the last race of the day here from the Summit Point just after, we're talking about probably, and I don't have the time right in front of me, probably somewhere around 3 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier today. So again, thanks to them for everything that they've done, and we'll see them on track a little bit later this afternoon.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
All right, Brian, let's jump back to the action here in Spec Racer Ford, where Sam Schechter, Jeff Lehner are your leaders. Cates, Lincoln Young, Michael McGahern, as well as Jisoo Kim have all run their fastest laps of the race as they're starting to come in, and Cates is starting to reel in our 2 leaders at this point. We're now looking at the 4th lap in a row where he has knocked off at least 2/10 of a second.
Well, the last 2 laps, they've actually changed the lead. They swapped back and forth between Sam Schechter and Jeffrey Lagner. I tell you what, the last time going through turn 3, Lagner in that 77 car got a great run through turn 3. Sam just couldn't hold him off, couldn't do anything about it. Just thought better of it, got back in line there so they could continue on. But you're right, Brian Cates is starting to move up, and I think that's because of a product of side-by-side.
All right, and a great battle going on just off the podium. Lincoln Young, Jisoo Kim, Michael McGahern have been locked nose to tail more or less since the very start of the race. So great battles there. And great battles there. I think as they have been, over the course of this long run, Brian, trying to work together to get up to Brian Cates, but just not able to get it done. They have been consistently running about a half second off of the pace set by the number 21 car, currently in third.
Go ahead.
No, I was just taking a look here. Of course, that situation over at 3 had definitely cleared itself out. So back to back to Green Flag Racing over at turn number 3, as our leaders now come down the front straight. And again, it is Jeffrey Lehner, driver of the number 77 machine. And at least for the time being, Sam Schechter is really content, Brian, to just kind of sit back there and bide his time. All the while, Brian Cates just runs the fastest lap of the race, and he knocks another 4/10 off of our leader, Lehner, about a 1/10.5 off of our second place runner, Sam Schechter.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Trying to really run through there and get it.
Yeah, now a little bit further back in the pack, of course, we've been talking about that battle right now for 4th between Young, Kim, and McGahern. Also, a nice little scrap going on right now for 12th position. Ken Riley in the number 47 car, and then we talked earlier about Steve Spano in the 147 and J. Mark Wendling getting together. Well, Spano has been hanging with the 47 car, making things difficult for me between trying to pick out the 47 and the 147 as they go through turn 3 now and start to make their way down towards the bottom half of the course. And Brian Cates once again turning fast lap, but this time only 0.08 of a second faster than our leaders. But it looks as though Jeff Lehner, coming out of turn 10, is always getting a good drive out of there. Opens up about 2 car lengths on exit, but as they get down to the braking zone, and a lot of this has to do with the draftability of these Spec Racer Fords, we find Sam Schechter right back underneath that ducktail of the number 77 machine.
Yeah, no, be able to pull off. I'm going to drop back here just a little bit further, Greg, as they come through turn 3, and that is going to be Lincoln Young and Jisoo Kim, and throw in the 67 as Michael McGahern. I tell you what, those 3 are nose to tail. I wouldn't be surprised if those 3 at some point, unless Brian Cates can really work where our 2 leaders get side by side again, if he doesn't, look for them to probably reel them in.
I would say, do they reel him in? Does Cates maybe, when we see this in Spec Me Auto Racing all the time, does Cates maybe get out of the throttle just a little bit to try and drop back and make it easier for them to pull up? I don't know if, given the distance right now between Cates and our 2 leaders, if conceding more ground is necessarily the approach to take.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get out of the throttle. I mean, obviously he's closing in on these 2 as they come out of turn 10
without
right now.
A draft.
Without a draft, he's running, the same lap times as the leaders, and they're in a draft. So, he's starting to pick up some of that draft there as they go around one of the Formula V's there. I believe that is going to be Jonathan Whiteside. That they're getting ready to put a lap on going out of turns 1 and 2, and our leaders start to pull away from that. Brian Cates is going to get around him as well in a pretty good open spot, so nothing that's going to hold him up. So I don't think you'll see it, but I don't think that Brian Cates is going to latch.
Well, now I don't think. Now I certainly don't think so, given how far back that battle between Lincoln Young, and McGahern, who's just now gotten around Jisoo Kim. Again for 4th, 5th, and 6th. But Brian Cates, for the 3rd lap in a row, Brian, sets the fastest lap. So as he's burning fuel off, he is definitely getting quicker. That last time by, he was 0.6 of a second faster than our leader.
Yeah, I think Brian Cates, look, sometimes, you can go a little bit slower. You think you're going a little bit slower, which will actually make you faster. And again, you get those 2 leaders going side by side. That's the parachute coming up. We do have 1 car coming down on pit road. I'll see if I can't get a number. That is one of the lighter blue cars that cannot make the number. Looks like that is the number 7 car of Keith Frazier there on pit road right now as our leaders go by the start-finish line.
All right, here is we do watch that Formula V race, and big separation now as Jonathan Weisheit has opened up almost a half-minute lead on Ray Qualls, both out of the Baltimore, Maryland area. Ray Qualls from Reisterstown, right near Pimlico Racecourse, and Weisheit out of Baltimore proper. And big difference, though, is it looks like Weisheit may have started to get out of the throttle just a little bit this time by. Qualls was almost 2 seconds faster, but again, almost 30 seconds in arrears. He's got to be making up a lot more than that each lap.
Old Pimlico, different kind of horses.
That's right. Single horsepower.
Single horsepower. Although, some of those horses
Don't
could
say
be
it.
more than two or three.
Don't say it.
I've seen where those things are faster than I was out here. So
Yes.
we should try that one time. Have a horse race against myself. No, we can't do
Oh,
that.
talk to Liv Willis. We could
probably could.
arrange that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as we start to wind down, 10 laps to go here. Again, our leaders, they have swapped back and forth. Here they come out of turn 10. Let's see what the gap is to Brian Cates. Again, he's moved in, but I think it's pretty much stabilized, and I think that's because of the 77 and the 55 of Schechter. They have kind of gotten back in, decided, hey, let's not fight. And then as soon as I say that, Schechter goes to the driver's right to try to make the pass in turn 1. So I think I'm gonna wait till they at least get through turn 2 before we decide whether or not they're going to stay in line. But it doesn't look like they are. Sam Schechter is pushing the issue here rather quickly with 10 to go, which, Greg, they're side by side, maybe a little bit of contact right there. Not sure, but Lagner gets in there, but Schechter's going to have the more momentum going up the hill. But you know what? When we talked about let's look at what the gap is, well, we'll have to pick that up next time by, because as they go down into turn 5, I guarantee you Brian Cates is going to be a lot closer than he was before.
He certainly is. They were side by side from the braking zone at 1 all the way to turn number 3. And you are, I know you've had obviously a lot of experience spotting for NASCAR, for a number of different types of racing, and I think Brian Cates was just waiting for you to give the word that they were going to go too wide directly in front of them.
Yeah, probably sitting there, saying, "Here's what I would have told them: be on your toes. They're going too wide here. Just let them make the decision where you're going to go." And here they come out of turn 10. It's now a 3-car race, Greg, as Brian Cates is right on the back gearbox, coming up on the back gearbox of Sam Schechter. So you've got to wonder what Sam Schechter's going through right now as he tries to pull out again. That not only could hurt Schechter, because he could end up going with the 77 through turn 1. You could see Sam Schechter, if he doesn't make this stick, he's got it going on entry. We'll see whether or not he gets it on exit, Greg. If not, he could end up in 3rd place right now.
Well, probably his best friend right now, Sam Schechter's best friend, is Brian Cates, because as Cates now comes up and is side by side with the 77 car of Jeffrey Lehner, that allows Sam Schechter to get ahead, to stay ahead, and lead the field down into turn number 5, where they are coming into our view right now. And they're back behind Jonathan Weisscheidt's Formula V. But you'll see there, and this is maybe a bit of a surprise, that it looks as though the 77 of Lehner managed to get back by Brian Cates coming out of turn 3 as they went down into the chute, went down into turn number 4 and turn 5.
I tell you what, I would check to see what that lap record or that track record is again here in SRF3, because I think Brian Cates is getting really close to that. Looking at this timing scoring, I think we're within a couple tenths there. We look down on pit road, and it looks like we have the 87 who is also on pit road, John Ryan. But here comes our leaders again, a little bit spread out this time, going through with Sam Schechter in the lead, Lagner in second, and now Cates dropping by about 2 car lengths back. But now Schechter goes to the center of the track, and then you've got Lagner going to the normal traditional line. So, Greg, this is another race we talked about yesterday. One person has a better line going in, the other one taking an untraditional line going in, because that's how the car is handling a lot better, which is allowing Brian Cates to get up in there. A lot of jockeying back and forth out of 2, headed up into 3, but they get single file back down as they come through the chute and down into turn 5. You should see them single file.
All right, so it is Schechter, Lehner, and Cates. And Brian, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 track record set by David Dickerson at the October Mars race, the last Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series regional race last year, 2022. 119.532, and Brian Cates, he is the closest right now at a 119.740. Temperatures are very similar, maybe a little bit cooler in October, as it's about 50 degrees Fahrenheit here at the point right now, but we also have that big wind, which I think is impacting the capabilities of these cars as well, as our leaders are coming out of 10 now.
Yeah, they're coming out of 10. I think you're right. I think, but now he's getting a really good pull and a really good tug. He's got a little bit more momentum coming out. Don't think he's going to set it right here, but it may take another lap or 2 to get single file. I think when they get single file is where he's going to do it. And now, again, we've got that that too wide with Lagner and Schechter, and I think Schechter's going to do the over-under because I think Lagner said, well, I can get further right than you can to get down into turn one, and that kind of actually bit him because now he's going to drop all the way back to third. Now Brian Cates is going to come through on that Sam Schechter line.
Yeah, Lehner was very late on the brakes, went very deep into turn one. We saw Schechter come right back underneath him, classic over-under, and then Brian Cates able to do the same as well. And so as they now come out of turn four, down through the chute and under braking into turn five, it is Schechter, then Cates, then Jeffrey Lehner. Lehner not able to get by Cates this time, going down through the chute.
Yeah, Lehner, again, we talked about it, yesterday in the other classes. We saw somebody going straight down the center of the track. Lehner tried to do that same thing and then decided, well, you know what, Schechter, you're going to do that. I'm going to get further right, just as I was talking about going down into one, and you could clearly see that on the camera. That over-under worked perfectly for Schechter and for Brian Cates. So as they come out of turn 10, they've opened up about a car length and a half. This is the furthest Lehner's been back from these top two cars since the start of the race.
All right, and Brian, we're going to take a look also at this battle for fourth now coming out of turn 10 because it is also heating up with Lincoln Young, Jisoo Kim, and Mike McGahern. And once again, it is Lincoln Young and Jisoo Kim almost side by side at start finish. The last time by, differential 0.000. This time, Jisoo Kim about a quarter of a car back from Lincoln Young, and they went into turn one side by side. And as they come out, once again, almost nose to nose as they come out of turn two, going into turn number three. And it is the number 11 machine of Jisoo Kim dropping behind the red and white number 5 of Lincoln Young. Mike McGahern now not quite close enough to push the issue. And I'm sure, although he probably wasn't able to see what Brian Cates did to get up into that battle for the lead, I'm sure McGahern looking for a repeat there in the battle for fourth.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting, you're right. I think when we get to the end of this here, we've only got a few more laps left to go. We got 5 more to go. This time by, it'll be 4. Greg, I'm hearing reports of the 02 of Morgan Burkhart couldn't get it into gear. I guess it would have been second gear because he pulled off of the pit road and then got to the first cutout here and just made that right. So looks like a gearing problem or transmission problem there. But let's go back to the leaders here. They're going down into turn 1 right now. Schechter still leading over Cates by about a car length and a half. Here comes that Lincoln Young and Jisoo Kim. Lincoln Young still holding off. Jisoo Kim gets a good run the second half of the straightaway down. Kim gets a little bit sideways, over brakes going into turn 1, able to get it collected, but he's going to drop back behind the 67 of Michael McGahern. McGahern's going to come up, but now that's going to open up. Lincoln Young's really going to get in there. So Jisoo Kim hard on the brakes down into turn 1, got that car all sideways, was able to correct it, stayed out of the gravel trap there. So great pickup there and a great oversteer to get that car back in line.
Back onto the race surface and not lose too much time. But unfortunately, that is going to move him back in the 6th position and going to be very, very difficult, I think, with now only 3.5 laps remaining here. Actually, less than that, as our leaders are going to be coming under the bridge momentarily, where we'll have 3 to go. I think it's going to be very difficult for Jisoo Kim to get back into that battle for 4th. As our leaders now come out of turn 10 onto the front straight, it's still Sam Schechter, the light blue number 55. Brian Cates, at this Cates move to driver's right to try to get by the 55. He does, and he is pinned all the way to driver's right. The 77 machine Lehner trying to split the difference between them as they go now under braking into turn number 1. And at least for the moment, Brian, taking the point, it is Brian Cates in that red, white, and blue number 21 machine. That moves Sam Schechter back in the second. Jeffrey Lehner is going to hold station in 3rd, about a car length and a half back.
Yeah, Cates able to make that pass stick now against Sam Schechter. They're going to be coming up on the 3 of Mark J. Welding here as they come down into turn 4, into turn 5. We'll see whether or not Wendling gets out of the way as they come through. He's going to stay very far driver's left into turn 5. Looks like they're going to catch him right in the center of that carousel. So hopefully he can look and see that they're at. If not, that's going to hold them up. That's going to bring the 77 right back into this battle.
That's right. So we're going to be able to pick up and see where they stand coming out of turn number 8, but there is turn 6A and 6B, two of the very slowest corners on the course. And as they come up the hill, they are still behind that machine coming up underneath the bridge. But it is Brian Cates, and he's opened up a little bit of a gap now. Back to Sam Schechter as they're coming up on a ton of traffic, led by, they've got Ray Qualls of the Formula V. Then they've got that number 3 machine, the number 3 Spec Racer Ford of J. Mark Wendling. And then Brian Cates, he gets by, as does Sam Schechter. And then Jeffrey Lehner gets by as well. Brian, it slowed him down, but it slowed them all down equally. Still about a half a car length separating each of our top 3.
So Wendling got caught in behind that Formula V, stuck his hand up as high as he could and waved to get the leaders to let them to go by. He stayed in behind that Formula V. Great competitor right there to notice that they are racing for the lead and he is not, to get out of their way. And then he knew that he could get by that Formula V down after they've already passed. So very good move right there.
Yeah, that could have complicated things tremendously if he had pulled the driver's right to get around the Formula V, just as our leaders were making that same move. And so the next time our leaders come across the start-finish line, it will be 1 lap to go here at Summit Point Raceway in Spec Racer Ford and in Formula V. Our next race up is going to be our small bore race, our production car classes, GT Light, as well as Touring 4. And again, things are starting to wind down here, but this is a great battle now. And Brian Cates, just when he needed it, Brian, he has opened up about a 3 car length advantage over that light blue number 55 machine. And the 77 Lehner coming right up to the back of that 55 car.
Hopefully Lehner, hopefully Lehner stays in behind him. I think he would have had a better shot to be able to catch Brian Cates, but he's going to drive it deep into turn 1, and that did not work, Greg. As you look on the camera there, Lehner in that 77 went all the way into the gravel trap, trying to make that late break action, trying to be able to go through and pick up 2 for 1. That did not work. Looks like he is going to be able to get out of the sand trap or the gravel trap there, but that was not a high percentage move to make. I think if he would have stuck in behind Schechter, I think 2 of them would have been able to catch up to the Brian Cates in that 21.
That's right. And so Jeffrey Lehner has now continued, but Lincoln Young, Mike McGahern, and Jisoo Kim all get by the 77 machine. That is going to move Lincoln Young in the number 5 car up into the podium paying positions. He is now running 3rd as we are working our last lap. Our leaders now making their way out of turn number 10 with Brian Cates, your leader, 3rd car of 4 coming out of turn 10. He's got a car length and a half on Schechter, and he comes across, takes the checkered flag. Brian Cates is your winner, the number 21 machine out of Gainesville, Florida. First to take the checkered flag, Sam Schechter, 54 hundredths of a second back in 2nd. And now crossing the line, coming home in 3rd, it is Lincoln Young with Mike McGahern finishing in 4th. Jisoo Kim will finish in 5th. Jeffrey Lehner in the 77 car, a very dusty and dirty front to that 77 machine. Jeffrey Lehner comes home in 6th. Mac Harrison will finish in 7th. Chris Current now in the number 01 machine. He has just come out of turn 10. He crosses the stripe. Chris Current will finish in 8th with Craig Chase and Joe Blanks separated by just a half a second, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, that high percentage move, trying to get as deep as he could, cost Jeffrey Lehner that really, I think, probably could have been a win. I think that, the high percentage would have been to stay behind Sam Schechter. Brian Cates out there all by himself by about 3 car lengths with a lap to go. They probably could have worked and made it all the way back around to turn 10. And I don't think Brian Cates realizes he received the checker flag, because here he comes again. So he's going to take 2 checkered flags. He just wanted to 100% make sure he was not sure. I don't think he nearly knew where he was.
Well, they were again the 3rd and 4th cars in line coming out, and there was a very short about less than half a second separating Cates from the 2 cars ahead. And I know that the folks on the starter stand, they threw out the checkered flag, but it was more or less right as Brian Cates was almost right underneath them.
Yeah, I know that. The 147 there with Steven Spano and Ken Riley were just ahead of Brian Cates and Sam Schechter there. So it was kind of hard to pick that up. But, as we do in the dirt world, sometimes you take that extra lap just to make sure.
So, exactly. All right. So, Brian, that was a great finish again with Brian Cates, your winner, Sam Schechter, Lincoln Young, your top three. Let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we will have our small bore race production cars, GT Light, STL. That's going to be a nice big STL field, I think, for the second day in a row. And T4. And we should have that split grid or split start again as we did yesterday. So we'll be right back here from Summit Point Raceway where you're watching the 2023 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour. Be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, things are winding down. We've got 2 races left to go. Heading out on the pace lap now is our small bore group. It's going to be a split start. We've got 2 separate pace cars. First group going out is I believe, Touring 4 and STL. Let's go. We'll run down the starting order here. Starting 37th, driving the number 61 E-Production Datsun 240Z is Heike Silgren. Ken Burdine is starting 36th. He's driving the GT Light number 29 MG Midget. Starting 35th, driving the number 131 H-Production Volkswagen Golf, it's Taylor Hyatt. She's going to be starting just behind her father, Stephen Hyatt, driving the number 31 F-Production Dodge Neon. Starting 33rd, driving the number 90 H-Production Volkswagen Rabbits, Tom Broering. Kirk Nestis is going to be starting 32nd today. He's got the number 53 Honda Fit. That's an H-Production car. Joe Camilleri driving the H-Production Volkswagen Scirocco starts 31st, with George Spike Berning starting 30th today. He is in the number 35 F-Production Mazda Miata. Then we've got Chuck Allard. He's starting 29th. He's driving the number 50 H-Production Porsche 924. Morgan Burkhardt looking for a little, hopefully a little bit better luck than he had in Spec Racer Ford, where he didn't make the pace lap, didn't finish the pace lap. Morgan Burkhardt starting 28th today, second in F-Production, driving the number 87 Toyota MR2. Then we've got the starting 27th, driving the 89 H-Production MR2. It's Ed Wary, Matt Benazik, who I believe was our H-Production winner yesterday, starting 26th overall, 4th in H-Production, driving a Honda Civic. Then we've got Lawrence Frazon, also in H-Production, driving a Volkswagen Scirocco. That's the 64 car. Rick Benazik starting 24th. He's got the number 11 Honda Civic with Brian Downey, our pole sitter in H-Production, driving the number 63 Nissan 510, Datsun 510, starting 23rd. Starting 22nd, it's Mike Unger in his E-Production Honda S2000 with Graham Fuller starting 21st. He's driving the number 2 GT Light Honda CRX. Lights are out on the pace car, Brian, so I'm going to start. We may end up finishing this up after they get the green flag. Jerry Hinkle starting 20th in his Lotus 7. Hugh McAfee, in the 194 Mazda MX-5. He's going to start 19th. Deacon Greenfield in the STL Honda CRX, scheduled to start 18th. Christopher Collins starting 17th in his T4 Mazda MX-5 with Jeff Liller in his T4 MX-5 starting 16th. Then we've got Brad Williams starting 15th today. He's driving a Mazda Miata. Then we've got John Jenkins in an STL Miata. 14th, Zach Moore. 13th in an STL Miata. Doug On for the second race today in his Mazda Miata. He starts 12th. Then 11th, Austin Hill in his Mazda MX-5 as our leaders are coming out of turn number 10. Austin Hill, STL, Mazda MX-5. Domenico Luigi starting 10th in the number 46 car. We'll get the start, Brian, and then we'll go from there as the green flag is now in the air. And our pole sitters, and this was a great battle yesterday, Brian, Craig McAfee, Christopher Childs. McAfee in the MX-5. Childs in the NB Miata. They are side by side going into turn 1.
Yeah, they head down into turn 1, still side by side, and I give that early lead to Chris Childs. Chris Childs is going to get out in front of McAfee, and now you've got Jeremy Butts. He's going to jump into third position. It's going to move Owen Sheffer back to fourth. It looks like now they come out through. Now McAfee's going to try to really make that move as our second group gets the green flag now, but McAfee's going to jump back in there. Jeremy Butts falling off the pace just a little bit there, Greg. Coming out of turn 2, he's going to drop all the way back into the 5th overall.
All right, and as our second group is coming down into turn 1, we had Jerry Hinkle on the front row along with Graham Fuller, the Lotus 7 and the CRX, and Michael Unger in his Honda S2000 trying to split the difference going into turn 1, not able to do it. Jerry Hinkle, who is currently leading that second pack down through turn number 3. Then we've got the Honda CRX of Rick Benazik, and behind Benazik, we then have Brian Downey. Actually, I don't believe we'll have to take a look. I don't think Downey actually made. Oh, no, he is out there, the 63 car, right behind Rick Benazik. So as our drivers are now making their way through the bottom half of the course, Steve Hunt in his STL Miata starting in 9th. Steve Wickersham also in an STL Miata starting 8th. Ted Cahall. Say it after me, STL Miata. He is starting 7th. Brett Simonson in his STL Mazda RX-8, or pardon me, T4 RX-8. He starts 6th. Ed Kudarakis, T4 Mazda MX-5, 5th. Owen Sheffer will start in 4th in his T4 Mazda RX-8. We'll get to the front 2 rows here in just a moment.
I tell you what, McAfee and Chris Childs going side by side down into turn 1. McAfee not able to make it stick. Childs is going to come out in the lead. Now throw in the 18, I believe, of Owen Sheffer, or that may actually be the 91, Kudarakis.
Kudarakis.
Now McAfee going to come back through there, but he was not able to make that stick. Last time by, a little bit further back, Greg, in GTL, the 29 of Kenneth Burdine, he ended up going in the grass, driver's right to make the pass, cut back across in turn 3 to get up around the Taylor Hyatt and the Stephen Hyatt machine, then was able to go way off pace. He may be coming down pit road.
Yeah, we may see that car in just a few moments here. So in T4, Jeremy Butts falls back behind Ed Kudarakis and Owen Sheffer. They started 3rd, 4th, and 5th, respectively. And, of course, that front row, Craig McAfee, who took the win in STL yesterday over Chris Childs, but that was a bang-out fight yesterday, Brian, and it looks like we're right into the same spot already as we had a car, I think, go around, actually not go around, but go off track at turn 5 and has continued. And it was the 18 car. That was Owen Sheffer.
Yeah. Again, guys trying to get as much as they can early on, overdriving the cars, not able to do it. We saw that, with McAfee going into turn 1 early on, and he ended up dropping back to that Ed Kudarakis machine, but now he has gotten back around Kudarakis, and now he's right back up on the back bumper of Chris Childs. That's exactly what we saw all day yesterday. We're going to see it again today. Those two seem to be the class of the field of this STL battle, and they're starting to pull away now by about 15 to 20 car lengths over the 91 of Ed Kudarakis.
All right, so Owen Sheffer, who had been running in 2nd in STL, or probably in T4, and running 5th overall, now finds himself back in 9th position. He has lost positions to his teammate, actually, Brent Simonson, who now moves up into 5th position overall, but he's got a number of STL cars that he's got to get around in order to get back into that T4 fight.
29 car, as we talked about in that GTL, Keith Burdine, he is still out on the racetrack, but you can tell he way off the pace. Like I said, really was far driver's right, actually in the grass near the tire barrier, trying to get out of everybody's way and then really slowed down. I think he just had to get the car back up underneath him and now has continued on. So looks like everybody's going to get through here to get back up. We should be looking for our overall leaders here in STL of Childs and McAfee, along with Ed Kudarakis coming out of turn 10 as well. So they're starting to head down through the start-finish line right now.
Hey, and I want to thank Jason Races Cars, who's Jason Lamana up north. I'm sure he wanted to be here this weekend in his H Production Volkswagen Rabbit. I know he's getting that car back and ready to go. And we do what we can on the regional level here, Jason. This is Brian's and my brainchild, along with the Washington D.C. region of the SCA. Certainly not up to super tour quality, but we're doing our best here as that STL battle, Brian, still raging on going through turn 3. McAfee tried to come down the inside of Chris Childs. Childs moved over just a little bit to drivers left to cover, and Childs now, as they head down into the or probably through the chute and down into turn 5, nicely positioning that car to keep McAfee from coming underneath them.
Yeah, I think McAfee's going to be right now just content to sit there and kind of hold him, just kind of ride around a little bit. Again, very long race here. We still got plenty of laps to go here. So, again, we could be able to do it. I do want to mention the 182 of Ted Cahall. He started from the pit road. So he was late getting up there, started from pit road. So he did not start in his traditional 7th position. He started all the way in the back. So now he's starting to work back through this second half group. So
no, Mr. I was 7th, and I think and I saw Kimmy Ratcliffe in the chat at one point, so I know she's probably listening.
Yeah.
All right, and yes, we know that was Kenny Zollner in that that wonderful video from VIR. All right, so in H Production, Brian, Rick Benazik, who had some mechanical issues yesterday, his son Matthew actually took the win in H Production, but right now Rick Benazik, he is your leader, and I raced Rick for years in ITA. He had a great Anthony Serra built Acura Integra that was always very strong, and he has been he's podiumed at the runoffs in various third-gen Honda Civic hatchbacks, and he's running very strong today. Brian Downey in his Datsun 510, about 10 car lengths back from Benazik, but he's got Matthew Benazik right up underneath that little chrome bumper. As I think we had a car off, Brian, on the outside of 1.
Well, it looks like we had 2 wheels off on driver's left there, and it may have been the Brent Simonson machine, but no harm, no foul there. I was able to continue. We'll see whether or not you get a call across the radio to see what that number was, but I do believe that where that dust came up was from the Brent Simonson area, but I can tell you that he completed and got through there and kept going. So, Owen Sheffer had that early spin down there in turn 5. He is starting to reel back in some of these guys. He is right behind Steve Wickersham, which is an STL car. And then the next car up from them is going to be the Brent Simons machine. So, again, Owen Sheffer with that faster car should be seeing him coming out of turn 10 here momentarily as our overall leaders now. They're headed down into turn 1. They're going to come back in some of that H production battle going on. Out of turn 2. So we'll see how Childs and McAfee can get through some of this traffic, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. And so Brian, I was just about to relay some more H production information because as much as I joke about friend Brennan Horan texting and driving in some of the iRacing races that I call, I just noticed that Joe Camilleri sent me a text message with some updates on some of the drivers in H production who maybe had some mechanical issues after yesterday's race. And just as I was about ready to read them, he spun at turn 5. And I think
was he texting again?
That's what I think. Joe Camilleri was texting and racing at the same time. So apparently, Brian Downey, who had some mechanical issues yesterday with a front strut on his 510, got that repaired. Then, in addition to him, Larry Freyson in his Scirocco had some fuel pump issues, and I do not see Freyzon's Scirocco out on track today, and nor do I see Chuck Allard. Chuck with the blue and white number 50 Porsche 924. He had some fuel pump issues, and he had, I think we talked about it yesterday, he had a lot of problems during the practice day as well on Friday, and looks like it got the better of him here today.
Yeah, Heike Silgren not out there. Neither is the 90 of Tom Broering. I did not see Carolyn down there walking around, so although I do know she's down there, as our leaders are now going to go side by side down into turn 1, Greg, and it looks like McAfee's going to get in front of Childs, but just as I say say that Childs fight back on driver's left, really to the outside. He's going to have that line of the exit coming out of there, but it looks like McAfee's going to have a little bit more power going through there. They're going to be coming up on the 53 machine here. Yeah. Momentarily going through turn 3 and turn 4. So he's going to have to move over just a little bit because those guys really got bottlenecked up back here a little bit, Greg, last time by. Now you got the Hyatt father-son battle, father-daughter.
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry. Oops, I pinged there a little bit. Father-daughter. And Dad kind of pushed her out to driver's right there coming through turn 3. So that's going to be a little bit I could imagine what that's going to be like in the paddock.
I'm sure if Steve ends up giving a position up to Taylor, he's probably not going to fight it too horribly.
It's the other way around.
Oh.
Steven pushed her out.
Oh, really?
So.
Oh, yeah. That might not end well. Yeah, better that we're up here. I mean, as long as Steven ends up second on the, second place, as we've just gotten a photo actually, Brian, of the podium here at Summit Point. And apparently, if you finish second here at some point in any of our races, there's a trap door on the podium.
Yeah, I don't know if it's good. I think if you've walked by there and you saw that and you think, you know what, I'd rather finish third than second today. That way I don't fall through. But, yeah, that's going to be or you get somebody like Jeremy Butts who's like 6'5", 6'6". He doesn't need to. He can still stand as tall as the winner. Greg, let's go back to this STL battle because, again, and I can't repeat this anymore, they are still side-by-side coming out of turn 2. It looks like Chris Childs gets through turns 1 and 2 so much better than McAfee, but McAfee's got a little bit more power to get through that chute between 2 and 3. Then Childs, and then when they get up to turn 3 and they get up over the hill, that's where Childs is able to do it as they go down through turn 5 now. Yeah. It's that car length the entire time. So.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday where Childs would get a much better run out of turn 10 onto the front straight here than Craig McAfee would. And even though McAfee might have a lead, by the time they got down to turn 1, it was completely gone. I mean, it's partly draft, but you could see probably around a good 2 to 3 mile per hour differential between those two drivers coming out of turn number 10. Brian here is they will be coming up and out of turn 10 right now, and we've got Chris Childs locked to the rear. He now moves to driver's right as they cross the start-finish line, and as he did, Brian, that far up the front straight, he got back in line, used the draft a little bit more, and then popped back out as they go into the braking zone now side by side. And Childs now with about a half a car length coming through turns 1 and out of turn number 2. We'll see if he can hold that off as he now sets center of track. McAfee having to slot in behind the number 7 car as we now have a new leader in STL.
I tell you what, Greg, we've talked about this all day, and we've talked about it in multiple groups. The untraditional line coming out of turn 2, trying to get yourself lined up for turn 3. McAfee seems to be a lot faster staying to the left-hand side of the racetrack rather than getting back into the center or to the driver's right to set up turn 3. He's able to get through it a little bit better there and to be able to close that gap. But that time by, Chris Childs was in the same line as he was, and so he was able to help keep that momentum up and go through. We'll be looking through. They're back through the carousel now. They'll be coming up through turn 8, and we'll see whether or not they're side by side again coming up through there, waiting for them to come through. And through that, actually, they're coming now through turn 10 right now. I can see Chris Childs still has his lights on, so he's had them on now for a couple of days. They're going to go through Morgan Burkhardt. He's pointing for them to go around.
and Morgan works for Chris Childs after school, and I think if he had held up Chris Childs, he'd never hear the end of it and probably never make another penny.
Well, he'd be sweeping floors for a long time
instead of working on it. So they went by, but Chris Childs, when they came out of 10, had about a 4-car length advantage over the 68 of McAfee. McAfee was able to still close that up using the same draft that Childs was using, but now as they go through turn 3, Brian, Chris Childs with maybe the most breathing room that he has had since the drop of the green flag. He's got about 5 car lengths on the red 68.
Yeah, it looks like McAfee got stuck in behind the 64 there. Lawrence Frazion coming out of turn 2 really couldn't make that move to get where he needed to get back and really had to go again from his untraditional line and had to move all the way over to driver's right, and it probably upset the car coming through there.
All right, so quickly here, because I know we can't show all of the timing and scoring on our on our feed here. Brian, let's try to break things down. We'll reset the field here by class. We're in STL, as we've mentioned. It is Chris Childs, Craig McAfee, Austin Hill in the number 8 MX5. That's actually an MX5 challenge car. He is sitting back a distant third, 27 seconds back. Steve Wickersham sitting in fourth. Steve Hunt in fifth. In H production, Rick Beneza continues to open up an advantage over the rest of the field. He's got about 5.5 seconds over Brian Downey currently. Matt Benezek, yesterday's H production winner, sitting in third with Ed Weary, 10 seconds off the podium right now in fourth. And Joe Camilleri, I don't know what he was, maybe he's drinking and driving too. I don't know, but I thought he said that Lawrence Freyson wouldn't make the start. Indeed, Freyson in his Scirocco currently running in fifth position, about 3 seconds back from Ed Weary in fourth. Of course, Graham Fuller now a full lap up on Ken Bodine in GT Light, the former podium finisher in GTL. With the lead. In T4, Jeremy Butts, he has now opened up a 4-second advantage over Brett Simonson. Simonson in a brand new motor, but one that apparently has been down a little bit on power, and they had some fuel pickup issues with that car earlier on in the week. When I talked to Brent last night, it was in a little bit better shape than it had been during the test day on Friday.
Well, he's going to have to hurry up and figure that out because Owen Sheffer, after his incident down in Turn 5, is right on the back bumper of Brett Simonson as they go down through Turn 5 right now. So he's going to have to pick up the pace if he wants to keep that second position in that T4 battle. If not, Owen Sheffer is going to get around him and sit on second place. Here comes the overall leaders again, and you're right, Greg. He has really opened up. And again, that's because of the traffic. So we'll see whether or not McAfee's going to be able to close the gap here with 14 laps to go.
Yeah, I was going to say there is a long way to go here in this race, Brian, and 14 laps, almost 28 miles left in this race, and there is still a lot of time for Craig McAfee. We saw this in the Spec Racer Ford race with Brian Cates, who just kept plugging away lap after lap after lap and got up into that battle for the lead and took the eventual win in Spec Racer Ford. In F production, Jerry Hinkle in the number 66 Lotus 7. He retired early yesterday. He is still your leader in class as he crosses the start-finish line, and he is going to start lap number 12. Morgan Burkhardt in that Toyota MR2, the number 87 machine, currently running a fairly distant second, but I should add that MR2, Brian, is prepared really to H production rules or H production weight, what have you. Morgan is still working on converting his ITA Honda CRX to an F production car. It's not quite ready to go, and so he's just trying to get himself qualified for the National Championship Runoffs.
Yeah, just trying to continue to get some seat time here. As here comes our overall leader again out of turn 10. They're going to run up on this lap traffic again that they ran into probably about 5 or 6 laps ago here, headed down into turn 1. Chris Childs with about a 15 car length lead over Craig Mahaffey. I tell you what, the bottleneck is starting to take place here, Greg. Coming out of turn 2 right now, they're now going into turn 1. So I would assume by the time they get to the carousel, they're going to have to fight. We'll see what that gap closes down to as Chris Childs again comes out of turn 2, stays driver's left, gets by couple of machines getting ready to come up on the 63 of Brian Downey as they head up over turn 3 and turn 4. We'll see if Downey stays driver's right, which he does, and allows Chris Childs to go down pass by him.
All right, so Brian, I was taking a look at some of the track records in STL. Darren Treacle, who we saw a little bit earlier today in STL, in STU, driving a BMW. He previously used to race an STL Honda Civic, I believe an 8th gen Honda Civic, track record at 121.5. Currently, Chris Childs at a 122.8. So a little bit more than a second off the track record, but he has to this point run almost 0.7 of a second faster than Craig McAfee, who after those early battles has really fallen off the pace here. And I think, somewhat like we saw in GT3 earlier today, when Kevin Allen was able to separate himself out early on from Jared Odrick and was just able to walk away from Odrick, whereas yesterday they couldn't get away from one another. I think it's kind of the same thing here today with Childs and Craig McAfee.
Yeah, now that I think Childs got through the traffic better, the very first time, which has kind of opened that gap. Their time frame seems to be, or their lap times seem to be about the same, give or take a tenth or two right now, pretty much within the hundreds. So that gap is kind of stabilized all the way across. So we'll have to see whether or not that is. But again, long way to go. You talked about the 8 of Austin Hill. That is one of our MX5 Cup cars. Decided to run that here in STL, and a little bit further as Graham Fuller comes down, and he's getting ready to pass the Steve Wickersham and the one of the Lillers there. I think that's not Mark Liller. That's Jeff
Liller and
yeah.
the T4 MX5.
Yep.
And so, Brian, wanted to thank and all the great and kind words we've been getting both online and offline. Some folks that have joined us on the chat on the stream here. We've got, for example, Lisa Hunsicker calling in from Colorado. Actually, I was talking to Morgan Burkhardt's mother last night. Turns out they are going to be heading out to Colorado to see the Hunsickers and going to have some seat time, I think, during a Porsche Club race. Actually, Morgan is going to have some seat time at a Porsche Club race at Eagles Canyon Raceway a little bit later this year in a Porsche Cayman. So the kid getting a lot of opportunities, and of course, Lisa was a little upset to see Morgan not make the green flag in the Spec Racer Ford race, but he's doing well here in F production right now.
He's doing the best he can with what he has right now. But I tell you what, right now it's about seat time, I think, in any car.
Yeah.
And for a young man like that to be able to go from what he was in to something a little bit more within that SRF3 and then to come back down. It's about how, in a more underpowered car,
yes,
still getting the best out of it. Just kind of shows a ton of talent right there. This kid needs to get in anything and everything he can. I can tell you what, if you're listening out there and you own a car that's got a little bit more, I think right now this is the kid you need to put in. He's going to maximize every effort he can, not only for you but for your team and for your sponsors as well.
All right, so yes, and as a longtime friends of the Burkhardts, anything that can, hopefully remove some financial responsibility from them, the better. All right. All right, let's take a look here, Brian, as we now have 10 laps remaining in this 25-minute race. Chris Childs continues to lead McAfee, and that gap between Childs and McAfee has all but disappeared, Brian, as they are coming out of turn 2, heading up towards turn 3. They were trying to get through some slower traffic, and McAfee now only a car length back from the black number 7 machine as they come through turn 3 to start heading down the chute. They've got some slower traffic just ahead of them now. As they come through the chute, you can see them now coming down the hill, and they're going to come up, I believe it's on the Scirocco of Joe Camilleri, Brian, just as they're getting into turn 6A and 6B.
Hope he doesn't text you.
Yeah, he bet. Wait, hold on. Let me get my phone. There are 2 fast Miatas behind me. Yeah. Oh, yep.
What should I do?
What should I do?
Get out of the way. That's the quick one. So, we'll be waiting for them to come up out of turn 10. They're, again, I think that they, I got to give it to both of them. They have really picked and choose where they need to go to get out of the, to get around some of the slower traffic. Now that gap has opened up back to about 3 or 4 car lengths as they come out of turn 10. So it could be that McAfee had a little problem getting around that Scirocco as it comes out of turn 10. So he may have had some problems up there turn 8, but that gap now, again, increased back. So, again, 9 laps left to go. At some point, I think Chris Childs has got to learn to or start to thinking about, hey, let's just take care of the equipment and get it back home.
All right, and just got somebody jumping for joy out on the West Coast, and I hope he doesn't get arrested for DIP or anything along those lines. Mike Meathead Collins, who's just commenting that his dad, and that is his father, running in T4 today. That is Chris Collins, driving the number 57 Mazda MX-5, had just run his fastest lap of the race, ran a 129.020, and I believe that may have been his fastest time ever in that T4 Mazda MX-5.
Well, I saw Chris here at the driver's school and was talking to him and asked him if he was going to come run the majors, and he said he didn't think so. And I said, well, here, I'll jump in the car. And lo and behold, he's here, and he just set his fastest time. So, Mike, you're welcome, because I just made him go ahead and run this race because I told him I was going to jump in the car, but I don't think he wanted me to do that.
And it's interesting that you say that because we always talk about the SCCA being a member-run organization, a volunteer organization, bringing all these events. Where Chris Collins was the chief steward for our competition licensing school just a few weeks here at SCCA. So Chris, over the last number of years, really splitting time, wearing many different hats, and want to thank him for his volunteerism.
Hey, let's jump on. I'm going to jump on one of the other guys here in this race. Is that we start to seem to be spreading out a little bit. Oh, we got one car, Steve Wickersham, doing the 360. Actually, I think that's a 480.
480
going through turn 3. He is actually stalled right there, trying to get it started. Again, another product. That's a Chris Childs worked on car. So Wickersham starting to get through. But yeah, that was a complete 480 through turn 3. Kept it actually on the asphalt. Never went off. But hey, I'm gonna drop back here just a little bit. Deacon Greenfield. We talked about Deacon all last year running in SSM. As now I talk about him, and now he pulls the car off the pit lane. So Deacon, I'm going to talk about you anyway as we start to get out there. Deacon and his father built this Honda CRX. Got some help from some other people in there. Again, I think this is the first race he's done. It's been on track since they've got it built. So again, still trying to work out the gremlins. Another iRacer that you and I have called races for. Always up front there.
Was my student at driver's school last year, and
turning right
early,
on the pit road there. So.
Also explains him driving a CRX. But they're trying to get that car worked out, and I'm sure he's going to be back strong. His goal again is to qualify for the runoffs, and we've talked about Morgan Burkhardt being one of the co-award winners of the Washington, D.C. region's 2022 Rookie of the Year. Deacon Greenfield, another one of them, Jamison Huffman, who we saw in FE2 a little bit earlier today, the third. And it cracks me up, Brian, because they walk around the paddock. We saw them at the driver's school. They had the Rookie of the Year trophy with them that they paraded around the paddock as if they've got the Stanley Cup for the day. It's...
Each one of them got a couple minutes there,
a couple hours
minutes
with the cup, exactly.
So, and we talked about Wickersham, and we talked about Chris Childs. Now Wickersham is in between, him and McAfee. So knowing that they're together, and knowing I could see Chris Childs now leaning out of his car, going, "Hey, block that guy behind me, will you?"
Stay right where you are, exactly. Here, as Brian, look at this pack that we've got coming out of turn 10 right now, and we're taking a look. Is Graham Fuller passing a number of the H production cars, and he's got the 194 machine tagged right along behind him. The 194, that is Hugh McAfee, who I believe is Craig's father, running a little bit further back in the field in the Flat Out Motorsports number 194 machine, currently running 9th in STL. But Graham Fuller came up on about 8 cars coming through turn 10, and has now dispatched with almost all of them, with I think the exception of the MR2 that is out there, the H production MR2 that is currently being driven by Ed Wary, the 89 machine.
Greg, I'm going to drop back just a little bit, talk about T4. Jeremy Butt still leading in that T4 position. Now Owen Sheffer back up into second place. He did get around Brett Simonson, Ed Kudarakis. He is sitting in 4th. Christopher Collins sitting in 5th, along with Jeff Liller in the 127 in 6th. So he was able to get control of that car and get back around Brett Simonson. I know you talked about being a little bit under power as Owen goes by the start-finish line right now. And then here comes the Brett Simonson machine now crossing the start-finish line. So that is the difference between second and third. So we got one car going through turn 3, the number 35 machine there. That is, let's see, I'm not even showing a 35 on here. Oh, yeah, there it is.
It's
George,
Racer X.
His last name is
George Spike Benning.
Spike Benning. Yeah, I was going to say his last name's cut off here on my sheet, but going really slow up through turn 3. Was able to continue there, so I'm not sure if he got a little loose getting into the corner before getting in there, but was going up there really, really slow. Here comes Chris Childs. He's got a lead on Craig Mahaffey. Let's see where that is right now. Right now, that is a 1.5 second lead. Call it about 10 car lengths in between there. But again, Childs getting ready to come up on the, I believe that's the Morgan Burkhardt machine in that Toyota MR2 one more time. I can't see it from the sun, but it looks like he may be coming up on there. Nope, looks like he is going to be coming up on, that is the Morgan Burkhardt MR2. And then next thing he's going to do is come up on our T4, which is our 4th place runner right now, and that's Ed Kudarakis.
Kudarakis.
Yeah, so those two guys getting around this racetrack here really well and pretty quickly right now, Greg.
Yeah, as they're running times in the right now in the very low 123s, the T4 machines, who definitely don't have the handling prowess of the STL cars, are currently running in the 126 and 127 range, so almost 3 seconds that gap between those two, and so we're about to see some of those T4 drivers go a lap down from our leaders.
Yeah, I talked about the 35 Spike Benning there. He is now really, really slow down through 1 and 2. Hopefully he comes to this crossover and cuts off. When he was coming by the start-finish line, he did make a motion to the starter stand. I don't know if he's going to continue or cut through. He's going past the cut through right now, so he's going to try to get one more lap in.
Yeah, try to get it around
before, but he is very, very slow coming through there. They are going to put out the white flag and each corner station that he goes by, just to let the drivers know that they have a slow-moving vehicle up there right now to be prepared for that.
Yeah, and so Spike was our winner in F production yesterday after Jerry Hinkle had retired. Was running in third here today, but as we have this race winding down and Spike Benning having those issues, he is finding himself considerably further back right now. He was running third, almost a lap down from Morgan Burkhardt, but that if he retires, that will likely move Stephen Hyatt up into a podium-paying position in his Dodge Neon.
While I'm sitting here looking at the T4 battle, Greg, we were just talking about that. Jeremy Butts is now coming out of turn 2. Owen Sheffer is in the middle of turn 2. So that gap is starting to shorten even more as the laps go down. Again, with only 4 laps left to go, and our leaders should be coming around here to get 3 laps to go. And here comes Spike Benning now. So tried to get that last lap. Greg, here comes our STL battle again. That is now back up to 2 car lengths in. So they're going to have 3 laps to go. We're going to have to see if McAfee can get to Chris Childs. They're getting ready to go around the 89 MR2
with
there.
Just 3 laps to go.
Yeah,
so
Ed Weary,
time definitely starting to run down here. Yeah, they're going to be coming up on Ed Weary in that red number 89 Toyota MR2 as they go through turns 1 and 2, and so it's been like a little seesaw here, like a little rubber band, as Childs has been able to open up gaps over McAfee, and then traffic will bring them back together. And as they come into turn 3 now, choked up behind that 89 machine, McAfee pulls within 2 car lengths as they start to make their run down the hill, down into and through the chute at turn 4 and into turn number 5. Now, let's take a look here. You can see the headlights blazing on Chris Childs' black number 7 machine, but McAfee still within about a car length and a half as they go into the slower turn number 6 and 6A.
Tell you what, this is a gaggle of cars coming right now. You got the Brian Downey machine, then you got the Brent Simonson, Chris Childs machine right there.
And I would say in H production, great little fight going on right now. Joe Camilleri and Ed Weary, the 06 and the 89 machine, they're coming down into turn 1 right now. Camilleri in that orange Volkswagen Scirocco, Weary in the red Toyota MR2, and Kirk Nestis in that fight as well. So things really tightening up. Of course, that is the battle for 5th in H production.
I tell you what, Greg, looking at the times right now, the lap times, Chris Childs and Craig McAfee now coming through the center of turns 1 and turns 2, and we talked about all that bottleneck up there. They are now just now getting to the top of the hill in turn 4 to go down into turn 5. You can see it on your camera. I think with 2 laps to go, they may catch them at the very tail end of this. It's going to be decided, I think, on the very last corner here in turn 10 between those 2 drivers.
All right, Brian. So we just saw Morgan Burkhardt come down the front straight using the draft of Taylor Hyatt's big A2 Volkswagen Golf, the H production car. And we were talking to Mike Kelly, Taylor's boyfriend, yesterday. And apparently coming out of the Hyatt Racing Camp, the biggest story was that Morgan didn't give Taylor a bump draft down the front straight. And so this time Morgan pulled up right behind the Golf and then moved over driver's right and drove by.
I know she's trying
2 days in a row denied.
Yeah, we'll have to see. You would think that he would try to do that, help get up next to Dad to see if whether or not you can make that pass. We'll have to see. Here comes our leaders now out of turn 10, and Greg, all the cars there within the different classes, they're just now going into one. They're getting to one to go right now. So we'll see. It could be that when they get down to the backside of this racetrack, that could be where this pass may happen for this win.
Yeah, and we'll have to see because there is a lot of H production traffic, Brian, that's just come out of turn 2, going up to turn 3. Childs and McAfee, they've got somewhere around 7 machines now just coming through turn number 3 and heading down the hill. It may impact them here towards the very end of this last lap. I don't think they're going to get up to them as they go into the carousel, but you're going to see now this mess coming down the hill into turn 5, cars 2 wide, 3 wide. I'm not going to give you the whole rundown because multiple classes and on multiple laps. There are a couple drivers that are a lap down there. Leaders now coming through turn number 5 with Chris Childs a half a car length up on Craig McAfee as they go under braking into turn 6. And as they work on that carousel, again, the key is always to be able to feed in throttle through 6, 6A, 6B, and into turn number 7. And so when you come up the hill at turn 8, which is where our cameras are going to pick them up in just a moment, you want to be able to carry speed as they're 4 wide, just ahead of them in turn 8.
Here comes 4 and now. 4 there. I don't think they're going to come into play, but we're going to see. Here comes McAfee. Here comes Childs coming out of turn 10 right now. They're going to be able to go driver's right, but it does look like it's going to be Chris Childs is going to pick up the overall and the STL win here.
There you go. And Craig McAfee, he is going to finish in second. So those two drivers, they swap positions from yesterday to today. Yesterday, Craig McAfee with the win. Today, Chris Childs from Angry Sheep Motorsports comes home in second as we have more drivers crossing the line. Let's take a look in some of our other classes. Now, taking the checkered flag and taking the win in H production is going to be Rick Benazik with Brian Downey finishing in second. Lawrence Freyson, if he comes around, we'll watch for the Scirocco Freyson.
He just went through turn 3.
Okay,
I think he just went through turn 3, but I don't think he received the checker at the same time that Childs and him. So he's got a full lap.
He's got a full another lap to go. So we'll see Freyson currently on track for third in H production. In F production, Jerry Hinkle taking the checkered flag. Morgan Burkhardt just crossed the stripe. Burkhardt will finish in second. Stephen Hyatt in his Dodge Neon will come home in third. Crossing the line now and severely off pace, but probably just at the right time, Brian. Crossing the line and taking the win in H production is Rick Benazik with Brian Downey. We'll have to look for Downey because Freyson actually just crossed the line, and I'm wondering if maybe Downey and Child got in together.
Downey is right behind Freyson.
Okay, he's right behind Freyson. So. Well, Downey had been running second when that last lap started. Freyson finishes in second, runs his fastest lap of the race, almost 2 seconds faster than Brian Downey. Downey will finish in third. Matt Benazik will finish fourth. Ed Wary will finish in fifth. In GT Light, Graham Fuller finishes 3 laps up on Ken Burdine. And then in T4, with a winning gap here, margin of 4.3 seconds, Jeremy Butts takes the win. Owen Sheffer, who had that early off, comes home in second, about 5 seconds back. Brent Simonson, 18 seconds further back from there, will take home third. And Ed Kudarakis, who was our early leader in T4, he comes home in fourth position with Chris Childs finishing fifth, Jeff Liller finishing in sixth. In E production, Michael Unger, our sole driver in the class, in his Honda S2000, he takes the win. Unger finishes... let's see, where did Unger finish? A little further back than I expected. He finishes 11th overall. And then finally in, I think we ran down F production. Jerry Hinkle taking the win. Morgan Burkhardt second. Stephen Hyatt third with George Benning pitting in early, finishing just off the podium in fourth. All right, so Brian, we've got one more race to go.
We do.
We do. We've got one more race here. And let me try to get the timing here. There you go, Spec MX5 Challenge. It's currently 2:08 on the clock. Why don't we say we're going to give it, as cars are coming back in now, probably around 2:15 as a start time. But regardless, we're going to be back. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We know that The drivers in that first group are just coming off the track, and we're going to have some victory laps starting up here. And when we come back, we're going to have our very last feature race of the day. It's going to be the Spec MX5 Challenge, round number 2 here of their 2023 season. We're going to have Bethany back up here with us. Bethany Porter should be joining us once again to give us a little bit of insight into that series. And so we'll be back here in just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway, home of the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour and Spec MX5 Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, it is time for the last race of the day. It is the second time that we've seen the Spec MX5 Challenge today, but rather than that 13-lap sprint race, they're going to be going at it for 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. Let's go down and run down the starting grid as the pace lap's underway.
All right, tell you what, let's go ahead and start that. Starting in 11th from Topeka, Kansas, the number 52 of Wheel Kreis. Starting in 10th from Springfield, Missouri, the number 20 of Corbin Collins. Starting in 9th from Washington, D.C., the number 47 of Mac Harrison. Starting in 8th from Glenwood, Maryland, the number 60 of Aiden Coleman. Starting in the 7th position from Keene, New Hampshire, number 79 of Thomas Bogar. Starting in 6th from Unionville, Indiana, the number 95 of Nathan Nicholson. Starting in the 5th position from Appleton, Wisconsin, the number 55 of Cam Eben. Starting in 4th from Lipson, Wisconsin, the number 42, and we spoke to him earlier, Michael Borden. Starting 3rd from Fort Hill, South Carolina, the number 22 of Will Robusto. Starting on the 2nd and in the front row from Lakewood, Illinois, the number 4 of Alex Bertagloli. Starting on the pole, the number 16 from Wakefield, Rhode Island, the number 16 of Nathan Saxon.
All right, Brian. And so as we've got the field now heading down the bottom half of the course here on the pace lap, and actually the lights are out on the pace car, Alex Bertagnoli took the win in race number 1 with Nate Saxon finishing 2nd, Cam Eben 3rd, Will Robusto finished in 4th, Nathan Nicholson, who was an early leader, finished in 5th position. Now, as we've got the pace car bringing the field underneath the bridge and is now coming down onto the pit lane, and I'm going to talk really really slowly so that people think that that's actually what's happening.
Considering they just came out of turn 8.
Yeah, exactly. As they just came out of turn 8 and they're heading up the hill. I probably should have listened to that. But the pace car it's been asked to run a little bit more slowly this afternoon in order to let people get heat in their tires. And hey, there they are with the slowest run ever from the bridge to turn 10 with our pole sitter. Nathan Saxon, now has the field, and we have an early start once again today, Brian. You know, as we were talking to Michael Borden, he was surprised the first start that they got the green flag almost right after they rolled out of turn 10. And as they head down towards turn 1, it is Nathan Saxon in that blue and orange flat-out motorsports car. He's got Bertagnoli, the number 4 machine, to the outside. And for the moment, it looks like Saxon has about a half a car length advantage. Of course, he had the shorter run through turn number 1, but Bertagnoli, he's all set up for turn number 2. He's sticking drivers left here, and he's got the position going into turn 3. Side by side, though, the 2 silver and blue cars of Will Robusto and Michael Borden, the 22 and the 42, as they go through turn 3 with Cam Eben and Nate Nicholson right back behind as they start to come down the hill into turn 5 for the very first time.
Yeah, they were still side by side coming out of turn 2. Looked like that was the opening pace lap as well. Now they get through turn 5, they start to single file out. When they get through the carousel, we'll see as they come up through turn 8 whether or not they stay that, or if somebody's going to get a run up out of turn 7, turn 8, come up the hill under the bridge. We'll see whether or not somebody's going to make a move. Remember, these guys are on the same tires they've been on all weekend long. So, again, a long 25-lap race, and we talked about it earlier with Michael. We'll see who's going to prevail and who's going to take care of the tires.
All right, as they come up the hill now through turn number 8 and underneath the bridge, a little bit faster coming into turn 10 this time, Brian. Here
and single file.
Yes, and single file. And so your new leader now taking the point here as we complete lap number 1. It is Alex Bertagnoli in the gray number 4 machine. Nathan Saxon sitting back in second, then Will Robusto as Robusto and Saxon go side by side for the moment into turn 2. Robusto gets back in line. Michael Borden pressing the issue already with Nathan Nicholson, the number 5 machine, who was very strong early on in our first race, the first couple laps, but then kind of fell off the pace, Brian. Had a few problems there. Of course, Michael Borden had those electrical issues. He said when we talked to him after the interview a little while ago that the front end of the car was wandering around a little bit, that there might have been from some of that contact that he had in race number 1. So that's something he's going to have to manage. And certainly if they didn't correct and fix the toe in the front of the car, that might lead to some additional tire wear.
Yeah, got a great run coming out of turn 10 there with him, and to get past that 95 of Nathan Nicholson, was able to set up, get back in line, make that pass. It does look like that Cam Eben was going to try to come with him, but couldn't really get there, so had to tuck back in line. So we'll see the next time they come by. But as they come out of turn 8, again, still riding single file, starting to spread out just a little bit more, Greg. We got one car going off there in turn 8 up towards the driver's left. We'll see as they start to come back through. They are able to continue.
Yeah, they're able to do. I think that might be Mac Harrison in the number 47 machine as he was at the tail end of the field. We'll check that out as they go by as our leaders now. Compressing down our top 3 cars, and once again, side by side, Bertignoli to driver's right, Nathan Saxon to driver's left, right behind going into turn 1, and it looks like Nathan Saxon able to take the point here going through turn 1. So, Brian, we've got joining us once again, we've got Bethany Porter from the Spec MX5 Challenge Series. Want to welcome you back. I'm seeing you more this weekend than, well, certainly than my mother, but most other friends of mine. So welcome back, and hopefully over this extended race, we'll get a little chance to talk about maybe some of the faces and some of the people of the series that are racing this weekend.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us up again, guys. It's been a great weekend so far. Even with the schedule, everybody kept us well informed, and we knew what was going on. So I think a lot of people are looking forward to next year coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that would be great to have you guys back here as well. And we're seeing once again, much like we saw right out of the gate this morning with our very first race, some very close, tight, respectful racing from these drivers. And a lot of the drivers that we have, they are, I don't say the kart kids, but a lot of them, this is kind of their first step into the professional auto or car racing, I guess, as opposed to kart racing. What's about the average age for the drivers in the field?
I feel like we have a lot of 16 to 18-year-olds. We do have a 14-year-old, Corbin Collins, that's out there. This is actually his second season.
Okay.
He ran a lot with NASA, since you're allowed to run
13-year-olds
there. But he's very much getting faster every weekend and really learning and maturing and learning how to develop as a driver, and it's been really impressive.
Now we see, and actually real quick here as we take a look here with Saxon leading Will Robusto, who's gotten around Bertignoli down into turn 3. Now, speaking of Corbin Collins for a moment, you talked about maturing and becoming more mature. You gave us a couple tidbits yesterday, talking about maybe being on the maturity scale about Corbin that you don't necessarily think of when you think of a 14-year-old.
Well, I'm going to say I feel like talking to Corbin, I learned that he's already pursuing a poli-sci major at the community college level. He is every kid every parent wishes they had, I think, including me. So
So at age 14, so basically as he's just getting out of, I guess it would be essentially a freshman in high school. He's already taking college level courses. Brian, it looks like we had another incident or not an incident, but something at turn 8.
Yeah, it looks like maybe somebody probably put 2 wheels off there. I will tell you that their early spin that we talked about down there in turn 8, that actually was the 20 of Corbin Collins. So he is definitely pushing the limit here from track limits. But he was able to continue. He's just now coming out of turn 10. Here comes our leaders now heading down into turn 1. Again, Nathan Saxon leading Will Robusto and Alex Bertagnoli. They were side by side coming out of turn 2. Now throw in Michael Borden, who's going to be side by side coming out of there, but he's going to tuck back in. But again, Will Robusto and Bertagnoli, they were side by side again going up through 3. And now Bertagnoli is going to drop 2 tires off in the old Tristan Herbert line we talk about, Greg, and so is everybody else from there on back. So follow the leader on that one.
Yeah, so we need to probably fill in Bethany. Tristan Herbert, former Pirelli World Challenge touring car driver, one of my students at driver school here at Summit Point when he got his competition license, but don't hold that against him or me. But typically 2 or usually 4 wheels through the gravel over here at turn 4. Guaranteed you're going to have to buy a windshield if you ever follow.
Oh, my goodness.
So hopefully we don't see that much. We also have, it looks like, some dust and dirt in the air on the exit of turn 2, Brian, where a driver probably, again, just dropped a wheel over there, and we're seeing that a lot now at turn 8. The pretty typical for drivers to turn in a little bit early at turn 8. It is an increasing radius corner. It is also one of the fastest corners on the track. And there is a little bit of curbing over there on exit, but it's not difficult to just drop at least a front wheel off. You're not going to get into a lot of trouble if you drop a front wheel. If you drop a rear wheel off, you're probably going to go for a pretty wild ride. As we've got our drivers now, what is this? We're looking at a 6-car battle for the lead right here. from Saxon to Robusto to Borden to Bertignoli, Cam Eben, and Nathan Nicholson all in a row here as they're working lap number 6.
Yeah, Greg, a lot of passing early on. I did not expect to see this really from the front 5 or 6 there. Call it 7 cars. I figured they would have stayed in line a little bit, knowing that they've got to go 25 laps. They're on the last edge of these tires. But when we talked to Michael earlier, the tires seem to handle okay, and they seem to be living up to what they need to do for the whole weekend. And as he walked out of here earlier with Beth, he had a little smile on his face saying, I hope they continue to keep doing what they're doing. So, I think he's got something in the bag for them as well, hanging right in there.
Well, hopefully, Brian, not to scare Bethany any, but just got a little report. There was some front brake lock up from Borden's number 42 machine, and he might have had a little bit of contact in the braking zone with the number 22 of Robusto. Remember, we saw a lot of dirt go up in the air. That was where Robusto's rear end moved out just a little bit of a wiggle there after that tap as he got the car turned in. And as they're on the front straight now, looks like Borden's dropped a little bit off of the back of Nathan Saxon and Robusto. He's going to pick up a lot of that in the draft, and he picks up about 3.5 car lengths in the draft. Then about 2 car lengths back from there is Cam Eben with Bertignoli, who for a while was our lead driver. Bertignoli now falls back into 5th position with Nathan Saxon running in 6th. And there's a little bit of a gap now, Brian, between the top 3 and 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, they've dropped back just a little bit, but again, those 3 are going to get back into single file as they head up to turn 3. Again, everybody's really trying to push the limits coming out of turn 3, getting those right side tires almost, Greg, just barely clipping the gravel trap right there. So kind of a good thing that this is the last group, because if not, if there was another group after that, they're going to have to sweep this at the end. So that's going to come into play the more they continue to hit that and push that track limits. Again, there is no out of bounds to and I'm using my finger air quotes, certain degree here, especially in that turn. So you've got to be careful as those rocks and stuff will kick up in there. It could cause, as get more heat in these tires to get that thing really loose.
All right, so our leader's now coming out of turn number 10 right now, and it is again Nathan Saxon. And Saxon with about a 2 car length advantage going under that. There's just a slight brush of the brakes going into turn 10, and Robusto able to pull right back up to the back of the number 16 machine. Those 2 drivers about 4 car lengths clear of Michael Borden as they came out of turn 10. Again, Borden picks up a lot of ground under the draft, and here's the big difference between running an NC Miata in iRacing versus real life. In an NC Miata, you can't get a draft off these cars to save your life, and it looks like Michael Borden being helped quite a bit on this 3/4 of a mile front straight. It is then now 3 car lengths back to Alex Bertignoli, who's to Cam Eben. Bertignoli, who's running in 5th position, just ran the fastest lap of anybody this race.
These guys seem to be settling in a little bit, especially from the top 6 right now. Again, you've got that gap from the first 2, about a car length and a half. Now Michael Borden comes up right on the back of Will Robusto coming into turn 5, getting through that exit into 6 into the carousel. So we'll have to see whether or not he's able to just hold on there and whether or not they're able to pull back up to Nathan Saxon. But the next 3 of Cam Eben, Alex Bertignoli, and Nathan Nicholson just kind of content to just sit there and ride around.
All right, so Brian, we've got a lot of folks in the chat right now who are big Aiden Coleman fans. We've got Squid Flipper, and
great name there.
There we go, and we've got Staff X next, and I don't know who those are, but they will not be happy to hear that Aiden Coleman just went 4 wheels off in the gravel coming through turn 3. Took that Tristan Herbert line. Didn't seem to affect them that much, but the number 60 machine is currently running 7th, but that has now dropped him further back as he crosses the start-finish line now, almost 3 seconds off of Nathan Nicholson behind, and that has dropped him quite a bit off of that group. Is that second pack now, or probably that third pack, is now, there's about 15 car lengths separating each one of them.
Tell you what, give Bertignoli now. He's back up into 4th place. Got around Cam Eben going through turns 1 and turn 2. Cam Eben 2 wheels off on the right-hand side of turn 3 coming up through there. That's going to allow Nathan Nicholson to get drivers left. As we look at our camera here, to get around Cam Eben, Nathan Nicholson going to make that pass. Had to slow up a little bit. Cam Eben got his right side tires in that gravel, and that allowed Nathan Nicholson to go around him drivers left going through turn 4, the fastest turn here on this racetrack.
All right, so Bethany, we're as we talked a little bit about Corbin a little bit earlier. We also yesterday were discussing, I guess it was Tom Bogar, who is currently running 8th, driving the number 79 machine. It sounds like he had there was some undue influence to put him behind the seat of a Mazda. Wouldn't have looked good if he was, say, in a Honda or something else. Why don't you tell us a little bit about his history?
It sounds like from talking to him yesterday, Tom is the other end of the spectrum from Corbin. He has a lot of experience running NA spec Miatas back in the day. Went and kind of focused on the family for a while and his business, which is a Mazda dealership.
Right.
So
also not 14 years old, right?
Yes, definitely not. So
Young entrepreneur.
What's interesting with them is he will be sharing the car with his son, so his son will be driving at Mid Ohio, and that's
great.
something we like to see is when the whole family's involved. So.
Oh, that is great, and so of course they're coming down from New Hampshire, and so obviously doing a lot of travel to support the series here. And as we take a look at the drivers that have come here to Summit Point for this first round east of the Mississippi, we do have some drivers from the area. We've got Mac Harrison. We know Ryan Harrison has raced for a number of years in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and so Mac is out of Washington D.C. proper. We also have Aiden Coleman, who we've got the cheering section online for. Aiden Coleman out of Glenwood, Maryland, also nearby. Now, what can you tell us? I know we've got Nathan Saxon. I know from previous Spec Miata driving, and I think he might have had some other pro racing experience as well. Brian, as we've got
Greg, let me just jump in here while you're talking about that. So Michael had a problem going down in 1 and 2 last time by. Ended up going 4 wheels off in turns 1 and 2, so he's going to drop back to 5th, and then just now coming out of turn 10, that car looked really, really loose, trying to make up time, got into the gravel trap over there, was able to keep it straight and kept going, but he has lost a ton of time to our front 5. Our first 2 guys, Nathan Saxon and Will Robusto, they've pulled away now from Alex Bertagnoli, Nathan Nicholson, and Cam Evan.
Yeah, that was a very good recovery there. Not uncommon that drivers will, when they get to that gravel trap, try to force the car back to the pavement and end up hooking right across the track into the tire wall. Driver's right, and he kept the wheels nice and straight. There's 3/4 of a mile of grass directly in front of you. Keep it nice and straight. So good recovery there. So what can you tell us about Nathan Saxon, our current leader?
Nathan Saxon actually showed up on my radar 4 years ago when he was running the Spec MX5 Challenge Series online in iRacing, which mimicked the regular series, and the prize was a chance to do a test weekend with the car. So it's somebody that I think both Michael and him were racing. Nathan has a lot of experience, went to the shootout last year as a finalist, laid down a lot of the fastest lap times. And it's just really working hard, also taking the coaching / driving route with Flat Out.
Sure, yeah. I was going to say it helps to have somebody like a Nick Leveroni from Flat Out who can help you and help improve your game. Leveroni, a former T4 national champion, much like Michael Borden. So here, Brian, things are really tightening up here at the front of the pack. Not so much for Nathan Saxon, but it looks like Alex Bertagnoli, who's back up at the second, got a heck of a battle on his hands.
Yeah, came out of turn 10 there, tried to make that pass of Will Robusto. They were kind of side by side coming out of turn 10, but it does look like Bertagnoli is going to get that second position. But what that's done is that's brought Cam Nicholson back into the fold along with Cam Eben. But Nathan Saxon now has opened up a pretty good sizable 1.4 second lead, which really with 14 laps to go here is pretty big. So we'll have to see whether or not those guys are going to get back in line, stay single file here. They should be able to catch Nathan Saxon.
All right. So, of course, a lot of time to go. 14 laps, 28 miles here at Summit Point. As Brian, we've got one of our drivers coming down the pit lane and calling it an early day. We'll try and get the number on that.
That looks like
car.
47 of Mac Henderson. That's the one he had a problem with it earlier today with that rear
That's
bumper.
Right.
So it looks like he's going to call it a day. He may go back out. We'll have to see. What they do there in that. That's kind of like our black flag station or where they, come to pit road if you have a problem. So
All right, so coming down, crossing the stripe, completing lap number 12, starting lap number 13, Nathan Saxon. And Saxon, even though he had about a 6 car length advantage over Bertagnoli, came out of turn 10, moved the car center of track, which is usually a fairly defensive stance here at Summit Point. Maybe thought that Bertagnoli, Robusto, and Nicholson would be able to draft up a little bit closer. When they finally got down to the braking zone, they were still about 3 car lengths back. But it also looks like Bertagnoli now has kind of broken free of Robusto and Nathan Nicholson. We'll see what Bertagnoli can do without the draft and if he can close things down on Nicholson. That last time by, though, Bertagnoli almost 0.4 of a second faster than our leader.
And we talked about Cam Eben early on when we were talking about the sprint race we did this morning against, with Michael out there. Again, making another move on Nicholson where he probably shouldn't have made it right now with just way too many laps to go. They're starting to lose back from that front three, which is going to allow Michael to get back into that at the end if that continues. Hopefully they get back into single file and continue to keep going with these cars. They should be able to run themselves right back up to Nathan Saxon and Alex Bertagnoli.
Yeah, I was going to say that's probably one of the questions that I should have asked Michael earlier today when we had him up, is if you do overdrive these tires, if you can you lay back for a lap or 2 laps and have them come back to you? Do you get a little bit more grip, or do they just fall off and stay off for the rest of the race?
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to, but I mean, the Toyos are a tire Michael obviously used to running on Hoosiers.
Yeah.
Switching to Toyos.
Beth, let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick. Sorry about that, but it looks like our leader Nathan Saxon has gone 4 wheels off into a power slide out of turns 1 and turns 2. He's going to drop all the way back to 4th. That's going to put Bertagnoli up in the lead with Real Robusto. He was able to connect it, but he overdrove that corner a lot getting in there. That car got completely sideways, but able to hang on.
Brian, the fact that I could see Nathan Saxon's headlights from here, and more importantly, that gravel trap at turn 1 is very, very deep. He's actually very lucky that car didn't have any of the wheels leave the pavement there, and he has now continued. But as you mentioned, Nathan Saxon has lost a lot of ground. That was a true in West Virginia parlance, a Dukes of Hazzard moment.
That seemed to be that way.
And I know the Dukes of Hazzard were down in Virginia, not West Virginia, but still. But yeah, I mean that's certainly something we'll talk to Mike a little bit more about. It's interesting because we know certain tires, if you overdrive them, if you drive them hard, there is nothing that you can do to bring them back, and you're just challenged to keep the car on the track for the whole rest of the race. And given how well balanced these NC MX-5s are, be interesting to see whether or not you can, just by maybe being a little smoother, dialing back the pace a little bit, easing up on the going with maybe shorter, or probably not shorter, but longer, softer braking zones, whether or not you can bring those tires back. So Brian, now it is Alex Bertagnoli and Will Robusto, your 2 leaders, and they now have almost a 20 car length advantage over Cam Eben and Nathan Nicholson. Nathan Saxon, who has managed to recover, he is sitting back in 5th, ahead of Michael Borden, but it's about Saxon is about 10 car lengths back from Nicholson, and he's very lucky to be back where he is and to have some drafting partners there. I think it could have been much more damaging for him.
Yeah, I think when you get Nathan Saxon at this point in time, now it's all about getting back up in there. And I think that sometimes, after you've realized kind of where you're at and what you've done, you can get back up there. Sometimes slower is better, right? So backing up some stuff, backing up some of your entries, not overdriving it, you could end up catching. I can tell that Will Robusto is content to sit right behind Alex Bertagnoli right now early on, along with these next 3. They're going to try to get there. It seems like Cam Eben and Nathan Nicholson have kind of spread out a little bit, which now has brought Nathan Saxon back in, getting caught back up to the Nathan Nicholson. Look for those 3, hopefully to stay single file, because at some point Will Robusto is going to want to try to make that move over the 4 of Alex Bertagnoli, and those 3 will be sitting right there to capitalize.
Well, and we'll see here under the draft, Brian, and going into turn 1, Nathan Nicholson now pulls her up right to the back of Cam Eben in the battle for 3rd. And I'm wondering, we saw Nicholson was not exactly the most consistent driver yesterday. He had some flashes where he was very quick early on in the race, and he did start to lose pace and drop back a little bit later on. He now moves back up to Nicholson. but Bertagnoli and Robusto running almost actually closer to 0.6 of a second faster right now than Cam Eben. And I'm wondering how long, if Nate Nicholson feels that he is being held up a little bit, how long he's going to take before he does try to get around the number 55 machine. Again, we kept saying, and we talked about earlier today, well, don't fight it out until, with 3 laps to go. There are 10 laps to go, but this might be his best chance to still try to get back up to that lead pack.
Well, I guess the question becomes is, do these teams have radio communications with some spotters around the racetrack here? Because if they do, if I'm Will Robusto's spotter, I'm telling him, as I've done many, many times, Greg knows, I'm telling him, hey, you still have 9 laps left to go. Let's just be content, stay where we need to stay, and then we'll be able to make that move at some point.
I completely agree. Patience really is key in this series, but is rarely used. I can talk till I'm blue in the face, but the guys actually, I feel like the group that we have at this first race so far have a lot more maturity than some of the stuff I saw last year at our first race. I am seeing a lot more patience as a fan of this class and of the NCs. For me to see somebody just nose to tail for a long time pulling away from everybody is really great.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of that comes out, especially with some of the younger drivers who have raced some of these shorter go-kart races where you kind of have to make these moves very quickly, take every last opportunity that you have. And plus, I think some of it is, maybe a maturity level as well. You may find, somebody like a Thomas Bogar who has some of that earlier experience in Spec Miatas and also might have a death wish. I mean, not a death wish, but he might have a sense of self-perseverance that he may wait instead of pushing the issue in some corners. That didn't come out right, did it?
Yeah, that did not come out right.
Can we back that up and edit that real quick?
But I got to tell you, you talk about karting, and some of these drivers have come from the karting and raced on tracks like this. I can tell you from firsthand experience because I've raced here in a kart. I've raced in Mid-Ohio in a kart. You're right. You have to make those moves in order to get up there quickly, especially in some of the classes that we have, because it is all about the draft. When you've got 30, 35 karts in the draft, which I am in every single weekend that I race, you've got to be able to make that move early. If not, you're left out. You can go from 2nd to 30th, and I've done it, so I know, especially here, but then you've got to be able to compose yourself and get back into it. So I think as these guys, continue to keep going, as you said, impressed with the first race here, I think that when they get to these other larger tracks, especially when they go to VIR, they're going to see where, hey, I've got to be as patient as possible. Looks like we have Michael trying to come up to the tower, but not I'd rather him walk up and not just drive off the edge there.
Yeah,
so
and
he's
Brian, I'm seeing
able to hold on to it.
Yeah, I'm seeing a big puff of white smoke on the short chute between turns 2 and 3, and he might have some engine issues with that machine.
He's still rolling, but I got to give it to him. He has, and again, he hasn't been here before either, if stand me corrected, but he knew how to get way off of here and get out of completely out there so that these guys can continue to race. So heads up for that, to be able to do it. I am not sure if he's continued. I can't see now because
no, it sounds like he is stopped, but he has stopped as far along the tire wall as possible here, as we just had. I think it was Nathan Sachs, not Nathan Saxon, the number 95 of Nathan Nicholson. Run wide coming out of turn 10. Nathan Saxon, who had been pressuring Nicholson for the last 3 laps, now moves up into 4th position. Saxon had been running almost 0.3 of a second faster than the 95 machine for, again, a number of laps. And looks like Nicholson has made it easy for him here as we are starting to wind things down. We've got 7 laps remaining here from Summit Point.
So again, these tires could be starting to go away now. It is a little bit warmer than it has been all weekend long here. I know yesterday we had some clouds and some rain and everything else, and it was warmer, but the wind really made a big difference. Today, it's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. And again, these tires been on the car all weekend long. They could be starting to push the limits, and we're starting to understand what the limits are on these tires for a weekend here. But yeah, I think that some of them are tending to overdrive trying to get up, and that's not something you can do, especially not here, because the minute you do that here at this race, and Greg knows better than anybody, it will jump up and bite you in a heartbeat. So Here comes our leaders now to turn 10, and like I said, I think Will Robusto's content to sit right there behind, Alex Bertagnoli. He's not really wanting to make a move, just wanting to stay into the tire tracks there. Maybe have Alex make that move going in by putting that pressure and having him look up into that rearview mirror.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said for that strategy. Not only one, to be able to conserve your equipment and knowing that you can maintain that pace, you can use that draft, and it's up, and you can decide to make the move whenever you want. But that the driver in the lead, in this case, Alex Bertagnoli, he's got to be looking every time he comes out of turn 10. He's looking in his rear mirror, going, "Is this the lap? Is this when he does it?" And you've got, and as the race goes on and it goes further, you can just sense where. Look, I've led many a race, and I've been in the exact same position, where your heart rate just starts to elevate because it's coming, but you just don't know when. And it's got to be difficult. And there's really nothing he can do other than maybe taking an early defensive move to the inside. And if he does that, well, then he's going to give Will Robusto one more little memo that he can write down to try and decide how he's going to attack as this race goes on.
Be interesting to see when we get to the last 3 laps, how much does Will Robusto in the lap before he makes the move coming up out of turn 8, and we'll watch on the camera, how much does he lag back just a little bit, if at all, before he tries to make that move. Again, gaining that momentum ever so slightly coming up out of there, and I think he could make that move at any time. I think he's just content to sit there, push Bertagnoli out a little bit further so that when he does, he can't bring Cam Eben or Nathan Saxon in the fold.
So, hey, I want to thank Russ Lundberg, who of course, giving the flagger's eye viewpoint, telling us about using the rolling word or the word rolling when describing cars on track. I would have thought that we would have had him in convulsions every time we talk about a red car as opposed to a crimson car. But sorry about that, Russ. Russ, one of our iRacers in the Radio Sports unofficial SCCA Racing League here, Brian, as we now have 5 laps remaining. Bertagnoli is still your leader with Robusto running in second. It is now almost 20 car lengths back to Cam Eben. With Nathan Saxon about 8 to 10 back from there. Nate Nicholson also about 8 to 10 car lengths back. So things separating out just a little bit from 3rd to 5th position.
We'll have to look there between that 4th and 5th position. I think may have been that Nathan Saxon really getting hard on the brakes going out into turn 5. That car got all bent out of shape and a little bit sideways. We'll have to see. I think that it could be Nathan Nicholson in the red or in the crimson 95. I just did it again.
There you go, Ross.
The crimson 95 car could end up be riding on the back bumper there of, and there it is, Nathan Nicholson getting past Saxon for that 4th position as they come across the start-finish line. So again, these guys are really starting to push the limits here with 4 laps to go. Pretty spread out now between 1st and 2nd, 3rd all by himself on an island, Cam Eben, and then Nathan Nicholson and Nathan Saxon.
And here they go with the 2 Nathan Saxon and Nicholson side by side going down into turn number 1. And as they come through there, we'll track as they come out, but that is again going to give Cam Eben a little bit of an advantage as he tries to work his way back up to our leaders. Of course, Eben's still running about 0.3 of a second off of Bertagnoli's and Robusto's times, not getting any closer. Probably does need the help with the draft that Nicholson and Saxon just can't provide.
I tell you what, if this was an F1 race and there was track limits, there wouldn't be one guy that would be finishing. They'd all have 5, 10, 15-second penalties by the end of this race because they're using up turn 3. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I'm, Brian, I know it's not an April Fool's joke or anything, but my understanding is that the Australian Grand Prix might actually still be going on right now.
It very well could be.
So, all right. So our leaders now coming out of turn 8 and actually coming out of turn 10 now. And it is still, maybe with a little wisp of gravel there on the edge of the very wide gator teeth, is our leader, Alex Bertagnoli, in the dark gray number 4 machine with Robusto. And here we go, Brian, battle on with 3 laps remaining.
Yeah, evidently when he got through the start-finish line, he knew how many laps were there. It's time to go. and now he is making his move. Will Robusto now is going to pull away just a little bit by about half a car length over Alex Bertagnoli, and they come out of turn 2. They're still single file. Bertagnoli is going to stay in behind him. I thought maybe for sure he'd try a crossover, but wasn't able to do it. So about half a car length coming up in turn 3. This has been the trouble spot for everybody. If they overdrive it, and sure enough, they do it again, both of them, and now that ends up having, and here come the battle of the Nathans. Nathan Nicholson's going to get past Nathan Saxton coming up through turn 3. But as I said, Robusto went really wide on turn 3. That enabled Alex Bertagnoli to get back in front, I believe. We'll have to see. We look down here on our screen, and they may have already gone through turn 5. We'll see about turn 8 coming up through there. But it could be that Bertagnoli may go jump back in the lead.
All right, now as they will be coming into our view here at turn 8 now as they are locked nose to tail once again, and as they roll up the hill, it does appear to be that gray number 4 machine. Wow, as we just have somebody coming, so we have one of our drivers coming through turn 10, gets very loose, gathers it back
and
up.
Robusto out wide on turn 10. Now they're going to be side by side, Greg. He really pushed the limits right there, so he had the lead staying in there going through, but now Bertagnoli is going to go back in there. Robusto with 2 laps to go. Got to settle down a little bit. He can still run him down as they head down into turn 1.
Yeah, and what he's going to need to do now for the next couple corners, those outside tire or the left side tires might have a little bit less grip as they did go for that ride through the gravel trap. The right wheel is still on the gator teeth here, and we'll see if he can get back up to Bertagnoli, who retakes the lead here on the front straight, about car length and a half separating them as they go through turn 3 and start to head down the chute and into the talent section of Summit Point Raceway. Cam Eben not able to get any closer. Nicholson and Saxon, I got to stop calling them Nathan and Nathan, currently sitting 4th and 5th, and once again separated by only about a half a car length.
Well, I know when Beth goes down to do some of the techs, so you don't have to look at tires because they're going to be all used up. There's not going to be anything left for those tires coming through from all of them. They're all utilizing turn 3 as much as they can.
All right, so now we've got 2 laps, a lap and a half to go. Next time our drivers come by, they will get that 1 to go indicator, and it is Alex Bertagnoli in that dark gray number 4 machine. Will Robusto in the light gray number 22. He is a car length and a half, maybe a car length and 3/4 behind the number 4 as they come out of turn number 10, with Bertagnoli now moving to the center of track, getting a little defensive. He wants to protect the inside and make it very difficult for Robusto to go driver's right. Robusto, though, not quite close enough. He gets back to the rear quarter panel, though, of Bertagnoli's that go into turn number 1. If Robusto had made a late move to the inside, it probably would have ended in tears for both of them. But they are now still with Bertagnoli about a half car length up on Robusto going into 3, Brian.
And I tell you what, he sent it full bore in through turn 3. Give Will Robusto that lead. That was one of the best moves I've seen out here all weekend, Greg. He just sent it in turn 3, never even really slowed down to go through there, able to hold it. That was the best line through turn 3, as a matter of fact, for the whole weekend. Let's see if he can hold on to it coming down into turn 5. Right now, he's got about a half a car length as they go through turn 6 and come through the carousel, but that was one heck of a move.
Yeah, and we saw this where we had Bertagnoli. He kept the car a little bit left of the center line, maybe a little bit closer to the curbing along the end. The track here does bend a little bit, and if you follow the very edge of the track, you can actually add about 50 feet to the run from turn 2 to turn 3 if you don't stay at center of track. And Robusto took advantage as our leaders now are coming up the hill and coming out of turn number 10 for the very last time. And both drivers running wide into the gravel. It's Will Robusto, your leader. He's got 2 car lengths over number 4 and taking the checkered flag. Will Robusto from Fort Mill, South Carolina, round my way, down near Charlotte, North Carolina, takes the win. Alex Bertagnoli is going to finish in second. Cam Eben will take the last step on the podium. He will finish in third. Nathan Nicholson holds off Nathan Saxon. So the number 95 machine, he comes home in fourth. The 16 comes in fifth. Thomas Bogar in the number 79 car. He will come home in sixth. And Aiden Coleman, while Christ, Corbin Collins, and then, of course, Michael Borden and Mac Harrison retiring early. Actually, I probably called it a little bit early here, Brian.
Well, they're pretty spread out right now.
Yeah.
Their 3 have been the same all pretty much all race long.
There you go. So Bogar crossing the stripe in the 79, Aiden Coleman, and Wild Christ now crossing the line. And that leaves the number 20 machine, who should be.
He should be getting ready to come up. He actually took the checker. He has
Oh,
not
yeah.
taken the checkered flag yet. He was actually ahead of our leaders. So he should be the last car that should be coming up through turn 8 right now.
There he is
here
right
he
now.
comes. So he should be the last car, which would be the silver number 20, to take the checkered flag here for this U.S. Majors at Summit Point.
All right, and here he comes out of turn number 10, and that is Corbin Collins, the 14-year-old. Great run for him this entire weekend as he finishes in 9th position. So that is going to wrap things up for our final race of the day, the Spec MX5 Challenge from Summit Point, West Virginia. And as we have been talking, I think, all day long here, next up for Spec MX5 Challenge, probably won't see any of these races there. It's at Thunderhill Raceway Park in California, just outside of San Francisco, and that is going to be April 15th and 16th, so about 2 weeks from now. Then at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course a week after that, and then we will see them again here with our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series coverage and Washington, D.C. region coverage at Virginia International Raceway, Mother's Day weekend, May 6th and 7th. And then once again at Portland International Raceway, and then at the end of May at Carolina Motorsports Park. And I think I might actually be at that event, so I may get to see them 3 times in a couple months' time. So Bethany Porter, want to thank you for coming back up and joining us once again this weekend.
Thank you for having me. It's really appreciated.
And again, good luck to both you, to the series, and we hope to see you. Well, we will see you again in just a few weeks. Thanks for joining us, Bethany Porter. All right, so Brian, let's get things wrapped up here from Summit Point Raceway after we had now I'm doing my math, 12 races here this weekend across 28 different national classes, and of course the Spec MX5 Challenge as well. And so let's take a look at what we have coming up. That's the weekend schedule. Let's show you. That is the wrong schedule. Let us try to show you what is coming up soon. There we go. There it is. We'll be back in 2 weeks here at Summit Point Raceway, Brian and I, for the first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event of the year, and then we'll be going to Virginia International Raceway, also a Mars Series event. And as we mentioned, we're going to be covering the Mars Series events as well as majors at New Jersey Motorsports Park, at the Lightning and Thunderbolt circuits as well. So can't wait to see you then. And of course, we want to thank all of the wonderful sponsors that bring you our coverage here and our coverage all year long. Radial Tire Company from Silver Spring, Maryland, OG Racing in Sterling, Virginia, and RP Performance based right here in Summit Point, West Virginia. You can find out more about them by going to the Washington, D.C. region's website at wdcr.scca.org. And then finally, Brian, I think probably to thank the most important people, and those are the volunteers that allow us to put on these events here at Summit Point. Again, the SCCA, it's a member-run organization. It's a volunteer-run organization. And without our core of volunteers, we would not be able to bring you 2 days of racing here from Summit Point Raceway. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsberg. We want to thank you very much, and we'll see you in just a few weeks.